Beneath the shadow of the great tree called Konoha, one clan has lived under suspicion for generations. Uchiha. Blood and fire. Loyal, yet never submissive. When trust is betrayed. When justice becomes nothing but empty words. Separation. Not born of hatred, but because the path is no longer shared. The Sharingan sees through every lie. The will of Uchiha does not bow to the Hokage. This is a story of choice, and the price paid for freedom. I am Uchiha, the division of Konoha. When a clan steps out of the shadows. Heavenly Seal State 1, facing the encirclement of 12 elite Hidden Mist Village ninjas, Uchiha Yoru's face showed an unprecedentedly serious expression. This time, he was facing someone who wanted to take his life, not someone like Jiraiya. Instantly, the cursed seal on his neck heated up, and a strange black flame pattern began to spread. Compared to the situation in Konoha, this time the cursed seal directly spread to his entire body. State 1, the perfect stage. The 12 Hidden Mist Village ninjas coordinated seamlessly, some using ninjutsu, others throwing weapons, and still others wielding shinobi katanas as they charged forward. Leading the charge were Hoshigaki Kisame and Suikazen Fuguki. Facing such a lineup, it would be a lie to say there was no pressure. Uchiha Yoru, with a bloodthirsty, excited smile on his face, formed a hand seal and instantly spewed a large amount of gray mist from his mouth towards the area centered on himself. Fire release Haijingakure no Jetsu, the blazing Ashian dust, heated by the high temperature of the flames, continuously dispersed in all directions upon falling to the ground, generating even more astonishingly high temperatures. Damn it! Facing this large-scale, high-level ninjutsu, the elite ninjas of the Hidden Mist Village all shouted in unison, their hands forming hand seals to defend against this large-scale fire-release ninjutsu attack. Haijingakure no Jetsu and Asuma's Dust Burning are both B-rank jutsu that look very similar, but this jutsu has a larger range and is further concealed by a gray mist. Water release, water wall. In the high temperature, following the gray mist of the flames, each Hidden Mist Village ninja unleashed water release ninjutsu as a defense. But at this very moment, Uchiha Yoru, hidden within the gray mist, transformed into a flash of lightning and charged towards the Hidden Mist Village ninjas. Electric arcs flickered around the perimeter, concealed by the fog. At this moment, Uchiha Yoru's three Tamo Sharingan eyes, one of which contained three black Magatama-like irises, formed a spinning shuriken-like shape. Under the cover of the mist, Uchiha Yoru revealed his awakened Mangekyo Sharingan for the first time, beginning to confront his enemies. The Mangekyo Sharingan spun rapidly downwards, an unknown force manifested, and in an instant, Uchiha Yoru's entire body was enveloped in a powerful surge of lightning. The three-ring divination clearly shows the divine power. Compared to other jutsu, he preferred to call it the Eye of the Sage, but it controls natural energy. When releasing ninjutsu and genjutsu, the Mangekyo Sharingan's control over natural energy enhances the jutsu and genjutsu, thus increasing their power several times over. The Sage mode involves absorbing a certain amount of natural energy to create Sage chakra within the body. While this dojutsu directly controls natural energy to incorporate and release ninjutsu and genjutsu, so the two do not conflict. The chakra imprinted in his body already contained a portion of Sage chakra, but it could only be considered a pseudo-Sage form. However, when he unleashed ninjutsu or genjutsu with the enhancement of this dojutsu, it could be considered a true Sage technique. In the midst of the mist, a flash of lightning struck, accompanied by the agonizing screams of the Hidden Mist Village ninja. This is it. The two Hidden Mist Village ninjas, wielding shinobi katanas, were instantly stunned when they saw a streak of red light appear in the mist. Senpa's illusionary binding technique. The two Hidden Mist Village ninjas were instantly pulled into a phantom world. A flash of lightning appeared and then vanished, and hot, fresh blood splattered down. When they emerged from the phantom world, they were horrified to find two familiar corpses before their eyes both had been beheaded. Uchiha clan brat. The 12 elite Hidden Mist Village ninjas, working together under Suikazen Fuguki's leadership, were instantly killed by two of them. The remaining ninjas were furious, and even Suikazen Fuguki angrily shouted, "Quick victory!" Uchiha Yoru slaughtered in an instant. The agonizing screams from below also revealed his location. This time, facing 10 attackers, he displayed a bloodthirsty smile. Water release. Ninjutsu and genjutsu attacks rained down, while Hoshigaki Kisame, coldly wielding his shinobi katana, joined forces with 2 other hidden mist village ninjas to restrict his movements. Facing such a desperate siege, Uchiha Yoru's face showed a bloodthirsty smile. Upon seeing this smile, Hoshigaki Kisame inwardly cried out, "This is bad!" Just as he was preparing to defend himself, a fierce flash of lightning instantly enveloped the surroundings. Senpo Lightning released Chidori Nagashi. Suddenly, a large area of lightning erupted from his entire body. Chidori roared down, and with the enhancement of his dojutsu, the power of this jutsu increased dramatically. The 3 hidden mist village ninjas who had attacked him were directly engulfed, and Hoshigaki Kisame showed a look of shock. Rumble, the remaining hidden mist village ninjas, seeing their comrade under attack, not only showed no intention of stopping to help, but instead increased their chakra release, unleashing a berserk jutsu to directly attack. In the instant the jutsu attack landed, the 3 hidden mist village ninjas showed expressions of fear. The range of Chidori Nagashi paralyzed them, and facing the jutsu unleashed from behind by their own people, they were completely unable to mobilize chakra to defend themselves. Facing the imminent threat of death, Hoshigaki Kisame was unusually clear-headed. His mind was sharp as he struggled to control the chakra within his body, suddenly slamming his fist into the ground and shouting, "How could I possibly die here?" Water release, water wall. Finally, in the last moment of the relentless, indiscriminate attack of his ninjutsu, Hoshigaki Kisame's massive chakra surged through the momentary paralysis, and a circular defensive water release barrier appeared around his body. Rumble, Uchiha Yoru's figure was directly enveloped in a frenzied barrage of ninjutsu attacks, while Hoshigaki Kisame, teetering on the brink of collapse within the water barrier, saw a humorous smile on his opponent's face. Immediately, cold sweat poured down his face. Damn it! He can't leave! Sure enough, the next moment Hoshigaki Kisame saw that under the frenzied attack of the ninjutsu, the creature instantly turned into a thick cloud of smoke and disappeared, without a single drop of blood spilling out. Impossible! Upon seeing this scene, Hoshigaki Kisame quickly shouted, "It's a trap!" Shouting loudly, Hoshigaki Kisame, whose body had been largely numb from hiding behind the water wall, hastily formed hand seals. Although he didn't know what the other party was planning, it was definitely not a good sign. In the midst of the chaotic battlefield, a hawk's cry echoed through the night. Under the moonlight, Uchiha Yoru stood tall on his flying eagle, a strand of black hair obscuring his bright red eyes. Looking down at the area below where the ninjutsu was unleashing, a bloodthirsty smile appeared on his lips as he simultaneously formed hand seals to complete the attack. Senpo Fire Release, Gaka Meshitsatsu. Chakra gathered in his throat, and suddenly he spewed out a meteor-like fireball towards the ground. The enormous fireball, carrying an overwhelming force, instantly exploded upon impact, forming a sea of flames. It's worth noting that this jutsu is estimated to be capable of instantly incinerating an entire forest, its power even greater than the Great Fire Annihilation technique. From the very beginning, he used a Hijingaku no Jutsu to conceal himself. During battles with hidden mist village ninjas, his true form would secretly summon a flying eagle to appear in the sky, leaving behind a shadow clone to attract the enemy. A sea of fire appeared in an instant, a wave of heat sweeping across the surroundings, and the ninjas on both sides, engaged in fierce combat in the distance, couldn't help but be terrified by the power of such ninjutsu. Water release, great waterfall technique. Suddenly, amidst the raging sea of flames, a furious roar echoed down, and in an instant, a massive sphere of water appeared, immediately igniting the sea of fire with a hissing sound as the water and flames intertwined once again, a spectacle unfolding once more. In the sea of flames, Suikazen Fuguki, his face pale, unleashed this jutsu, directly altering the terrain of the surrounding sea of fire. 12 elite ninjas, working together, were instantly beheaded by the genjutsu, followed by Chidori Nagashi losing to more. Although this wave of fire release didn't result in immediate fatalities, 3 hidden mist village ninjas groaned in pain, clearly severely wounded. 8 hidden mist village ninjas remained, 3 of them severely wounded, their fighting power instantly halved during the brief skirmish. Fuck, at that moment, a bloody patch of Hoshigaki Kisame's back emerged from the ground, clearly burned by the high temperature. At this crucial moment, he hastily used the earth release technique, a form of underground movement he rarely employed, transforming the solid sand and rocks beneath the ground into a fluid state with his chakra, allowing him to move swiftly underground. Earth release, Submerged body technique. This jutsu saved his life at a crucial moment. In the anime, during the initial confrontation with Guy's squad in the second season, Kisame like a shadow clone used Earth Release, submerged body technique to launch an attack. Impossible. How could there be such a terrorist attack using Fire Release? The seal imprinted beneath Uchiha Yoru's body already contained a portion of Sage Mode chakra. Following the release of the jutsu with the blessing of the Mangekyo Sharingan, it completely transformed into a Sage Mode level jutsu. Calling it a senpo is not an exaggeration. Its power is at least 5 times greater than that of a normal genin level jutsu. No, be careful. As a terrified Hidden Mist Village ninja took a sip, he saw that the massive amount of steam produced by the collision of water and fire was followed by the appearance of a black dot, accompanied by a tearing sound of wind ripping through the air. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. As each black dot pierced through the white mist and came into view, the Hidden Mist Village ninja's pupils instantly contracted upon seeing this scene. A barrage of shurikens rained down like a torrential downpour, each shuriken also enveloped in explosive tags. Little brat, you're underestimating me too much. Clearly surrounded by them, the situation had reversed, with the enemy becoming the aggressor. Each of their jutsu attacks was unprecedentedly powerful, and even under the circumstances where water release clearly counters fire release, the enemy's fire release still exerted an overwhelming pressure. Suikazen Fuguki roared in anger. Water release was countered by lightning release, and yet this brat kept using fire release frantically after seeing his Samehada. Of course, the wide area attack and high damage of fire release also contributed to his rage. With both hands quickly forming a hand seal, Suikazen Fuguki angrily shouted, "I'll defend, the others attack." Water release, great waterfall technique. Suikazen Fuguki, capable of controlling the great sword Samehada and possessing immense chakra, unleashed another rank jutsu. The enormous water sphere directly blocked the barrage of shurikens, and at the same time, the explosive spell flickered and began to roar under the blazing fire. No, the target is here. A Hidden Mist Village ninja, upon seeing something similar, immediately let out a furious roar, but the next moment, a flash of lightning appeared, and Uchiha Yoru, wielding the grass-cutting sword, materialized before him. The immense force sent him flying back several meters. As he fell to the ground, spitting out fresh blood, the Hidden Mist Village ninja stared in disbelief at the long sword in his hand. The sword had been severed, and at the broken end, streaks of lightning flickered. He immediately muttered to himself, "This is lightning chakra." The lightning release ultrasonic shockwave lightning release blade infuses lightning attributed chakra into the blade, enhancing its destructive power. Using lightning release to generate high-frequency vibrations increases the blade's sharpness and penetrating force. The government claims it gives it superior penetrating power to wind release. In the anime, Killer Bee and Sasuke used this technique during their battle, even severing Kubaki Rubuka, with incredible speed. They were ambushed and one Hidden Mist Village ninja was killed in action, leaving 7 Hidden Mist Village ninjas remaining, 3 of whom were seriously wounded, reducing their fighting ability to only 4. The opponent possessed terrifyingly powerful ninjutsu, and their lightning release nintaijutsu was several times faster than anything they had seen before, causing even those familiar with powerful ninja from the Hidden Mist Village to feel a tingling sensation in their scalps. Cling clang! A flash of lightning streaked across, and a Hidden Mist Village ninja, along with Hoshigaki Kisame, joined forces to block this attack. At that moment, a crimson light slowly emanated from Uchiha Yoruichi's eyes, and as he looked up, his 3-Tamo Sharingan, which had degenerated, appeared. Simultaneously, the power of his lightning release chakra seemed to weaken considerably in an instant. It seems the time has come. Seeing the 2 Hidden Mist Village ninjas who were preventing him from attacking at the last moment, he not only showed no sign of panic, but instead, a confident smile appeared on his face, revealing a cold glint. Lightning release, Chidori Nagashi. Unleashing a massive amount of lightning from his entire body, Hoshigaki Kisame not only showed no fear or retreat, but instead, with a bloodthirsty grin revealing his sharp teeth, he and another Hidden Mist Village ninja engaged in a pincer attack with their dual swords. Facing the powerful jutsu, they chose to hold their ground against each other. This suicidal fighting style commanded Uchiha Yoru, and a look of astonishment flashed in his eyes. At that moment, a massive wave of ninjutsu rippled from behind, launching an attack. "Little devil, you just used some kind of forbidden technique, didn't you?" Has your body reached its limit now? Water release, large water bullet technique. A massive chakra-created shark-type water bullet attack is launched. If the water bullet is hit by a ninjutsu attack, it will instantly drain the opponent's chakra, becoming even larger. Upon discovering the opportunity, Tsurukazen Fuguki instantly unleashed his most powerful attack. This was an enhanced version of the Samehada greatsword he possessed, a technique renowned as the nemesis of all ninjutsu. Samehada possesses a similar characteristic. If the enemy retaliates with ninjutsu, their chakra will be absorbed, and instead, the enemy will become stronger. Little brat, this jutsu was derived from the Samehada greatsword, and it's the nemesis of all jutsu. Now, how do you intend to break it? Tsurukazen Fuguki's sinister smile faded as he watched his most powerful jutsu being unleashed, as if he could already see his opponent being torn to shreds by a shark. From the moment Uchiha Yoru began his attack, each jutsu unleashing immense power, a frenzied barrage of devastating attacks that cost chakra nothing. He vaguely suspected that this brat was using some kind of forbidden jutsu, otherwise how could each jutsu be so terrifyingly powerful? Uchiha brat, let's die together! As if afraid Uchiha Yoru would escape, this hidden mist village ninja, paralyzed by Chidori Nagashi, let out a bloodthirsty, maniacal laugh, grabbing the shinobi katana he was holding with one hand, while tightly gripping his arm with the other. In that case, you won't be able to use your ninjutsu. Hoshigaki Kisame also revealed a ferocious smile, but in his eyes there was more of a sense of liberation and relief. Looking at Uchiha Yoru, there was no hatred in his eyes, only liberation. Hoshigaki Kisame and another hidden mist village ninja each used their shinobi katanas to clamp down on Uchiha Yoru's shinobi katana, and simultaneously extended their hands to grab Uchiha Yoru's arm holding the shinobi katana, choosing to jointly confront Tsurukazen Fuguki's released jutsu. Facing such a desperate situation, Uchiha Yoru showed no sign of panic. Instead, a confident smile slowly formed on his lips, giving the two men a bad feeling. Hoshigaki Kisame and a hidden mist village ninja, each wielding a twin sword, gripped the other's grass-wielding sword, while simultaneously holding onto each other's arms with their other hands. In this state of mutual destruction, Uchiha Yoru merely smiled. Does one hand really mean it can't use ninjutsu? Uchiha Yoru's sinister smile faded, and he extended his other hand, immediately beginning to perform hand seals. Seeing this, Tsurukazen Fuguki was truly terrified. Konoha truly lives up to its reputation as a cradle of geniuses. This young brat possesses immense chakra reserves, terrifying ninjutsu talent, and a mastery of lightning release nintaijutsu. If it weren't for Hoshigaki Kisame and another elite hidden mist village ninja fighting to the death, how could they have so easily restrained their opponent? Let's see how one person performs the hand seal. Hoshigaki Kisame wore a mocking smile on his face. He was well aware of the power of this jutsu. The Great Water Release Bullet Technique, while not the strongest water release technique, is considered one of the most powerful. In the original story, during Kisame's peak period, he was countered by the 7 gates of the Day Tiger. Otherwise, this jutsu would definitely be a top-tier jutsu. Because this jutsu has the Samehada characteristic, it can absorb the chakra of all previous jutsu to strengthen itself. Unfortunately, in the original story, it encountered Madogai, who specialized in taijutsu and was a daytime tiger. Doriheki multi-layered earth. Suddenly, the ground shook violently, and in an instant, about 5 thick, heavy, solid walls rose up from the ground. Each wall was carved with an identical snakehead statue, and the Uchiha clan crest was also present around it. Little devil, you're like a grasshopper trying to overturn a cart. Watching Uchiha Yoru form hand seals to unleash his jutsu, Tsurukazen Fuguki's eyes showed a mocking smile. The massive, shark-like projectile roared down and attacked. When Doriheki's toughness was confronted by the water release-formed shark, the supposed counter-attribute was reversed. Like a piece of paper, the shark collided with the earthen wall, and the surrounding solid earthen wall's chakra was instantly devoured and left empty. Without chakra, the wall could no longer maintain its rigid state, and because of the shark's incredible speed, it felt as if it were being directly shattered. In reality, at the moment of contact, the chakra wall was instantly devoured, leaving nothing behind. The earthen wall was already very fragile the moment it lost its chakra, which is why it appeared like paper. The thick, heavy city walls were instantly torn apart. The massive water release jutsu, unleashed by the shark, let out a sudden roar and launched an attack. Facing such an onslaught, the three individuals displayed varying expressions. Hoshigaki Kisame, a ninja from the Hidden Mist village, was a maniac laughing maniacally, his eyes filled with bloodthirsty grins. Clearly, he was an extremist ninja influenced by the Blood Mist's policies. Uchiha Yoru, however, looked at this jutsu with an admiring gaze, saying, "A very good jutsu, worthy of being called a secret technique level jutsu." A rank ninjutsu is also divided into 3, 6, and 9 categories. Those that can be called secret techniques or advanced ninjutsu are not necessarily ninjutsu that can grow in power, but they are still top-tier rank ninjutsu, and in some aspects can even rival S-rank ninjutsu, or possess the potential of S-rank ninjutsu. Rumble! The surprise attack was over in an instant, and Suikazen Fubuki's figure suddenly appeared in front, his massive body gripping the greatsword Samehada with both hands and swinging it downwards. Whoosh! Following the furious onslaught of past ninjutsu, a Hidden Mist village ninja let out a pained cry as his frail body was torn to shreds. Hoshigaki Kisame, at the very back, cried out in agony, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Fortunately, he was positioned at the rear, significantly reducing the force of the attack, and coupled with his superior physique, he was sent flying backward, severely wounded. Meanwhile, at the very front, Uchiha Yoru, who was the target of this particular jutsu's special attention, was in an unusually difficult situation. Tick-tock, fresh blood flowed across the ground. At this moment, Uchiha Yoru's arm, connected to his shoulder, was gone, and half of his chest was covered in blood. With his extensive experience, Suikazen Fubuki mastered the essence of the finishing sword technique. He swung his Samehada greatsword downwards, but Uchiha Yoru, gripping the Grossworld sword in his other arm, raised it to block. A deafening metallic clash ensued, and Suikazen Fubuki revealed a bloodthirsty smile. Fresh blood splattered everywhere, two powerful arms pressed down on one arm, even though that arm still held tightly onto the other ninja from the Hidden Mist village whose arm had been broken just moments before. Unable to withstand the pressure, the Samehada greatsword pressed directly against the other end of his arm on his shoulder, and in an instant, fresh blood splattered all over Suikazen Fubuki's face. Haha, little brat, if you knew about the Samehada, you should know that Samehada is used for slicing, not chopping. Let me cut off your last arm. Fresh blood splattered across Suikazen Fubuki's face, revealing an excited grin. As the most deeply hidden assassin, he had always been the type who wouldn't let go of the hawk until he saw the rabbit. His caution always left others as expendable pawns, while he was the ultimate reaper of victory. Suikazen Fubuki was both excited and a little scared. How old was this little brat? This time, with so many elite troops working together, they almost failed. Luckily, they managed to get their hands on the fighter jet in the end. Just as Suikazen Fubuki, with a bloodthirsty laugh, lowered his arms and suddenly exerted force, preparing to sever another of his opponent's shoulders, Hoshigaki Kisame, who had been thrown backward by a collision with a tree trunk in the distance, coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood. In the intense pain, he regained consciousness and instantly saw a hole appear behind that figure in the distance. Cold sweat immediately poured down his face. He was about to cry out in alarm, but it was too late. Suddenly, in the distance, a flash of lightning appeared beneath the ground of Suikazen Fubuki, piercing through the mud. Lightning released Chidori's sharp spear. With a deafening roar, a bolt of lightning pierced the ground, blood splattering everywhere, carrying with it Suikazen Fubuki's terrified and uneasy gaze. In his panic, he released the greatsword Samehada from his hand, but the lightning strike still pierced his shoulder. Rumble! A figure shot out from the ground. Uchiha Yoru, panting heavily and exhausted, emerged, a flash of lightning still visible in his palm. Suikazen Fubuki, terrified by death, frantically retreated dozens of meters before finally stopping. Following the sound of the Samehada greatsword falling to the ground, Suikazen Fubuki, still dazed after falling to the ground, stared at the scene in the distance, his arm covering his shoulder now numb and unable to move. How is that possible? Suikazen Fubuki roared in furious resentment, his small eyes staring at something unknown. His powerful pupils contracted, and he saw that the one-armed Uchiha Yoru was slowly wilting like a deflated balloon. All that could be seen was a gaping hole in the back of the amputated arm of Uchiha Yoru, from which yellowish-brown muddy water slowly seeped out, leaving the limp Uchiha Yoru resembling a leather ball. But behind them was a hidden cave. It turned out that at a dangerous turning point, Uchiha Yoru's hand seals casting Dorihaki were merely a distraction. From the very beginning, he knew this jutsu couldn't be stopped, so he had secretly prepared a substitution jutsu beforehand. Giant snake transplant technique. At the same time, a mud clone of himself remained inside the leather pouch, while his original body, upon being attacked, instantly burrowed into the ground. The difference is that Orochimaru didn't mind skinning the animal right out of its mouth, but he did the same as Sasuke in the original story, one choosing to skin it from the belly, the other from the back. This substitution jutsu requires a considerable amount of chakra, and the entire body is also covered in some slime, but it quickly dries in the night wind. At this moment, Uchiha Yoru, whose clothes were torn in half during the battle, caught the Gross World Sword in the palm of the collapsing mud clone. At this point, Uchiha Yoru, aside from having expended a considerable amount of chakra and being somewhat out of breath, now had almost no wounds on his entire body. And he even displayed a confident smile as he stretched his neck. This jutsu is difficult to use because I don't like the sticky feeling, and I'm not used to it. However, this time it was really dangerous. I almost missed it. Hoshigaki Kisame, leaning against a broken tree, witnessed this scene and couldn't help but exclaim in shock. A monster! What a monster! With his bare hands gripping the grass-cutting sword, Uchiha Yoru looked down at the Samehada greatsword at his feet, then raised his head and gave Suikazen Fuguki a mocking smile in the distance. Fat pig, your Samehada sword seems to be missing. Do you want to come and get it? Covering his injured arm, Suikazen Fuguki revealed a ferocious grin. The usually cautious man had been caught off guard, even throwing his great sword, Samehada, in front of his enemy. Little brat, you're not someone who can wield the shinobi katana. Suikazen Fuguki revealed a ferocious and enraged expression. After a roar, he directly pulled out a kunai with an explosive tag attached from his bag and threw it, simultaneously lunging forward. It was clear he intended to use the kunai to threaten and reclaim his weapon. Faced with a kunai talisman, Uchiha Yoru could either quickly pick up his Samehada greatsword and dodge, or abandon the Samehada greatsword and dodge. Suikazen Fuguki's expression of shame turning into anger was so convincing that if he didn't know the characteristics of the Samehada greatsword, he might have truly been deceived by this seemingly reckless Suikazen Fuguki. Knowing all the intelligence, Uchiha Yoru's lips slowly curved into a smile. Facing this attack, he directly reached out and gripped the greatsword Samehada, instantly using the strength in his legs to dodge the flying kunai carrying explosive tags. Just as Uchiha Yoru grasped the greatsword Samehada, Suikazen Fuguki's expression, which had been one of shame turning into anger, suddenly changed, transforming into a sinister, cold grin of someone whose scheme had succeeded. Whoosh! Suddenly, the Samehada greatsword in his hand shot out countless sharp, backward-pointing spikes, and in an instant, fresh blood splattered everywhere. Uchiha Yoru feigned a look of furious shock and hastily swung his hand. Rumble! At that moment, the kunai, also carrying an explosive tag, was fired, and suddenly a loud explosion rang out. Uchiha Yoru quickly dodged several tens of meters away. Tick-tock, fresh blood dripped from her small hand onto the ground. At that moment, Uchiha Yoru, gripping the Gross World Sword in one hand, coldly gazed at the distant explosion shrouded in smoke. Haha, since you already knew that the Samehada greatsword was used to cut people down, how could you be careless? It seemed as though his scheme had succeeded, and as the fog dissipated, Suikazen Fuguki's imposing figure appeared. His face now filled with a mocking smile as he looked at Uchiha Yoru. Lying on the ground, the Samehada greatsword, its hilt exposed, its sharp backward-pointing spikes slowly retracting, yet the bloodstains were still clearly visible. Uchiha brat, it seems your intelligence isn't as accurate as it seems. With a mocking smile, Suikazen Fuguki seemed to be taking revenge for being tricked earlier. He had been tricked and injured in the shoulder, and similarly, his plan had injured the opponent's hand. It could be considered a draw. Picking up his greatsword Samehada, Suikazen Fuguki revealed a ferocious grin. Little brat, you've been using Forbidden's techniques from the very beginning, and that substitution jutsu just now. These all consume a large amount of chakra. Besides, you've released so many ninjutsu from the start until now. How much chakra do you have left? At this moment, Uchiha Yoru, panting heavily and covered in sweat, seemed to confirm the opponent's suspicions. He was gasping for breath, his chakra indeed running low. Little devil! Just as Suikazen Fubuki was about to shine even brighter with his eloquent speech, a hidden mist village ninja with sensory abilities, lurking in the shadows, suddenly shouted, "No! Konoha reinforcements are coming!" Upon hearing these words, Suikazen Fubuki immediately revealed a ferocious smile. "Little brat, I'll send you on your way right now." But the moment he finished speaking, a strange sensation suddenly arose in the palm of his hand gripping the Samehada. When he raised his hand to grasp the Samehada, his pupils suddenly contracted. What is this Samehada? It's clearly a huge snake, its entire body still covered in flickering fire from explosive spells, and its tail is tightly wrapped around his arm, making it impossible for him to break free. Impossible! As the explosive charm was about to detonate in an instant, Suikazen Fubuki's pupils contracted, and he suddenly let out a loud scream. Although his arm was tightly wrapped by the serpent, his hand was unharmed. In this urgent situation, he forcibly lifted his other arm, quickly forming hand seals, and another large water sphere appeared beside him, simultaneously enveloping both of his arms. Water release, water prison technique. Inside the enormous water sphere, after the explosive talisman detonated, it emitted a suffocating sound. In the instant the jutsu was released, Suikazen Fubuki's face turned pale, and without saying a word, he leapt backward to guard against an attack from his opponent. Whoosh whoosh whoosh! Following the muffled explosion that emanated from the water sphere, the inside of the water sphere turned a deep crimson. As chakra was channeled in, the crimson water sphere immediately burst into a torrent of splashes, scattering across the ground. When his two arms were revealed, the situation was extremely dire. In some places, the bones were exposed. At the last moment, Suikazen Fubuki gritted his teeth and unleashed this jutsu, but it backfired. Since one of his arms was already injured, forcibly manipulating chakra clearly backfired. At this point, the injury to that arm became even more severe, and the chakra in his meridians was in a chaotic state. Whoosh! Spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood at Suikazen Fubuki, he roared ferociously like a demon from hell. "Little brat, where did you hide my great sword Samehada?" At that moment, Uchiha Yoru, with blood dripping from his hand, slowly raised it, and a confident smile appeared on his face. "Ninjas are just scammers. Didn't you ninjas from the Hidden Mist Village's first-year ninja academy teach you that? Or are you just a fat pig who only cares about sleeping?" How could he not know about the Samehada Greatsword? From the moment the opponent dropped the Samehada Greatsword, he suspected that the opponent was using Samehada's mysterious properties to set a trap. As expected, he secretly activated Sign Jashu, and at the same time used a transformation technique, turning a large snake into his arm. The hand gripping the greatsword Samehada was actually this large snake, so the wounds and bleeding caused by the protruding barbs were real, because it was the snake's fresh blood. At this moment, under the cover of the explosion, he used the explosive talisman to conceal himself, and then unleashed two large snakes. One of the large snakes took the opportunity to transform into the shape of the greatsword Samehada, and at the same time covered in explosive talismans and wrapped in bandages. It transformed into Samehada. But when it transformed into a giant snake, it opened its mouth wide like a blood-filled basin and directly swallowed Samehada in one gulp. Since Samehada was aware of this, it naturally used a sealing technique. From the profession of binding the seal, Danzo used sealing techniques, covering his enemies with cursed seals that could restrict their movements. Danzo once used this technique to restrain Sasuke's actions. Similarly, he used this sealing technique to bind the greatsword Samehada. After all, Samehada is considered a living object, so it can naturally be bound. Unable to resist, the greatsword Samehada was directly swallowed by the giant snake's belly. Then, the summoning jutsu was dispelled, leaving only the hilt of the Samehada he had crafted. Ninja tactics have always been about deception, relying on all kinds of intelligence and even exploiting every available resource. Unless one's strength reaches the level of Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, a level where power can sweep everything aside, it's naturally a case of when you reach that level, you're done. Kana had just experienced a whirlwind. Suddenly, a green figure appeared on the battlefield, letting out a powerful roar. Hoshigaki Kisame, who had just stood up, was immediately struck by this green Konoha ninja. Severely wounded, he cried out in pain and was sent flying by a powerful spinning kick. As he coughed up blood, splattering everywhere, Hoshigaki Kisame saw that streak of green, and his eyes filled with even more rage. Konoha reinforcements are arriving immediately. At this moment, the Hidden Mist Village ninja, hiding in the shadows, once again shouted hoarsely and desperately, simultaneously throwing smoke bombs. It was Konoha's arrogant azure beast. Mad guy, burn brightly, youth, youth, this is youth. A flying kick from the Hidden Mist Village ninja Mado guy revealed a mixture of excitement and disbelief, but the next moment a large number of smoke bombs appeared around him, instantly obscuring his vision with thick fog. Amidst the mist, Tsukazen Fuguki was filled with resentment. He couldn't even sense his own great sword, Samehada. Normally, even if an enemy stole it, he wouldn't worry, because he could summon it back at any time through summoning Jutsu. But this time, he was truly terrified. Withdrew. Comparing the shinobi katana Samehada to his own life, Tsukazen Fuguki let out a ferocious roar, his figure instantly disappearing into the smoke. At the same time, the sensing ninja, having received the order, immediately fired a signal flare. In an instant, signal flares from the Hidden Mist Village ninjas echoed across the night sky. In a flash, the Hidden Mist Village ninjas began taking turns providing cover, swiftly withdrawing from the battlefield and retreating, leaving behind only a chaotic mess. Lord Yoru. Win. Haha, the little ninja from the Hidden Mist Village is running away. Lord Yoru, are you alright? As the Hidden Mist Village ninjas retreated in an orderly fashion, Konoha ninjas erupted in cheers, and Konoha reinforcements were rapidly approaching from afar. Yui Kurenai, Itsuki Yugao, and Mitarashi Anko were all panting as temporary bodyguards for the girls. Personal feelings were put aside, after all. The saying a ninja prioritizes duty had been ingrained in their bones since childhood. The three-person group formed a triangular formation, a typical defensive formation, and at this moment, more and more Konoha ninjas rushed over. Although the large-scale ninjutsu clash had taken place far away, even a blind person could see it. At this moment, countless people were filled with admiration and fanaticism. Most of them had come from the three great ninja wars, naturally having witnessed the great battles between powerful ninjas like Jiraiya and Orochimaru, who were cage-level ninjas. The overwhelming display of ninjutsu they just witnessed was, to say the least, even more impressive. This rank of ninja is considered the pinnacle of combat power, and is the strongest being worshipped by all ninjas. Everyone must remain vigilant to guard against ambushes set up by the Hidden Mist Village ninjas, and orders must be given to all units in the camp to maintain stability and not fall prey to the Hidden Mist Village ninja schemes. Medical ninjas quickly provide treatment, while Hyuga ninjas take turns investigating the perimeter to guard against counterattacks from the Hidden Mist Village. Clean up the battlefield, but be careful of traps left behind by the Hidden Mist Village ninjas. Seeing the Hidden Mist Village ninja retreat without any hesitation, Uchiha Yoru, panting heavily, calmly issued a series of orders, and at the same time, the black curse marks on his body seemed to wash away like a tide. At this moment, among the bodyguards beside Uchiha Yoru, Mitarashi Anko's face clearly also bore this strange curse mark. The difference was that because she hadn't yet mastered it, the curse mark only covered half of her face. The ninja world is full of bizarre and wondrous jutsu and abilities, so everyone was only silently surprised by this scene and didn't ask any more questions. After all, ninja secrets are something even their comrades can't freely pry into. Yoru, are you alright? Mado Guy was panting heavily. It was clear that he must have been the first to arrive to provide support by activating Hakumen on the way. Otherwise, how could he be so exhausted? Seeing Mado Guy's concern, Uchiha Yoru's serious expression softened into a smile. Guy, I'm fine. It's just that this time, the Hidden Mist Village ninja operation was led by Tsukazen Fuguki himself. The order to ambush them from both sides has been cancelled to prevent any deception. At this point, looking around at the Konoha ninjas, Uchiha Yoru adopted an even more solemn expression. Tsukazen Fuguki, as the fourth Mizukige's confidant, is even more cautious and ruthless. I know better than anyone how serious his injuries were just now. They're definitely not as severe as imagined. To guard against deception, quickly re-establish the defensive line. Yes, ninjas are born tools, primarily used to carry out orders. Under Uchiha Yoru's command, not a single Konoha ninja held any meaning because they were trained as tools from a young age and lacked any independent thought. Uchiha Yura gasped for breath as she lay down. Yui Kurenai and Mitarashi Anko stood guard around the perimeter, while Utsugi Yugo solemnly began to advance to provide initial treatment. I have nothing to do with it. You guys should conserve your chakra well. Just as Utsugi Yugo was about to use her healing jutsu, Uchiha Yura shook his head, indicating it wasn't necessary. He was well aware of his own condition. Tonight's battle was largely due to luck, or perhaps he knew about Samehada's intelligence, yet Suikaze and Fubuki repeatedly used Samehada as bait, only to nearly fall short. A piercing pain shot through his eye, causing Uchiha Yura's eyelashes to tremble involuntarily. He inwardly exclaimed in shock, ordinary Mangekyo Sharingan really shouldn't be overused. But the power of this dojutsu is truly terrifying. 1 minute. His Mangekyo Sharingan's time manipulation jutsu, activated within a minute, allowed him to unleash ninjutsu and genjutsu that could be called Sage Mode, instantly increasing their power 5-fold. This is also the reason he could single-handedly suppress numerous hidden mist village ninjas. His inherent strength, combined with the blessing of the Cursed Seal, had already increased his combat power to a considerable level, at least reaching the peak of the cage level. With the added enhancement of the Mangekyo Sharingan, his combat power instantly reached cage level. It was precisely because of this that his ninjutsu was so overwhelmingly terrifying when facing the elite Hidden Mist Village ninjas. Following the duel, especially the Hidden Mist Village ninja's hidden killing move, Surikazen Fubuki, which he considered his ultimate technique, was something Uchiha Yura had already understood. Conversely, his opponent was completely oblivious to his fighting style and various ninjutsu techniques. He was deliberately feigning ignorance and was easily defeated. However, the Great Water Release Bullet technique is truly terrifying. Only by facing it firsthand can one truly appreciate its power. No wonder even Hoshigaki Kisame in the original story considered this technique his ultimate trump card. This jutsu was of a high rank if it weren't for his giant snake flowing substitution jutsu. This almost insane jutsu would have probably caused him to fall this time. At the same time, he secretly felt fortunate. No wonder Orochimaru was so difficult to deal with in the original story. This substitution jutsu was truly a life-saving jutsu of the highest level. Lord Yoru, your eyes. Although Uchiha Yura said nothing was wrong, Utsugi Yugo, as his bodyguard, still devotedly stepped forward, her voice heavy and serious. With one hand, she used a healing jutsu, using only green chakra to treat his bloodshot eyes. A cool sensation spread through his eyes, the ninja's mode of operation, prioritizing the restoration of combat power and helping powerful ninjas recover their strength, had become ingrained in his very being. In the original story, Utsugi Yugo worked in the military's medical logistics unit, so it's clear that she also possesses a talent for medical ninja. Madogai quickly sent 3 squads to prepare to support Kakashi. I'm afraid the Hidden Mist Village ninjas might have some ulterior motive. Upon hearing that Kakashi was in danger, Might, who had been panting heavily, suddenly looked serious and shouted urgently, Yoru, rest assured. I will definitely not let my comrades fall into danger. This is youth, after all. After shouting loudly, Madogai immediately went to report the situation. After all, he was only a genin at the moment, and naturally had no right to lead 3 squads, unless they were 3 genin squads. The Konoha encampment was a mess after a major battle, with uneven puddles and mud everywhere, and traces of fire release, lightning release, and other ninjutsu techniques left behind. Set up in the highest position at the base, Uchiha Yura tried his best to maintain steady breathing, while professional medical ninjas came to alleviate his fatigue and accelerate his chakra recovery. Itsuki Yugao, Yui Kurenai, and Mitarashi Anko calmly and continuously scan the surroundings, maintaining vigilance. In combat, while carrying out missions, ninjas always suppress all other emotions. In a mission, the mission must be the priority. This is a rule, and something ingrained in the very essence of all ninjas training from a young age. Therefore, it can be said that this bizarre world also has its captivating aspects. When you have power and status, you can control the life and death of others, especially when you have bodyguards and subordinates who are willing to sacrifice their lives to protect you. It seems as if some kind of gene, hidden deep within, is awakening. Or rather, to put it another way, everyone has this kind of controlling desire, a hidden gene that makes others sacrifice everything for you. Lord Yoru, the Hidden Mist Village ninjas must have retreated. While the mission was indeed a mission, the inscription within the seal made Itsugi Yugo remember this point forever, and Uchiha Yoru, looking around under the night sky, also nodded slightly. Hopefully, the Hidden Mist Village ninjas haven't set up an ambush. But secretly, he had already informed Shisui and Kakashi. This time, no one expected Tsurukaze and Fuguki to personally take action, and moreover, it was such a coincidence that he knew exactly which ninjutsu the opponent was using. It could be said that Tsurukaze and Fuguki's intelligence-gathering methods tonight were almost entirely known to him. In his eyes, he was just a fat pig waiting to be slaughtered. While the other party's intelligence gathering was still largely at the initial stage of investigation, he was proficient in Fire Release, Lightning Release, and Lightning Release Nintaijutsu, but tonight, with the blessing of his Sharingan and a minute of Sage Mode, he directly shattered all of his opponent's intelligence. The intelligence was unequal, which is why the enemy suffered such a complete defeat. Similarly, after today, if the two sides were to clash again, no one would dare predict the outcome of the battle, because ninjas always rely on intelligence to formulate targeted tactics. Unfortunately, losing his greatsword Samehada Tsurukaze and Fuguki's combat power was greatly reduced. Otherwise, in a future battle, he wouldn't dare say he'd win for sure. After all, he had revealed almost all of his techniques tonight, except for the Mangekyo Sharingan, which he still kept hidden. But his opponent clearly knew he possessed a forbidden technique that could temporarily increase his combat power. Now that his intelligence has been leaked, fortunately, he managed to sever the enemy's Samehada greatsword, directly reducing their fighting power significantly. At least he can remain calm for a while. After all, losing the Samehada greatsword is a major event, and surely the enemy won't make a big fuss about it. Kurenai, the Samehada greatsword, belongs to the life-form Shinobu Katana, and Kuchiosu has taken it. It must belong to Kuchiosu's Shinobu Katana. Quickly record this information and send it back to the village. To be. Thinking this, Uchiha Yoru calmly took on the task of handling official duties in front of the numerous Konoha ninjas, and many Konoha ninjas, seeing this, showed expressions of admiration and respect. Lord Yoru was incredibly reckless. At this critical moment, he still remembered to relay enemy intelligence back to avoid further losses for his own village's ninjas. However, no one had anticipated that Uchiha Yoru would secretly break the Samehada greatsword in half, for tonight's battle would undoubtedly reveal his true strength. His contributions were too great, his surname was not permitted. Not good, Lord Yoru. News has come from another base that Lord Shisui's supply lines were attacked by Hidden Mist Village ninjas. A precious chakra metal and a large quantity of refined equipment were stolen by the Hidden Mist Village ninjas, and the supply warehouse was blown to pieces. Lord Hizashi has sent an urgent report. Hidden Mist Village ninjas have launched a multi-line attack, burning down our logistics warehouse. Countless medical supplies, kunai, explosive tags, and another warehouse containing chakra metal have been destroyed. Just as the joyous celebration of their great victory subsided, bad news suddenly arrived, instantly causing everyone's triumphant smiles to stiffen. They had 3 bases, and naturally, they wanted to store the chakra metal and refined iron they had unearthed separately. But now, you're saying there's nothing left. Upon hearing this news, Uchiha Yoru took a deep breath late at night, then calmly and sternly said, "Issue orders to all Konoha ninjas to maintain a high level of vigilance, prioritizing defense to avoid falling into their trap." It seems the Hidden Mist Village ninjas' plan to decapitate someone tonight is real. And their multi-pronged harassment is also real. Quickly head to the village to request reinforcements. The Hidden Mist Village ninjas must be on the front lines providing support, otherwise there wouldn't be such a large commotion. At the same time, expedite the delivery of supplies. Furthermore, tonight, the Konoha ninjas are working together to defend against the Hidden Mist Village's attack, but Commander Uchiha Yoru's command was ineffective, leading to heavy losses of supplies on the front lines. Even precious chakra metals were secretly intercepted by the Hidden Mist Village ninjas. I am willing to bear the tactical failure alone and report the battle situation on the front lines accurately to the village. Lord Yoru. That's impossible, Lord Yoru. As Uchiha Yoru's solemn voice echoed, the surrounding Konoha ninjas immediately showed expressions of reluctance and unwillingness. It was clear they hadn't prepared well, and as a result, their commander was bearing the brunt of the punishment. A ninja commander who can charge to the front lines in battle, even a single person blocking the path of a powerful enemy, is absolutely welcome. After all, ninjas are full of passion, and savage killing is a symbol of strength. Ninjas are born to admire the strong. In battle, there are strong individuals and commanders who can rush to the front lines to protect them, and after the battle, they can even take the blame for them. So where do you find such commanders? They had also served many captains and commanders, and in most cases of battle failure, they would look for a reason, which is to say, how did this happen? But they were all punished together, which is to say, the law doesn't hold everyone accountable. Furthermore, in the event of failure, the commander invited qualified jonin to a secret meeting, after which they were completely unaware of the situation. But this time, the young commander Uchiha Yoru directly took full responsibility for carrying out all the punishments, and even wanted to share the credit for their achievements. This kind of situation was something they had never encountered in their lives. For a moment, countless ninjas were overwhelmed with emotion, and for many, the image of Orochimaru, which had once been in their minds, gradually faded, replaced by the towering figure of Uchiha Yoru before them. Konoha. The Hokage was in his office, puffing out smoke, filling the air with a thick, smoky smell. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, with a somewhat serious expression, handed the intelligence report to his three old companions. Take a look at the battle report from the Hidden Mist Village's front lines. It was clear that this battle report had drawn Sarutobi Hiruzen's attention, even alarming the Konoha high-ranking officials. Midokado Homura, Uchiha Koharu, and Shimura Danzu, along with the Konoha F4, once again gathered in one room. After everyone had finished reading the intelligence report, Shimura Danzu first frowned, revealing a sinister glint in his eyes. Sarutobi, the Uchiha clan's brat's strength shouldn't be underestimated. After all, this brat is so young, if we let him get away with it, he might become uncontrollable. Shimura Danzu was focused on the Uchiha clan's threat, while Midokado Homura remained relatively calm, saying in a low voice, "Sarutobi, are you worried about the Hidden Mist Village ninjas?" Upon hearing Midokado Homura's words, Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded slightly and said in a low voice, "Suikazan Fuguki," as the fourth Mizukage's trusted confidant personally went to the front lines, not to mention formulating the beheading plan. Although it failed, I fear that at least 200 or 300 ninja from the Hidden Mist Village reinforced the front lines, otherwise, each of our bases wouldn't have suffered such serious damage. Danzo, you shouldn't always be staring at this young Uchiha Yoru, if you want to see the bigger picture. What is the attitude of the Hidden Mist Village ninjas now that they're increasing their troops? At this point, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression showed even more dissatisfaction as he looked at Shimura Danzu. Seeing this, Danzo couldn't help but snore coldly. What could they possibly want? The Hidden Mist Village ninjas are nothing more than trying to seize Uzu no Kuni's territory, not only to absorb its vast resources, but also to use it as a stepping stone for the future. It was clear that Shimura Danzu wasn't stupid either. He had long seen through the Hidden Mist Village ninjas' intentions, but he valued the Uchiha's threat even more. As for Uzu no Kuni's strategic weak point, how could Konoha let it go? They were just Hidden Mist Village ninjas, after all. Uchiha Koharu shook her head at Shimura Danzu's demeanor and said, "Sarutobi, the Hidden Mist Village ninjas have ill intentions this time. If the Hidden Mist Village ninjas send reinforcements, we can also send reinforcements. But the problem now is the Hidden Mist Village ninjas' attitude." This was what was on his mind, and Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately nodded solemnly, saying, "Not bad. If the Hidden Mist Village ninjas increase their troops, we should also increase ours. The key issue is that the war situation is expanding, and what will be the attitude of the Hidden Mist Village ninjas? If the Hidden Mist Village ninjas continue to increase their troops, should we also do so? At that point, I fear Uzu no Kuni will become a huge vortex. Even because the war is escalating, this place will create friction between us and the Hidden Mist Village ninjas. 3 wars have just passed, and the other ninja villages are resting and recuperating. Konoha cannot afford to fall into the mire of war. This is what worries them. The 3 great ninja villages suffered heavy casualties in all 3 battles, and now they all need rest and recuperation. If they continue fighting relentlessly against the Hidden Mist Village ninjas, they fear that other ninja villages will overexert themselves and cause trouble. Taking a deep drag from his pipe, and followed by a thick cloud of smoke, Shimura Danzu frowned, his expression sinister and menacing as he said in a low voice, Saratobi. The crucial situation in the Battle of Uzu no Kuni hinges on the attitude of the Hidden Mist Village ninjas. In short, even if you don't want to fight, the Hidden Mist Village ninjas will definitely fight, and you can't do anything about it. After all, Uzu no Kuni is too strategically important, and Konoha absolutely cannot stand idly by and watch it become a frontline outpost for the Hidden Mist Village ninjas. It could be said that Konoha, while it could stand idly by and watch as it fell into the hands of powerful forces, becoming a chaotic place, would absolutely not want it to fall into the hands of the Hidden Mist Village ninjas. I have ordered the Lightning Country's defense forces to withdraw 430 ninjas from a certain area and advance towards Uzu no Kuni to provide reinforcements. When the third Hokage Saratobi Hiruzen uttered these words, the three of them were startled, and Uchiha Kaharu frowned and said, Saratobi, aren't you being too reckless? That's right, with over 1,000 ninja troops on our side in Uzu no Kuni territory, this is an extremely dangerous sign. Even Mitokado Homura was somewhat cautious, and Shimura Danzu, upon hearing this, narrowed his eyes even more. Although he belonged to the war faction, he still had to consider the consequences. He looked up, about to say something, but then saw Saratobi Hiruzen's calm demeanor, and immediately swallowed back the words he was about to say. Saratobi, are you planning to investigate the Hidden Mist Village ninjas? As expected of an old friend, Shimura Danzu, upon seeing Saratobi Hiruzen's calm old face, instantly understood something and blurted out the question. Upon hearing Shimura Danzu's words, Saratobi Hiruzen's face lit up with a joyful smile as he nodded, Not bad, Danzo, you and I share the same idea. At this moment, Saratobi Hiruzen's face showed a calm and composed expression as he calmly said in a low voice, the losses in the 3 battles for the Hidden Mist Village were absolutely not small. Moreover, following the widespread policy of bloodshed, although the Land of Water is in a state of blockade, everyone knows the situation of the Hidden Mist Village ninjas. Therefore, the Hidden Mist Village ninjas want to rest and recuperate. Choosing to start a war at Uzu no Kuni at this time will only drag the Hidden Mist Village ninjas into the quagmire of war. Saratobi Hiruzen's plan was simple. It was a test of courage. You Hidden Mist Village ninjas are no match for Konoha in that respect. Do you dare to get yourself into the quagmire of war? After hearing Saratobi Hiruzen's analysis, Uchiha Kaharu subtly considered it and seemed to agree, nodding in admiration. Saratobi, you're right. After implementing the Blood Mist policy, the Hidden Mist Village ninjas have consistently upheld the principle of elite ninjas reign supreme. It's safe to say that the number of ninjas in the 5 great nations is only slightly greater than that of the Hidden Sand Village. The Sand Village ninjas were forced to start training elite ninjas because their country suffered heavy losses in battle, and the daimyo of the Wine country cut funding. The Mist Village ninjas, on the other hand, purely trained elite ninjas through bloodshed. Although that's what they say, the Hidden Mist Village is still a large village, so they should still maintain some dignity. Mitokado Homura's words made Saratobi Hiruzen smile and nod, saying, this reinforcement unit will be sent to the front lines under the pretext of resupplying the heavily damaged front lines. We'll give the Hidden Mist Village ninjas enough face. If the Hidden Mist Village ninjas choose peace talks, or intentionally manipulate the situation to keep the war under control, then this reinforcement unit will just be inspecting the front lines and will return. Upon hearing Saratobi Hiruzen's subsequent plan, Shimura Danzu's face darkened. He snorted coldly and directly expressed his dissatisfaction. Saratobi, since you've already done everything, why did you ask us to come here first? Seeing Danzo's displeased expression, it was as if everyone had returned to the past. Saratobi Hiruzen, rarely showing a smile, said, Danzo, if you have any opinions, please speak up. This isn't a plan that hasn't been implemented yet. Saratobi Hiruzen's magnanimous demeanor only fueled Shimura Danzu's resentment. Saru, you're truly a terrible person. You've reached the highest position of Hokage, and now you're saying such sarcastic things, magnanimous. I, the old man, have already been magnanimous to reach this position. For a brief moment, Konoha's for high-ranking officials devised a plan to deal with the Hidden Mist Village ninjas, preparing to use overwhelming force to compel them to negotiate peace. Or in other words, to once again control the war within a small-scale conflict involving thousands of people. While Konoha's high-ranking were imagining and planning their next move, they were unaware that the Hidden Mist Village ninjas were no longer under the control of the 4th Mizukage. However, any village leader facing such a situation would at least try to control minor conflicts within a certain range, if not for peace talks. Unfortunately, the 4th Mizukage was being manipulated. Izu no Kuni Konoha and the Hidden Mist Village ninjas briefly appeared in peace, but a sinister aura permeated everywhere. Clearly, the overwhelming victory almost made the Hidden Mist Village's ninja commander, Surikazen Fuguki, leave behind several Konoha ninjas, each with a look of resentment on their faces. Because the entire front line is rife with rumors that the Hidden Mist Village ninjas have reinforced their troops and attacked their supply depots, their morale is now extremely high. If the Hidden Mist Village ninjas make another move and attack a few more times, their supplies will be cut off. And the ninjas of the Hidden Mist Village, on the other hand, are incomparably bizarre. Repressed within his tent, Suikazen Fuguki, his arms wrapped in bandages, revealed a look of profound unease. The mission had failed, and the heavy losses were nothing compared to the deaths of others. But the loss of his great sword, Samehada, stirred him deeply. At least half of his strength depended on Samehada. Damn it, what kind of medicine is Konoha selling in that gourd? Konoha clearly won, but time and again they keep saying something about their own logistics warehouse being burned down and suffering heavy losses, without a single piece of information about stealing Samehada. Knowing that a ninja stole the Samehada greatsword from the battlefield was a truly great achievement and accomplishment, yet none of the Konoha ninjas knew about it. Could it be that Konoha is planning to secretly resolve this matter, not wanting the situation to escalate? Suikazen Fuguki seemed to have thought of something, and his chubby face immediately showed a look of realization. Yes, that must be it. After all, Konoha doesn't want the conflict with the Hidden Mist Village ninjas to escalate further. Clearly, Konoha's great victory now, a seemingly disastrous one, is meant to save face for the Hidden Mist Village ninjas, and they are preparing for a secret reconciliation. Thinking this, Suikazen Fuguki immediately gritted his teeth and said, "Damn Uchiha brats, this time you Konoha people are being sensible." Having thought this through, he immediately decided to keep the news of the Samehada sword's disappearance a secret. After all, it would be embarrassing for him if the news spread. Since he would be returning soon anyway, it was better to keep it a secret for now. Konoha ninjas who wanted to mediate wouldn't deliberately publicize the matter. This misunderstanding quickly escalated, leading to completely different viewpoints between the two sides, and laying the groundwork for future conflict. Izu no Kuni, the Konoha ninja base. At this moment, inside the tent, Uchiha Yoru sat upright, his eye already very tired. The Mangekyo Sharingan's power was indeed terrifying, but its side effects were also very significant. He had to restrain himself and use it sparingly, taking extra time to rest and recover. Otherwise, he would end up like Sasuke, the Mangekyo Sharingan that had caused the fastest blindness in Uchiha history. Yoru, this is a loss this time. When Hada Kakashi handed over the loss report, Uchiha Yoru's face immediately showed a strange expression after reading it, and she looked up at Kakashi. No one ever imagined that the honest Hada Kakashi could be so skilled in this art. A single powerful flame instantly transformed numerous ledgers into ironclad truths. Kakashi, this time the reported losses seem a bit higher. Hearing Uchiha Yoru's words, Hada Kakashi calmly nodded and said, "I secretly put aside the metal chakra, refined iron, and some medical supplies this time, which will help make the bill look nicer." That's great. Seeing the perfectly calm Hada Kakashi, who, with that tranquil tone, spoke as if he were turning the embezzled records into a death warrant, Uchiha Yoru hadn't said anything yet. But Hyuga Hizashi and Uchiha Shisui, standing beside him, felt their eyelids twitch. Hyuga Hizashi, being a former branch family head, had naturally participated in some political affairs from an early age. Relatively speaking, he understood the principle that water that is too clear has no fish, but this kind of skillful yet untraceable method truly left him in awe. After Hada Kakashi finished reporting, it was Hyuga Hizashi's turn. He looked somewhat embarrassed, his face showing a hint of awkwardness. After all, being from a prestigious family, he had truly never done anything like this before. The Hyuga clan had once been the main branch of the family, and now they were separated. How could he dare to harbor such thoughts? "Lord Yoru, this is the damage to the camp I'm in charge of." Thanks to timely rescue efforts, we were able to recover about 30% of the military supplies and equipment. Indeed, Hyuga Hizashi's courage up there is no match for Kakashi's. He still managed to hold back 3/10 of the casualties. Look at Kakashi's report. It's practically a total loss. The report clearly indicated excellent results. The Hidden Mist Village ninjas used a large number of explosive tags and fire-release jutsu, directly burning everything to ashes. To prevent a diversionary tactic, Kakashi issued a special order after the battle. As a result, the ninjas obeyed the order and simply watched the warehouse burn down. Yet they all held their ground, and no one attempted to rescue it. Even though Kakashi wasn't at the base at the time, the order was still effective. When it was finally Uchiha Shisui's turn, he said in a firm, low voice, "Brother, all the supplies and medical supplies were attacked by the Hidden Mist Village ninjas. Less than 1/10 were saved, and the rest were completely destroyed by fire. That's quite something." The 3 individuals in charge of the area were all attacked by Hidden Mist Village ninjas, suffering extremely heavy losses, especially Kakashi, who was in charge of the area. Although Kakashi, being a high-ranking official, wasn't at the base to guard it, it must be said that this was truly brutal. Exactly how much was burned, no one knows. However, the numerous records in the warehouse, for no apparent reason, reveal the exact circumstances. Nevertheless, once a fire breaks out, all the troublesome traces and invoices become clear. A saying fades away in the fire. Looking at the 3 people clearly, Uchiha Yuri silently and gently tapped the table, finally speaking in a low voice to Hyuga Hizashi first. "Hizashi, you are now under considerable pressure as the separated head of the clan, so I don't know about your part of the responsibility. First, stabilize the clan's finances." Hyuga Hizashi, though having a powerful family behind him, faced immense pressure. Upon hearing this, he immediately showed gratitude, nodding firmly and saying, "Lord Yuru, I understand." This ledger, tucked into the back pocket, could almost be said to signify that the Hyuga clan's separation was inextricably linked to Uchiha Yoru, but Hyuga Hizashi was also forced to do so. Now that the Hyuga clan has split off, it's a hot potato. No one in Konoha dares to touch it, for anyone would risk offending the clan's leader. Only those who have followed Orochimaru's faction from the beginning can find refuge. Currently, it seems that's not so bad. At least he sees hope. Kakashi, worthy of being the later Hokage ninja, not only possessed natural ninja talent but also had an innate understanding of this area, directly and calmly implementing his plan to pocket the public funds. Is there a problem with the accounts? Afraid of being traced? Once a fire breaks out, the extent of the losses isn't determined by their statements. All the books will simply contradict each other. Inside the military tent, Hyuga Hizashi, Uchiha Shisui, and Hada Kakashi, these 3 could practically be considered his members of the organization. Kakashi, you and Shisui should keep a close watch on things nearby. Be careful of any attacks from Hidden Mist Village ninjas before reinforcements arrive. Ultimately, all the Konoha ninja camp now knew that although they had achieved strategic victory, they had failed to guard against an internal traitor leaking intelligence, allowing the Hidden Mist Village ninjas to launch a large-scale attack on their supplies from behind. Yoru, this time it's planting trees to reveal intelligence. Ninjas possess incredibly powerful detection abilities, not to mention countless bizarre and ingenious ninjutsu techniques. Naturally, the traitor in the camp would be captured, but Kakashi repeatedly brought it up here, immediately making Uchiha Yoru realize that things were probably not as simple as they seemed. "Kakashi, is there something wrong with the mole this time?" As Uchiha Yoru's gaze gradually became serious, even Uchiha Shisui, the slowest to react, noticed something was wrong and stared intently at Kakashi. Only Hizashi, with his rigid expression, remained unreadable, his face showing no discernible emotion. Hada Kakashi remained silent for a moment before weakly saying, "The family who planted the tree is being threatened, and this threat comes from within the village, secretly orchestrated by the 3rd Hokage's eldest daughter-in-law." Upon hearing these words, Uchiha Yoru remained silent, but Uchiha Shisui's eyes blazed with ferocity and bloodshot veins. This name brought back unpleasant memories for him. Damn it, it's her again. How can someone like her still be alive? First, Lord Orochimaru, and now this situation, damn it. Shisui gritted his teeth, seething with hatred, while Uchiha Yoru fell silent. He then raised his hand to stop Shisui from venting his anger, and looked at Kakashi weakly, saying, "Does anyone else know about this?" Hada Kakashi nodded silently and said, "There's also Madogai and Genma, the unknowing fire." Ultimately, this clue was something the three of them had uncovered together. Upon hearing this, Haruka Hizashi chose to remain silent, his eyes fixed intently on Uchiha Yoru, seemingly awaiting orders, displaying the perfect execution of a ninja obeying commands. With Kakashi's silent gaze lowered, Uchiha Yoru spoke, his voice low and hushed. "The village needs stability, and besides, we can't touch the third Hokage's eldest daughter-in-law. And this person, if he remains alive, will only be a disaster, harming us and his family." At this moment, even Uchiha Shisui understood the meaning behind the words. His anger, which had been present just moments before, now turned into sorrow. He said hoarsely, unwilling to accept the situation, "Brother, why?" They were all ninjas willing to sacrifice their lives for the village on the front lines, and in the end, they were betrayed by their own village. This person was betrayed by the village, and then manipulated by others. Therefore, Shisui was even more enraged by the corruption of the high-ranking officials, not by this ordinary ninja who was toyed with by fate. Having been separated from her master and enslaved for so long, Haruka Hizashi's mindset was more stable, and coupled with her extensive experience, she naturally possessed a stronger ability to accept things. Kakashi, being purely politically minded, could clearly understand the root of this matter. The opponent's target was Uchiha Yoru, and it was entirely aimed at the Uchiha from yesterday. At this moment, Kakashi's heart was also filled with sorrow and anger. Uchiha Yoru's strength had become a threatening situation, and the Sarutobi clan had begun to consider eliminating their opponents. Under such circumstances, would there still be strong warriors in the village? I'm afraid that's not the case. All-powerful ninjas can only live under the shadow of the Sarutobi clan, and once they cross this boundary, they will be targeted. Kakashi. Uchiha Yoru's hoarse voice echoed through the tent. He calmly looked at the last three people and said, "You personally lead Genma's squad, Madogai's squad, and Yui Kiranai's squad to carry out this mission. This man died due to severe injuries and illness. I don't want to judge right or wrong, but his family in the village is innocent. They need his heroic status." After listening, Hada Kakashi nodded slightly in silence. He explained that taking Madogai and Genma's team along had two purposes. Firstly, to win their hearts and see if they were willing to join them, and secondly, to carry the information on their backs, so that the secret wouldn't be revealed later. Ultimately, even if this person is dead, not a single piece of information can be revealed. It's enough if those in the shadows know that this person hasn't disclosed any secrets. Once secrets are revealed, they will all be targeted. There are certain secrets that only the dead possess the talent to keep confidential, a principle Kakashi still understands. Even with Yui Kurenai's three-person squad, Kakashi understood that they needed to unite more forces. All three were geniuses, not to mention trustworthy individuals, which was a clear indication of their potential. Accepting them would mean they would become part of their inner circle. Who would dare betray you? Who would let the person behind you know this secret? You might be fine for now, but can you be sure you'll be all right later? After all, for those in positions of power, this is considered a stain on their reputation. Hada Kakashi wasn't offended by Uchiha Yoru's tactics. On the contrary, he showed a resolute expression. Given the Genma team's unique circumstances, betrayal was almost impossible. Furthermore, Yui Kiranai's team were considered classmates, and after so long of working together, they seemed to have earned Uchiha Yoru's trust. The probability of betrayal was very low, which is why he wanted to recruit them into his inner circle. Ultimately, their grand scheme required more than just one or two people to change the village. It needed the unity of many more. Shisui Itachi has also just arrived at the front lines, so you should take Itachi with you and let him witness the dark side of politics. This is a responsibility he, as the son of the clan head, must bear. Although Uchiha Knight's tone was calm, it revealed a heavy burden of responsibility weighing on his shoulders. With a weary wave of his hand, the three men, each with a different expression, slowly withdrew. In the quiet tent, only Uchiha Yoruichi remained. He rubbed his weary eyebrows, and a slow, mocking smile formed at the corners of his mouth, his black eyes revealing a cold, sarcastic grin. Sarutobi Shinosuke. Haha, I should thank you, my lady, for sending over such a whetstone. It's perfect for sharpening those knives in his hands. Mado Gai, Uchiha Itachi, Yuhi Kiranai, Mitarashi Anko, Utsugi Yugao, and Genma's three-person squad, after witnessing the decay of the Dark Village, believed that no one would sit idly by and watch the village continue to decay. Even Yuhi Kiranai and Utsugi Yugao, whose identities were questionable, were involved. Thinking about this, Uchiha Yoru narrowed his eyes. Perhaps this was his way of probing, and it was also time to see the results of his efforts. The worst-case scenario is that the two of them report everything to the third Hokage, one after the other. What then? The third Hokage will only think they understand the greater good, and that to prevent any upheaval in the village, they've chosen to nip everything in the bud. As for threats, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, was also extremely arrogant. Otherwise, how could he have ruled Konoha for so many years using his own ideology? The danger isn't great. Kurenai, Tichnan, I think you two won't disappoint me, Uchiha Yoru muttered to himself, a confident smile appearing on his face. What a fine whetstone he used! Later, he had several sturdy, sharp long swords by his side, which represented the accumulation of his strength. With his fangs bared, he should also gather his own strength. Since Orochimaru is following him and the Hyuga clan has split up, he will have no way back. Lightning Kingdom, Cloud Village. In his office, the fourth Raikage, his muscular physique now revealed, put down the talisman in his hand and looked at his subordinate with a serious expression as he handed over the intelligence. After quickly glancing through the intelligence report, the fourth Raikage immediately stood up in anger, his eyes wide with scrutiny as he examined it several times before finally displaying a serious expression. Is intelligence reliable and never wrong? Lord Raikage, time is of the essence and there's no time for confirmation. Seeing the solemn expression on his trusted subordinate's face, the fourth Raikage also showed a serious expression, frowning. Konoha's reinforcements were dispatched from a border region near Sarutobi Shinnosuke's territory, intending to threaten the Hidden Mist Village ninjas. If this is true, I'm afraid Konoha intends to use this opportunity to negotiate peace with the Hidden Mist Village ninjas. No way, no matter what, I must take a gamble. What's the source of this information? Just as the fourth Raikage was about to ask how he had obtained it, he suddenly saw a familiar signature, and his pupils immediately contracted. It's him, a Konoha high-ranking spy. This wasn't the first time, but each time the enemy's intelligence was accurate. Thinking of this, the fourth Raikage gritted his teeth and said in a low voice, although there are risks, we must try this time. We cannot allow Konoha and the Hidden Mist Village ninjas to negotiate peace. We must gather our elite forces and prepare to secretly intercept Konoha's reinforcements this time. Yes, deep within the Hidden Cloud Village, a detachment of elite soldiers carrying out a crucial mission for the Raikage secretly set out. Earth Kingdom, Rock Shadow Village. In his office, the red-nosed Sachikage Noki looked at the intelligence report in his hand, frowning slightly. It's that mysterious person's intelligence again. Although it's highly reliable, it's still somewhat dangerous. The third Hokage, Sarutobi, is known for his cunning tactics, using the expansion of his battle achievements to threaten the Hidden Mist Village ninjas. The Hidden Mist Village ninjas suffered heavy losses in the 3 battles, and I fear this time they will truly be able to take what Sarutobi said. Sarutobi Hiruzen's scheme was a blatant, open attack. Did you Hidden Mist Village ninjas dare to risk it? Did you dare to expand upon the fruits of your battle? To be honest, opening up a battlefield of 1 or 2,000 ninjas in Uzu no Kuni would only drag them down, but the losses for the Hidden Mist Village ninjas would be immense. Noki, seeing through the situation, couldn't help but frown. It seems we need to take action this time, to completely disrupt Konoha's threat plan. The best way to do that is to disguise ourselves as Hidden Mist Village ninjas and eliminate this reinforcement force that has instigated a war between Hidden Mist Village ninjas and Konoha. Thinking this, Noki pondered for a while before making a decision, sending out an elite combined force of the Kazekage and Raikage. If Konoha were to go to war with the Hidden Mist Village ninjas, it would be something everyone would want to see. It's undeniable that the older the ginger, the spicier it gets. The third Hokage was afraid of causing more trouble, which is why he withdrew elite troops from the Lightning Country's border defense line. However, despite all his precautions, he failed to prevent the leakage of intelligence from those within. Noki's methods were unusually ruthless and vicious. He wanted to sabotage Konoha's plan to threaten the Hidden Mist Village ninjas, and he didn't hesitate to exert himself, knowing that the losses would be irreparable. However, by joining forces with the Kazakage and Reikage, even though this was Konoha's scheme, they could jointly bear the risks. Konoha shares a common enemy, and no one wants to see Konoha resting and recuperating. After all, the Land of Fire has too strong internally. It took them 10 years to recover, but Konoha only needed 5 years. This is the difference in internal strength. Fongkwak, Ket Village. The fourth Kazakage, Ressa, looked at the intelligence transmitted by the rock image and immediately revealed a cold, mocking smile. What a cunning old man! Your calculations are quite impressive. Although he knew the truth, Ressa ultimately fell silent. The Sand Village suffered the greatest losses in the 3 battles, leading to a large number of missions being taken over by neighboring Konoha. Furthermore, due to their nation's defeat, the Sand Village ninjas had to hand over a portion of their annual missions to Konoha to complete. This was both a humiliation and a weakening of the Sand Village's tactics. His ascension to power coincided with the most difficult and weakest period for the Sand Village, and even the Grand Duke of the Wine Kingdom had cut funding, causing him even more headaches. Don't be fooled by his mastery of the golden dust escape technique. Panning for gold in the vast desert is not that easy. One reason for the low purity of the gold dust is that it further exacerbates the already harsh conditions of the Fung Kingdom, making it even colder with snow and frost. Moreover, the world is full of golden sand. What is the ratio of golden dust to sand grains? It's like a vast sea of sand, even if he used his earth release jutsu to exhaust all his golden dust in a lifetime. How much desert could he possibly create? Gold dust refers to the molten rock that has been eroded by river water. Therefore, the more gold dust there is, the more it is buried underground in the muddy river water. Leaving aside the question of how deep the underground rivers in the desert are, let's consider the destructive power of gold panning within these rivers. Fung Kingdom is an arid country with a severe water shortage, so the devastating consequences of damaging the underground rivers would be far greater than the gains. He then asked, how much could he possibly dig up in a year of risking his life? He shouldn't even dream of digging in such a vast desert. Let alone considering its depth, the gold dust is mostly buried in the deepest parts. Having said that, he spent a month scouring an entire desert, and the gold he unearthed was less than what he earned from a single mission. Gold dust with a purity of less than 5%. Therefore, it's not worth it. Besides, his gold dust was also collected and sealed in a container, nurtured with chakra during normal times, ready for direct use in battle, just like Gaara's gourd. In the end, the golden dust, sand particles sealed in an inconspicuous location, during battles similar to the Hidden Mist Village ninjas Shinobuga Tanakuchioshi, became a part of him, capable of being summoned and used at any time. Self-explanatory bug. There's an opportunity to weaken Konoha. We can't miss it. Making the Hidden Mist Village and Konoha fight each other was, for the Hidden Sand Village, a win-win situation with no downsides, since neither of these 2 ninja villages was on good terms with them. Now that Konoha is practically sucking the blood out of the Sand Village, perhaps this time they can weaken this mighty tiger that is Konoha. In an instant, the fourth Kazakage Ressa made up his mind and directly addressed his trusted confidant in a low voice. Baki, I need you to personally take charge of this matter. Secretly deploy elite forces, cooperate with the Hidden Stone Village ninjas and the Hidden Cloud Village ninjas, and execute this plan. It's undeniable that the third Sachikage Noki was ruthless in his tactics. He also employed an open scheme, and no one wanted to see Konoha able to rest and recover peacefully. Konoha was engulfed in war, hindering their cultivation progress for a year. They could have caught up in a year, and the 3 great wars almost gave them hope of bringing Konoha down from the mortal realm. But the final step failed, and this time they were seething with anger, wanting to once again drag Konoha down from its position as the leader of the 5 great ninja villages. At this time, far away at the border, Sarutobi Shinosuke had just dispatched ninja reinforcements, but his wife, Sarutobi Katsu, came to cause trouble. What do you want to do now? Seeing Sarutobi Shinosuke's resentful gaze, Sarutobi Sage sneered. I didn't do anything. I just told them to slow down their journey and be careful along the way, just in case they ambushed us with Hidden Mist Village ninjas. Sarutobi Shinosuke wasn't a fool. He glared at his wife, realizing he wanted to buy time, causing Uzu no Kuni to encounter difficulties on the battlefield with Uchiha Yoru, which he could then use to weaken its reputation. It was also because Sarutobi Shinosuke, after finally falling silent, said weakly, "Father is right. Your ambition is too great. I cannot tolerate you anymore." Sarutobi, however, let out a cold laugh. "My ambition is great. Am I not doing what you want to do but dare not? I'm merely doing it for you." Water Kingdom, Mist Village. In his office, the fourth Mizukage, Karatachi Yagura, with his baby-like face, revealed a sinister and vicious expression. As he looked at the situation in his hands and bowed his head, a red light flashed in his eyes. If anyone paid attention, they would see that this fleeting red light contained traces of the Sharingan. Konoha's third Hokage is preparing to use the increased troop numbers to threaten the Hidden Mist Village ninjas, either to expand the spoils of war or to make an exchange. The third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen's tactics were undeniably brilliant, a blatant scheme. The Hidden Mist Village's ninjas were no match for Konoha. If they didn't want to become one of the 5 great ninja villages, they had no choice but to consider this issue. Even the other Hidden Leaf Village Cage were considering this issue. No one would think that the Hidden Mist Cage would disregard the need to fight Konoha to the death, because it wouldn't be in their best interests. Ha ha! A sinister laugh echoed through the Mizukage's office. The intelligence scroll in his hand slowly turned to fine powder. Everyone had anticipated this, but unfortunately, they had miscalculated just one thing. That's why the Mizukage of the Hidden Mist Village didn't care at all about the village's interests. What connection did the Hidden Mist Village ninjas have with him? Seeing the fourth Mizukage Karatachi Yagura's ferocious smile fade, he coldly commanded from outside the door, "Who's there?" Swish swish! 3 Anba ninjas from the Hidden Mist Village instantly appeared in the office, kneeling on one knee before the terrifying Mizukage, not daring to show the slightest disrespect. Karatachi Yagura said coldly, "According to Konoha's intelligence, they are preparing to withdraw 500 elite troops to the Izu no Kuni battlefield. I have decided to secretly withdraw 300 elite troops from the village to the front lines, and at the same time, secretly contact other ninja villages. I'm sure that Sachikage, Reikage, and Kazakage don't want to see Konoha's plan succeed. Tell them to join forces to eliminate this reinforcement." Yes. While the Hidden Mist Village ninjas may not be as powerful or wealthy as Konoha, Konoha is situated in the heart of the 4 great ninja wars. Its fertile geographical location means it borders almost every major ninja village directly, making its border defense line the longest and its ninja army the most heavily stationed along its borders. Konoha's deployment of the ninja corps was not kept secret. Sarutobi Hiruzen's calculations were very public. When this elite force reached the water country's border, they marched slowly and openly, creating the impression that they wanted to reinforce Izu no Kuni. But he never imagined that the moment his order was given, the Reikage, Sachikage, Kazakage, and Mizukage would already know about it and have been plotting to sabotage it from the very beginning. In particular, the third Hokage, right from the start, in order to reassure the front line and calm the unrest, directly sent a message to Uchiha Yoru on the front lines, telling him to coordinate the plan and not to worry about the issue of reinforcements from the rear. This was all to intimidate the Hidden Mist Village ninjas. It seems that from the beginning of the 3 great ninja wars, the fortunes of this man, known as the ninja hero Sarutobi Hiruzen, began to go awry. First, he suffered heavy losses in the 3 wars, and then he repeatedly lost cage-level powerhouses within the village, with nothing good ever happening to him. Not only was the third Hokage's threatening plan discovered by other ninja villages as soon as it began, but even this reinforcement force was extremely scattered from the start of its march, completely dragging its feet, as if they were afraid the other ninja villages would lack sufficient time to prepare. In the border region between the Land of Fire and the Land of Iron, hidden deep within the dense forest, were countless elite ninjas from the Hidden Mist Village, Hidden Stone Village, Hidden Sand Village, Hidden Cloud Village, and Shikoku. Surprisingly, they had joined forces, numbering around 600. Don't underestimate them just because they were only 100 more than Konoha's reinforcements, but remember, they were all elite fighters. Damn it, because we wanted to seize the initiative. We rushed to Ryu City, and now we've been waiting for 5 days. 5 days under the blazing sun, and the Konoha reinforcements are still so slow. Although the Shikoku elite joined forces, their actions were limited to ambushing Konoha's reinforcements. Each individual positioned themselves in a well-chosen location. HMPH, it seems Konoha is in a serious predicament. Marching so slowly like this, It's as if they're afraid of receiving reinforcements on the front lines. Alright, let's march quickly on our way. Konoha isn't exactly the kind of place we can rest in. Within the ambush circle, the ninjas from the Stone Village, Sand Village, and Cloud Village seem to be somewhat distant from the ninjas from the Mist Village. There was no way around it. Who said the Mist Village ninjas couldn't establish diplomatic relations? Furthermore, their policies within the Bloody Mist were naturally unappealing. This time, the leaders of the three great ninja villages all wore masks when they met, their three pairs of small eyes intently observing each other. Looking at the situation, the Hidden Mist Village ninjas seem to have been driven mad by the Blood Mist policy, yet they actually want to engage in a war of attrition with Konoha. Isn't the location of Uzu no Kuni incredibly important? Once we take it, the Hidden Mist Village ninjas can use it as a springboard to launch attacks into the Land of Fire at any time. Okay, our combined strength might seem overwhelming from below, but how can we avoid being hindered? Stop! Shikoku ninjas are inherently devious. Their honest opinions are often based on the mentality of wanting others to sacrifice their lives while they watch the show, thus minimizing their losses. Speaking at the crucial point, the three ninja captains from the Hidden Stone Village, Hidden Sand Village, and Hidden Cloud Village all showed serious expressions. In the end, Baki, the Hidden Sand Village ninja with his face covered, was the most composed. He didn't want the ambush to fail because of each of them. Baki said in a low voice, "I suggest we wait until Konoha's reinforcements arrive before setting up an ambush." After all, Konoha ninjas with Byakugan aren't pushovers. How about we four elite squads directly charge out and split the Konoha ninjas into 4 segments, each eliminating the Konoha ninjas surrounding them? How about that? Baki's words made the Hidden Stone Village ninja nod thoughtfully. That's not bad. Directly launching a hunting and extermination plan would also catch the Konoha ninjas off guard. HMPH, Konoha's reinforcements don't even have 500, so we'll each take on over 100 Konoha ninjas from each direction. Whoever kills them first gets to retreat first. Good, in that case, inform the Hidden Mist Village ninjas and tell them our plan. Wait a minute, what are your identities this time? Baki, a ninja from the Sand Village, hesitated for a moment before asking this question. After all, they couldn't possibly display their own ninja village's flag. Moreover, this time they joined forces, and their plan to frame another large ninja village couldn't be carried out. For a moment, the three of them looked at each other in view astonishment. Finally, the Cloud Village ninja simply snorted coldly, took out a headband from his chest, and directly tied it to his head, saying, "I am a Rain Village ninja." Under the gaze of the Cloud Village ninjas, only the Sand Village ninjas and the Stone Village ninjas could be seen silently and slowly taking out their forehead protectors from their chests. One was from the Iron Nation, the other from the Grass Ninja. That's quite something. The ninjas of the Stone Village, the Sand Village, and the Cloud Village, those 3 great nations, are truly nothing special. Small nations impersonating great nations ninjas want to instigate war, and they're also trying to sabotage relations and stir up friction between those small nations and Konoha. My lord, these are the ninjas from the Stone Village, the Sand Village, and the Cloud Village who devised the plan. A Hidden Mist Village ninja respectfully reported down, his eyes revealing a furious expression as he wore a Hidden Mist Village ninja mask. Damn it, they've already conspired and now they're here to inform us Hidden Mist Village ninjas. But there was no other way. The Hidden Mist Village ninjas also wanted to borrow the strength of these 3 ninja villages to lessen their own casualties. He cried out in pain and said, "Give the order. Change the plan to an ambush. Everyone prepare for battle." Yes. The Hidden Mist Village ninjas also scrambled to change their tactics to conceal themselves from the eyes and ears of the smaller nation of Shikoku. For a time, the Shikoku ninjas implicitly understood each other and chose the common tactic of framing and falsely accusing others, a common practice in the ninja world. The Hidden Mist Village ninjas deployed 300 elite soldiers this time, but they still kept 100 elite ninjas hidden as backup, lying in ambush on the coast. Konoha's reinforcement force, numbering approximately 500 ninja, initially behaved well and were incredibly cautious. However, as their captain deliberately slowed his pace, the cautious atmosphere quickly diminished. Traveling and resting along the way, even cooking picnic meals in the dense forest, and occasionally stopping to have people go to nearby towns to gather supplies. It looked like they were just sightseeing. This temporarily eased their cautious guard considerably, although many ninjas secretly felt worried. They were supposed to be providing support to the front lines, but their commanding officer was so indifferent and disrespectful. Captain Sarutobi, isn't our progress too slow? Ninjas, for the most part, still possess a burning passion within them. After all, they are tools for training ninjas, and their emotions are exceptionally pure. Facing the questioning once again, this time the serious Sarutobi commander, with a cold expression, looked at each of the secretive ninjas, clearly intending to speed up their march. You guys, it's not that I'm unwilling, but this is a top secret mission for the village. Faced with this kind of situation, Captain Sarutobi was somewhat dissatisfied. This was precisely because his authority was insufficient, leading to questioning from his subordinates. However, this time he also knew that he was quickly approaching the border, and he had other missions to complete. If he truly caused discord among his men, it would affect his future plans. This is the third Hokage to personally announce a top secret mission, and now that we're nearing the border, we'll be able to let you know. Captain Sarutobi took out a scroll and handed it to everyone, then lowered his voice and said, "The third Hokage's purpose this time is not to reinforce the front lines, but to intimidate. To create the illusion of being ready to reinforce the front lines at the border, thereby intimidating the Hidden Mist Village ninjas." When everyone looked at the intelligence scroll, they nodded in silent agreement. But some noticed the mission description on the scroll didn't match the current situation and directly said in a low voice, "Captain Sarutobi." The third Hokage clearly indicated the border area and flagpoles in every mission scroll, but isn't our marching along the way inconsistent with the mission? Moreover, deliberately delaying the march by a day increases the danger of our exposure. Shut up, I am the commander this time. Faced with the questioning, Captain Sarutobi immediately became enraged, glaring at everyone with wide eyes, clearly demonstrating that neither his strength nor his prestige could convince them. In the shadows, he could only let out a cold laugh. What do you know? This is a temporary decision made by Lord Sarutobi Shinosuke based on the third Hokage's objectives. Our slow march will only intensify the disruption on the front lines. Once we raise the signal for reinforcements, the fear in the hearts of the Hidden Mist Village ninjas will only increase. Faced with such a reluctant and perfunctory excuse, everyone wasn't stupid. It was clear this was to suppress former Orochimaru organization members on the front lines, namely Uchiha Yoru. Suikazen Fuguki was a long-established and powerful ninja, and Uchiha Yoru defeated him on the battlefield, even severely wounding him, all while facing an enemy siege. When the news spread, his reputation spread far and wide. Having just experienced 3 battles against the Konoha ninjas, he naturally understood the terrifying power of Suikazen Fuguki. Wielding the great sword Samehada, he was an absolutely renowned figure in the ninja world, yet he was defeated. Uchiha Yoru has officially established his reputation on the front lines this time. Even more importantly, Sarutobi Shinosuke's coercion was evident to everyone present. After Sarutobi Shinosuke replaced Orochimaru as the commander-in-chief of the front lines, he personally encountered this Hidden Mist Village ninja, Suikazen Fuguki, upon arriving at the border. After a major battle at the border, neither could gain the upper hand. To say that Uchiha Yoru's achievements are inferior is undeniably true. Sarutobi Shinosuke's record is certainly impressive. After all, Suikazen Fuguki had a long-standing reputation, and Sarutobi Shinosuke being able to fight on equal terms proved his strength as an elite jonin. But later came the achievements of Uchiha Yoru. Because of the saying, people are afraid of comparing themselves to others, and goods are afraid of comparing goods to goods. When you compare them, wouldn't that lower Sarutobi Shinosuke's standing? But there were also those filled with complex emotions. In their eyes, Shinosuke wasn't that kind of person. It's safe to say their judgment wasn't wrong. Sarutobi Shinosuke, though hesitant, couldn't bear the thought of someone else making this decision for him. Izu no Kuni battlefield. Coming from the rear, except for the lack of reinforcements, other supplies were continuously sent from the rear. After all, the Land of Fire was known as the largest and most resource-rich nation in the shinobi world, with the strongest economy, and Konoha was the #1 ninja village. Yes, boss, this time the reinforcements have been unusually slow since they started, and the news has already leaked out. Doesn't he fear that someone will disrupt and sabotage it? After waiting so long for the arrival of reinforcements, which were incredibly slow, Uchiha Shisu was immediately filled with rage and was venting his anger in his secluded tent. Seeing Shisui's furious expression, Uchiha Yoru said coldly, "Shisui, calm your mind, otherwise you'll only let the Mangekyo Sharingan affect your mental state." Furthermore, since the reinforcements this time are led by Sarutobi clan ninjas, you should be mentally prepared for the worst. Seeing Uchiha Shisui's dejected gaze, Uchiha Yoru shook his head slightly. "Shisui, you need to calm down. Besides, weren't reinforcements just arriving at the front lines earlier? Although not many, it still replenished our fighting force. It would have been better not to mention this." But upon hearing it, Uchiha Shisui became even more resentful, saying, "Brother, how many casualties did we suffer this time? The number of wounded ninjas needing to return to the rear for recuperation is no less than 50, not to mention those who are temporarily unable to fight due to their injuries. Their prolonged delay in the battle is essentially trampling on the lives of frontline ninjas." Shisui. Facing Uchiha Yoru's serious expression, Uchiha Shisui, unwilling to back down, said, "Brother Yoru, the village has become like this, aren't you worried?" Shisui's anger stemmed mostly from the rotten village and the greedy, black-hearted manipulations of the Sarutobi clan. Uchiha Yoru stood up solemnly and said in a deep voice, "Shisui, please remain calm and restrain your impulses. No one wants to see the village in such a dilapidated state, but the village's high-ranking officials have become stagnant. To change things, we must change, and change requires bloodshed and sacrifice. To prevent more young ninjas from shedding blood and sacrificing themselves, we are here. But right now we are still very weak. We need to consolidate our strength, unite all our forces, and then form a powerful fist. Only then will we have a chance to change everything. Individual strength is limited. I hope you can learn from the mistakes of White Fang and Orochimaru." With a solemn expression, Uchiha Yoru lowered his head. After a long silence, Uchiha Shisui took a deep breath, bowed his head, and said hoarsely, "Yes, big brother, I understand. I'll go down now. Itachi and the others are waiting for me." Uchiha Shisui, his figure filled with sorrow, slowly walked out of the tent. Izu no Kuni, Konoha's military base, is located behind a secluded mine shaft. The gloomy atmosphere of the mine was filled with an unpleasant odor, and as a ninja, he instantly recognized the smell. Bloody, sweaty, and smelly, with the added stench of feces and urine, a foul, pungent mixture of smells. "Captain Kakashi, where is this place?" Leading them to this strange place, the pit inside, were Hada Kakashi and Uchiha Shisui, causing Genma, the unknowing fire, to show a serious expression. Yui Kurenai, Itsuki Yugao, Mitarashi Anko, along with Genma, Namiyashi Rado, Tatami Iwashi, and 2 other squads, as well as Mato Gai and the nearly 7-year-old Uchiha Itachi who had just arrived. The front line's 8 people in total were brought into this unfamiliar mine tunnel. Walking at the front, Hada Kakashi revealed a cold, indifferent gaze. Facing the bewildered expressions of those behind him, he suddenly glanced back at them and coldly stated, "This is a frontline prison, a cell for detaining and interrogating enemies." Genma, momentarily lost in thought, had a somewhat displeased expression, and Mato Gai, his fellow agent, also showed a rare look of seriousness. "I trust Kakashi, and I trust even more that anyone who betrays the will of fire will not have a good ending." Comparing themselves to each other, Mato Gai's heart became even purer. Beside him, and knowing fire, Genma fell silent, and everyone else, with their ninja observational abilities, naturally didn't need many words. Looking at Mato Gai, unknowing fire, Genma, and Kakashi, they knew that the 3 of them must know something. As for the Anbu, the 3rd Hokage had secretly sent spies, and Yui Kurenai and Utsugi Yugao clearly had their suspicions piqued. Looking at the bloodstains left on the ground along the way, although their expressions remained unchanged, their hearts were filled with complex emotions, even torment. "Lord Yoru, have you discovered my true identity?" At this moment, Utsugi Yugao realized her true identity had been revealed, and a faint sadness welled up in her heart. But even more so, she felt a sense of relief, no longer having to carry the burden of guilt. Yui Kurenai calmly composed herself, but inwardly, her emotions were in turmoil. "Yoru, you don't want to see me, do you?" Thinking this, she immediately let out a self-deprecating laugh. That's right, she was just a spy. What right did she have to talk about past feelings? Only Mitarashi Anko revealed a look of resentment in her eyes, muttering discontentedly, "All those who think of harming Knight deserve to die." With her pure and unassuming personality, Mitarashi Anko inwardly believed that all the enemies here were enemies of the night, especially since Uchiha Yoru was now the highest-ranking commander in this place. Itachi, wait a little longer and see everything. Sometimes the enemy isn't necessarily from another country. They could even be from within our own country. Walking at the very back, Uchiha Shisui whispered, as if lecturing Uchiha Itachi. But when these words reached Yui Kurenai and Utsugi Yugao, it felt like he had exposed himself, and both of them immediately broke into relieved smiles. But the precocious Uchiha Itachi seemed to have thought of something, and he nodded firmly, saying in a low voice, Shisui-san, I understand what you mean. Lord Orochimaru's defeat wasn't caused by his own people, was it? It wasn't the plot of any enemy ninja, but rather a trap set by his own family from which there was no turning back. Knock knock, the slow footsteps echoed, as if echoing in their hearts. Suddenly, the footsteps stopped, and Hada Kakashi, walking at the very front, paused, looked back at everyone, and coldly said, We've arrived. As the sound of footsteps pounding against their hearts suddenly ceased, Yui Kurenai and Utsugi Yuga's hearts tightened even more. In the final moments, they looked at the wooden cell door with pounding hearts, fearing that when they opened it, the figure that appeared would be someone they didn't know how to face. Creak, the heavy doors swung open, revealing a vast prison cell where no one had ever imagined. Yui Kurenai and Utsugi Yuga secretly breathed a sigh of relief, but at the same time, a sense of disappointment washed over them. Did he not even want to see them one last time? Were they utterly hurt and disappointed by the girls? Kakashi, you've arrived. In the dry prison cell, only one Konoha ninja, whose chakra had been sealed, sat cross-legged on a pile of grass. When he saw the approaching people, he showed a look of relief, even a smile. However, upon seeing so many people enter, a wry smile immediately appeared on his face. Likewise, the fact that a criminal like me can live for such a long time can be considered a sign of Lord Yoru's mercy. As the entire group entered, upon seeing the figure, Yui Kurenai, Itsuki Yugao, Mitarashi Anko, and others who were unaware of the situation immediately showed expressions of surprise. They were familiar with the special Jonin, as anyone with the Jonin title was considered a high-level combatant. The group all stood in a line, and Yui Kurenai and Utsugi Yugao, upon realizing that it wasn't their fault that the matter had been exposed, secretly breathed a sigh of relief, while their guilt only intensified. The person before them had clearly been reported dead, but now he was here, and given the circumstances along the way, they could deduce that the tree planter was either a traitor or under suspicion. Namiyashi Rado and Tatami Iwashi stared in astonishment at the person in the cell, and couldn't help but quietly begin to inquire about their captain, Genma, the unknowing fire. It was clear that they were also filled with surprise at the people here. Planting trees, Konoha's special Jonin, now completely clean, sat cross-legged in front of the pile of grass, a clear sealing symbol visible on his forehead, clearly indicating his chakra had been sealed. His neat and tidy clothes made it clear to anyone who knew him that he wouldn't tolerate torture, but his eyes were filled with weariness, a result of self-reproach, and his whole being exuded an aura of gradually aging in his twilight years. This is a letter from your wife's village. The report of your death in battle hasn't been delivered yet. From his pocket emerged a crumpled letter. Kakashi, with a cold expression, handed the letter to the recipient. The person sitting on the grass planting trees, upon seeing the letter, his lifeless eyes instantly lit up with hope. Trembling, he took the letter, tears of sorrow and regret streaming down his face. Tick-tock, tears streamed down his face as his trembling hands opened the letter. He saw the neat page, but the handwriting was somewhat illegible, and there were a few spelling mistakes. His wife didn't know many characters. After all, as an ordinary person, he had taught her many of them himself, so there was no such thing as elegant handwriting. Like a child's graffiti, the crooked, wobbly handwriting immediately caught his attention, and after a moment of surprise, a smile appeared on his face. This was the first time since this incident that he had shown a genuine, heartfelt smile. He had often joked about his wife's handwriting, but now he cherished it deeply. His wife is doing very well, and his son is also tall and strong. Moreover, he passed the ninja school examination and officially became a ninja school student, proving that his son inherited his ninja genes. The first letter briefly described the child's background, which was excellent, and then went on to talk about how hard the child worked, how they passed the exams, and how achieving a ranking in the top 20 among ordinary students gave them a chance to enter the elite class. The entire page was about how the child's happiness seemed to emanate from the letter. Finally, there was a photograph of his wife and child, smiling genuinely and affectionately as they passed their exams at the ninja school, as if only he was missing. Haha, that's great. With gentle care, she neatly arranged the letter and put it into an envelope. Seeing this, Mitarashi Anko couldn't help but frown and coldly snored. When you became a traitor, did you never think about your family? Anko's straightforward personality led her to express her resentment directly. This scene was clearly heartwarming, but if you didn't do that, how would you have gotten to this point? That's her simple-minded perspective. Upon hearing these words, Song's eyes welled up with tears, but she was enraged, her eyes turning red as she glared at everyone. I recognize you. You are Mitarashi Anko, a disciple of Lord Orochimaru. And you, Yui Kurenai, your father was an elite jonin, a member of the Genma squad who was once the 4th Hokage's bodyguard. And also, as he watched everyone recount their past experiences, he finally met Mitarashi Anko's blatant, contemptuous gaze, and, as if enraged, he clutched the letter tightly to his chest and began to vent his anger. Even you, Mitarashi Anko, a disciple of Lord Orochimaru, are treated like this. If it weren't for the good fortune of Lord Yuri intervening, do you think you could fare any better than me? And you guys, I'm just an ordinary person. Do you think I'd want to betray you? At this moment, the tree planter's eyes were bloodshot, and he frantically vented his anger, saying, "There's no one behind me. No one came to my aid when I was at my most desperate, my wife, my children. They are innocent. What could I do? Tell me?" Seeing her suddenly go berserk, glaring at them while they planted trees, everyone was startled. However, Mitarashi Anko wasn't some gentle little cat. She was a wild and tamed feline, and she immediately bristled. Mitarashi Anko, showing no sign of weakness, glared and retorted, "According to ninja rules, what should you do if your teammates or family are threatened by the enemy? Haven't you ever learned that? They are ninjas. Ninjas are ruthless, and the types of ninja prescribed for them at the ninja school have all been taught to them." Facing Mitarashi Anko's criticism, Song, with his eyes blazing red, glared fiercely at everyone, as if he had been hit where it hurt. At that moment, Hada Kakashi said in a low voice, "The person threatening his family is someone from the village." A single sentence instantly stirred up 1,000 waves. In an instant, everyone was stunned, followed by expressions of disbelief. Even Madogai fell silent. As one of the people who personally captured the suspect, he naturally understood some of the inside story. The youngest, Uchiha Itachi, remained calm and said, "The people in the village, are they so powerful that even the special jonin can't stop them?" Everyone exchanged bewildered glances. No one had ever imagined this situation. Even Mitarashi Anko was stunned upon hearing it. Her straightforward personality didn't mean she was stupid. In fact, she seemed to have thought of something, and her expression became extremely grim. Yui Kurenai and Utsugi Yugao, both with gloomy expressions, looked at the disbelieving eyes of everyone around them, then immediately let out a self-deprecating laugh. "What, you're too scared to say now? Then tell me, what would you do if you encountered something like this? Did the ninja school ever teach you that? I'm risking my life on the front lines, and yet someone in the village is kidnapping my wife and child to threaten me. What would you do in that situation?" Looking at everyone, and without waiting for anyone to speak, the tree planter immediately let out a self-deprecating laugh and said, "Yes. You're sure someone will say that the will of fire has descended, and no compromise is allowed. Do you know what my choice was at that moment?" Under intense gazes, he angrily shouted, "I didn't compromise. I gave up my wife and child. But what happened? When the mastermind behind it all came to me, I knew what a load of bullshit it was. And this damned will of fire. Come here, Maida guy. I know you. Your father was a hero of 3 battles, but why is the village so stable? Your father's heroic deeds are still passed down in the village, aren't they? Haha, only we Jonin still know a little about it. And then there's Kakashi, your father, White Fang. You call him a hero. But isn't that a disgrace? Your father, in any situation, chose his comrades, becoming a disgrace to Konoha. I, on the other hand, chose my family and my village. Am I not a hero?" He just pointed at his own nostrils, then let out a self-deprecating laugh, followed by a complex, self-mocking smile on his face. Haha, for the sake of the village, I'm just a complete idiot. All dog shit. When the Saratobi Jonin clan came looking for me, I knew that under the so-called will of fire, there were only ugly, disgusting guys. It was the Saratobi Jonin clan who made me reveal information to the Hidden Mist Village ninjas. This is the third Hokage's clan. Do you call this betrayal? Am I a mole? Am I selling out the village's interests? No, I was simply following orders from the Ninja Academy. I steadfastly and unwaveringly carried out my mission to leak intelligence to the Hidden Mist Village ninjas. As the tree planting tool slowly revealed the ugly, dark face of the village, everyone was immediately shocked. Mitarashi Anko was even more terrified, involuntarily taking several steps back. This time, when she looked at the other person, she no longer had the arrogant demeanor she had at the beginning. As the most severely brainwashed commoner, Itsuki Yuga directly and angrily said, "You're talking nonsense. You must be making things up. Even if it were true, someone must be hiding it from the Hokage-sama." Yui Kurenai was the most level-headed. This incident was a huge shock to her. Although she knew the village had a dark side, she had never imagined it would be this dark. Yui Kurenai then lowered her voice and said, "There must be a reason why the Saratobi Jonin clan would want you to reveal intelligence." Facing everyone's questioning, the tree-planting family's leader, seemingly satisfied after finishing his first meal, burst into laughter, tears streaming down his face as he shook his head, looking at everyone as if they were fools. What if this person is the third Hokage's eldest son? Yes, you should know, she's the former Anbu chief, the third Hokage's eldest daughter-in-law. Wow, how impressive. Why even ask? Are you all stupid? After Orochimaru was expelled from the Land of Fire, the remaining members of the organization should have dispersed. But now, Lord Yuru has arrived and rekindled their loyalty. Not to mention the threat he poses, Lord Yuru has led us to a great victory. At this point, the tree-planting man chuckled self-deprecatingly and said, "One is a powerful ninja not even 17 years old. The other is almost 30. When the village chooses the fifth Hokage, people will immediately say, 'Look at him. He can't even beat a 17-year-old boy, yet he's running for the fifth Hokage. TSK. Isn't this a joke?'" Asking everyone in return, this Konoha ninja directly dropped all pretense, simply saying to them, "If you were in my position, what would you do? Currently, your families are under threat, and the eldest daughter-in-law of the third Hokage, the Anbu chief, has also threatened you. Furthermore, a higher-level mission requires you to reveal the current base's intelligence to the Hidden Mist Village ninjas, thereby exposing your commander's position at any time. Ninjas aim to complete missions, so tell me, if it were you, what would you do?" The helpless cries of the tree planters echoed through the prison cell. Everyone's face showed disbelief, as if the ugly scene of the village being opened up was something they couldn't accept. "I will choose to accept the mission and reveal intelligence to the enemy ninja." A powerful, resounding voice suddenly echoed through the prison cell, and Uchiha Yoru's imposing figure slowly walked in. At that moment, everyone, seeing who had arrived, exclaimed in fear, "Lord Yoru." "Yes, big brother." "Yes, master." Facing the complex gazes of everyone, Uchiha Yoru walked directly into the prison, went to the pile of grass in front of the plant he had planted, and solemnly nodded, saying, "I will be like you. Complete the mission above, while also protecting my family without refusing the mission. Otherwise, not to mention my own predicament, my family will continue to live hand to mouth." Uchiha Yoru's resolute voice echoed in the prison cell. As he gazed at the determined expression on the young face, the man's eyes suddenly glazed over, and finally, tears of regret streamed down his face. Oh, I don't regret doing that. What I regret is why I didn't die on the battlefield. Then they wouldn't have found me, and my family wouldn't have been threatened. Oh. For him, it was too painful, a pain no one could understand, but after Uchiha Yoru entered, she firmly affirmed his choice, even saying that his choice was right. It was as if someone could understand his suffering, and he immediately burst into tears. In the prison cell, the hoarse, heart-wrenching cries echoed, undisturbed at this moment. Simultaneously, everyone placed their hands on their chests, silently asking themselves, if it were me, how would I feel? Yui Kurenai muttered to herself, if the village were to threaten me at night, what would I do? Anbu member Utsugi Yugao, acting as a spy, had his worldview shattered. He had dismissed the Orochimaru incident as a coincidence, a result of the third Hokage's lack of supervision. But what about this time? Was it still a case of lack of supervision? Lack of supervision is tantamount to condoning wrongdoing, and without parents, Itsuki Yuga chuckled self-deprecatingly. What could possibly threaten her? Could it be Lord Yoru? Everyone's expressions varied. Even the usually hot-blooded Mado guy fell silent. One was about the mission, the other about betraying his own village. At this moment, he remembered his father and immediately let out a bitter laugh, muttering to himself, "Father, perhaps you were right. When a pure ninja lives a simple life, it can be very enjoyable." But at this moment, Mado guy felt that he was no longer as cheerful as before. Or rather, his previously enthusiastic and joyful smile had begun to hide something. The youngest, Uchiha Itachi, clenched his fists tightly. His eyes were bloodshot. One choice was the village mission, the other was the safety of his parents and younger brother. Choosing to complete the mission meant betraying the village, but could he choose his family? This was an unsolvable dilemma. If I'm threatened at night, what should I do? This question lingered in Mitarashi Anko's mind. At this moment, she suddenly remembered the cold-hearted Orochimaru teacher who had left the village. Anko trembled slightly, and in that instant, a hint of madness appeared in her eyes as she lowered her head. No one can harm Yoru. Leaving this place of conflict, perhaps teacher Orochimaru's choice was right. The village isn't necessarily the final destination. Where there's night, there's home. Regardless of what they thought, in the end everyone revealed a self-deprecating, bitter smile, as if they would all eventually reach the same fate as the other. This is an unsolvable dilemma, choosing a mission, protecting his family, but betraying the village in the process. If he refuses the mission, what about his family? Can he really protect them? Returning to the village, telling everyone about this, and then seeking out the third Hokage. Thinking about this, at this moment, everyone's mind flashed back to the Orochimaru incident, such a major event that even caused turmoil on the border. Yet the result was merely the dismissal of the Anbu chief. Can searching for the third Hokage truly protect oneself and one's family? Thinking about this, everyone fell silent. They could protect each other temporarily, but they couldn't protect each other for a lifetime. A single misplaced piece of intelligence could cause them to lose everything. Oh, Lord Yoru, please kill me. I have wronged you, but I was forced into this. Please do not punish my family. The struggling tree planter knelt on the ground, pleadingly looking at the young man before him. He couldn't afford to offend either side, either could bring disaster to his family, and he had no one to rely on. Watching the heartbroken plea to plant the tree, everyone fell silent. If the same thing happened to them, how would they react? At this moment, they clearly realized the importance of their rights. Looking at the scene before him, Uchiha Yoru weakly glanced at everyone before faintly saying, "Heroes." Uchiha Yoru chuckled self-deprecatingly, shaking his head and saying, "We don't have a good father, so we can't just do whatever we want. Individuality is a luxury for us." Stepping forward and gently patting the other's shoulder, Uchiha Yoru, in the gloomy prison cell, coldly said, "Last time in battle you were severely wounded and died without treatment. But now you're planting trees and you're already a hero in the village." A single sentence, momentarily revealing a relieved smile to the tree planter, made him cast aside all his dignity and humbly bow his head, saying, "Thank you, Lord Yoru. Your great kindness and virtue are beyond repayment. In the future, I am willing to serve you like a horse or an ox to repay your great kindness." Turning his head, Uchiha Yoru looked at everyone with complex expressions. His face expressionless, he said in a low voice, "Konoha is rotten." In the eyes of the rotten high-ranking officials, heroes have become mere tools to be exploited. First White Fang, then Orochimaru, and with all the events unfolding now, a rotten Konoha can no longer tolerate heroes. Konoha was founded jointly by the Uchiha and Senju clans. Konoha is our shared homeland, yet now it has become a rotten, high-ranking clan's private property, a breeding ground for the selfish interests of powerful families. The Sarutobi clan, which initially grew from a small and weak clan, has greedily extracted nutrients and become a powerful monster, along with the promising Ainu Shikacho clans and the Yutang clans. Is Konoha still considered our home? At this point, Uchiha Yoru fixed his gaze on Mado Guy, his expression serious as he said, "Mado Guy, your father was a hero, but did he achieve the honor and title he deserved?" The once passionate and emotional Mato guy now had a pale face. He stiffly opened his mouth, wanting to explain himself to his father, but reality proved powerless. As the one who opened the 8 gates and crippled the 7 hidden mist village ninjas, why is there no one to tell the story of this hero? Is it for secrecy? What secret is there? It's still said that this achievement is too great, and Konoha needs to downplay it because a few people are making way for it. Mato guy, your father was a hero. He protected himself, thinking he wanted others to protect him. But does being a hero mean he gets everything? I'm telling you, in Konoha right now, heroes are just tools. Heroes are merely tools. This statement echoed throughout the gloomy prison, and no one could refute it. It was a stark reality. Even the most loyal Utsugi Yuge and Yui Kurenai turned pale, filled with helplessness. A hero is unshakable in the face of power. What is a hero in the face of power? Just a tool. The sarcastic remarks echoed through the prison, and for a moment everyone listened to them. But they contained a truth that left everyone speechless. The 3 members of Genma's squad looked even more determined, their eyes revealing unwavering resolve. Lord Yoru, we are willing to follow you. Faced with such loyalty, Uchiha Yoru directly raised his hand to stop them, his face instead showing a fervent and resolute expression. And he said in a powerful voice, Konoha has lost its original purpose. I will risk my life to reclaim the dignity that Konoha has lost. But what can change Konoha's destiny is power, not the strength of one person. The corrupt high-ranking officials have already rotted away the heroes to their very roots. Now the village needs a transformation, a world-changing transformation. Even if it costs me my own life, I will overcome it. With a resolute gaze, his powerful voice echoed through the prison. Uchiha Yoru slowly extended his fist, signaling to everyone to speak firmly. My strength alone cannot change everything, so I need you. I need you to join me in this transformation, to overthrow the now rotten root Konoha, to re-establish the Konoha we aspire to, and to re-emerge the true will of fire in the hearts of all Konoha ninjas. A small fist directly appeared and collided with Uchiha Yoru's fist. At this moment, everyone was focused on this small figure, and no one expected that the first to step forward would be Uchiha Itachi. At nearly 8 years old, Uchiha Itachi's eyes now shone with fervent adoration and unwavering determination. All the resentment he once felt towards his teacher for often failing to teach him had vanished. Instead, he looked to his teacher as a guiding light, radiating the charm of Uchiha Yoru. Even at a young age, Uchiha Itachi considered her godlike figure, her childish voice resolutely echoing within the prison. I, Uchiha Itachi, am willing to assist the teacher in overthrowing the rotten Konoha, so that the true will of fire may once again reappear in the skies above Konoha. Following closely behind, Hada Kakashi slowly extended his fist, and it collided with that resolute fist. I believe in you. The further your vision extends, the more powerful your abilities will be, and the more likely you are to change Konoha. At this moment, Hada Kakashi was filled with confidence and unwavering determination towards Uchiha Yoru. Through such a long period of observation, he had confirmed that Uchiha Yoru was the true person who could change Konoha. 2 layers of background and identity. The youngest and strongest among the first generation, his most admired and sophisticated political maneuvering, and finally, the most important point, his love for Konoha, surpassing everyone else, even me. Kakashi pondered silently to himself. The Uchiha clan's background, coupled with Orochimaru's disciple as a Sennin, made this combination sufficient to make him the leader who would guide them in reforming Konoha. The Genma squad is willing to follow Lord Yoru. Genma, Namiyashi Rado, and Tatami Iwashi of the Genma squad all showed determined expressions, extending their fists in a fist bump. Yoru, I will follow you without fail. Mitarashi Anko's eyes were resolute as she clenched her fist. Finally, Yui Kurenai and Utsugi Yuga both had pale faces, and forced smiles were evident on their faces. One was a spy sent by the 3rd Hokage, and the other was an Anbu member, now under the 3rd Hokage's command. At first, they thought it was easy to infiltrate the organization, even becoming its most trusted targets, but now it's causing them immense torment. Under Uchiha Yoru's unwavering and fearless gaze, the 2 of them strangely extended their fists and clashed. Seeing Uchiha Yoru and the others smiling, the rest still thought that Yui Kurenai and Utsugi Yuga were both terrified and frightened by the dark and ugly aspects of Konoha. Yes, big brother, I believe you. When Uchiha Shisui saw Uchiha Yoru beginning to reveal his ambition to change Konoha, his eyes immediately lit up with fervent enthusiasm. How could he not agree? When it was finally Madogai's turn, everyone's eyes were fixed on him. Even Hada Kakashi showed a rare hint of worrying, but this was a matter of personal freedom, and he had no right to interfere. Madogai, who had always been full of enthusiasm, now looked at his classmate with a complicated expression. He remembered how the arrogant Uchiha Yoru had never mocked him in school and had even encouraged him, saying that he would definitely become a strong man in the future. Countless images flashed through his mind. Finally, Madogai said in a low, hoarse voice, "Yoru, if I choose to leave, how do you plan to treat me?" By following the sound of Madogai falling to the ground, the first to react were Uchiha Shisui, Genma's team of 3, and Mitarashi Anko. They solemnly formed a defensive circle around Madogai, absolutely refusing to allow anyone who threatened Uchiha Yoru to emerge. However, Uchiha Yoru raised his hand to stop everyone from interfering, but even so, a ruthless look was evident in the depths of Shisui's eyes. He had decided that he absolutely could not leave any threat behind. However, instead of stopping everyone, Uchiha Yoru looked directly at Madogai, revealing an open, sincere, and heartfelt smile. "Guy, you may disagree with my ideas, but you cannot stop my love for Konoha, so please don't try to stop me. I also believe in you. Please don't try to stop me from loving Konoha. I believe in you just as much." With just that one sentence, everything instantly soared to new heights. At this moment, in everyone's eyes, even Hada Kakashi, who had breathed a sigh of relief, showed a resolute expression. "I didn't misjudge him. I'm not as good as Uchiha Yoru." Upon hearing these words, Madogai's eyes immediately welled up with tears. How could he not love Konoha? But it was precisely because he loved it so much that he chose to ignore all the injustice and darkness, as he lacked the ability to change them. Previously, there was no ability to change anything, but now the person with the ability to change everything has appeared. "I believe in you." Just as Madogai slowly extended his fist, a figure suddenly appeared and let out a resounding, firm voice. It was Hyuga Hizashi, who had been lurking in the shadows. "Yoru, I believe in you." Madogai and Hyuga Hizashi simultaneously clashed fists with Uchiha Yoru. Hyuga Hizashi, who had always been rigid and serious, grew up in Konoha and was no less knowledgeable about the village than most people. Furthermore, from a selfish standpoint, the current situation for the Hyuga clan was the most awkward. If he were to truly follow Uchiha Yoru and change Konoha, then the Hyuga clan could legitimately appear before everyone. Seeing that everyone chose to trust him, Uchiha Yoru broke into a smile. "Ladies and gentlemen, please be patient and wait. I, Uchiha Yoruichi, will surely sweep away the darkness from Konoha, allowing sunlight to once again shine upon Konoha's land. This may be difficult, and there may even be sacrifices, but I believe that as long as we are united, we can change all of this. Therefore, I entrust this task to you all. I urge everyone to strive to become powerful ninjas. The stronger your power, the more you can change the course of Konoha's history." The resolute voice echoed through the prison, and the man struggling on the pile of grass seemed to see a glimmer of hope. He too broke into a smile. "Go ahead and get started. After you've cleaned up the darkness of Konoha, remember to tell me before you go to my grave that I'll come back to Konoha in my next life." Heart-wrenching cries echoed from within the prison. Under the afternoon sky, the waves relentlessly crashed against the golden sand. Hada Kakashi, Madogai, Genma, Namiyashi Rado, Tatami Iwashi, Hyuga Hizashi, Yuhi Kurenai, Itsuki Yugao, Mitarashi Anko, Uchiha Shisui, Uchiha Itachi, and Uchiha Yoru. 12 towering figures stood on the golden sand. Under the setting sun, 12 slender figures appeared on the golden sand. At this moment, Madogai, gesticulating wildly with a thumbs up, shouted with youthful fighting spirit, "This is burning youth. We'll be waiting for you in the village." 12 people were seen bustling about, their eyes filled with relief and smiles as they looked at the masked man in black before them, while the man wore a complex expression. Leading the group, Uchiha Yoru laughed and waved his hand, saying, "You don't need to be ashamed. You should know that I personally cut several wounds on your face and planted a seal in your head." What was clearly an extremely cruel remark, when heard by many, sounded like a gentle breeze on a cool afternoon, a truly comforting phrase, like a warm winter's day. The man in black, whose face was hidden by a tree, bowed his head in shame and said hoarsely, "Lord Yoru, I leaked intelligence and betrayed the village." Before he could finish speaking, Uchiha Yoru stretched his tired back, lazily waved his hand, and said with a laugh, "It was the Sarutobi clan who betrayed the village. You're just a sacrificial lamb. Go now, or I'll regret it." Everyone believed that the Uchiha clan would kill him at the night gathering, because if he was spared, the Sarutobi clan would target Uchiha Yoru. In short, there was no benefit in keeping him alive. The best course of action was to deal with him secretly. Furthermore, reports of tree planting and casualties have been sent back to the village. Lord Yoru. Seeing the big man shedding tears, Uchiha Yoru shook his head, his back to the setting sun, and said weakly, "Konoha is in the wrong right now, so you don't need to apologize. Go hide, train hard, and trust us. Once we dispel the darkness from the skies over Konoha, you can return home in peace, so please be patient for a few years." Lord Yoru, I understand. Don't even think about returning to the village. Even if I were discovered, my family would be in danger. The tree planter chuckled self-deprecatingly, finally speaking only of his own thoughts. I also understand Lord Yoru's concerns. This seal is merely to protect my life. He knew that if he didn't break the seal, even if Uchiha Yoru chose to spare him, what about the others? I'm leaving. Glancing around at everyone, the tree planter revealed a sincere and heartfelt expression of gratitude, his smile bright. Although he couldn't return to the village, at least his life still held a glimmer of hope. A hope of returning to the village and reuniting with his family. Whether it was 10 years or 20 years, he would live well outside, waiting for this day. The shadows slowly faded into the twilight along the coastal road, and 12 figures on the golden sand gazed into the distance at the setting sun. Yoru, the sunset is so beautiful. Mitarashi Anko, with her straightforward personality, excitedly hugged Uchiha Yoru's arm, then looked at everyone, raised an eyebrow, and laughed loudly. Shouldn't we come up with a catchy group name? After all, we are the future of Konoha. Upon hearing this, only Madogai showed an excited, smiling expression, directly gesticulating wildly and shouting like a madman, "How about we 12 people call ourselves the Konoha 12 Youth Fighting Team?" That's impressive. Indeed, thick skin is a great advantage. Although they know a little about the darkness, they can easily dismiss it. After all, they are powerless to change everything at the moment, so it's better to face everything cheerfully. People like that are called big-hearted or have a good mindset. It's terribly hard to listen to. Mitarashi Anko and Madogai, two people with big hearts, instantly began excitedly discussing the title issue, while Utsugi Yugai and Yuhi Kiranai, looking at Anko clinging to Uchiha Yoru's arm, were filled with torment at that moment. The more Uchiha Yoru trusted them, the more they blamed themselves. Under the setting sun, 12 figures stood on the sand, presenting a beautiful scene. They could be said to be the group of geniuses among Konoha's younger generation. Finally, Uchiha Yoru turned to look at everyone and immediately said with a laugh, "How about we call them the 12 Little Strongs of Konoha?" That's quite something. At first, I thought he wanted to say something serious, but this is the result. Everyone is speechless. Even Kakashi, who was usually so dark, had his eyes twitch. He really hadn't realized that Uchiha Yoru had this kind of hobby. At the same time, a thought began to form in everyone's mind. They absolutely could not use the name Uchiha Yoru. But under the setting sun, Uchiha Yoru, gazing at the sun sinking into the sea, narrowed his eyes in a similar, captivated gaze and murmured, "The road ahead of us is filled with endless hardships. With the nickname Little Strong, I hope our vitality will be tenacious, that no matter how powerful the enemy, we can survive, and together we will create and witness a new history for Konoha." A gentle remark echoed in everyone's ears, instantly stunning them all, followed by smiles appearing on everyone's faces. Just moments ago, she was saying the name Mitarashi Anko sounded unpleasant, but now she excitedly jumped over, once again hugging Uchiha Yoru's arm, revealing her adorable cat-like teeth and sincerely saying with a cheerful laugh, "The name Konoha's 12 Little Strongs is actually quite nice. Wow, from today onwards, we're the Konoha 12 Little Strongs, haha. This is what youth is all about." Under the setting sun, Madogai gestured wildly with his signature thumbs up and gleaming white fangs. Hada Kakashi, with a headache, held his forehead and let out a deep sigh. Just this once, but after this night, can you please not use that name again? Although the name Zikong was embarrassing, the meaning behind it coming from his mouth that night stirred a warm feeling in everyone's hearts. But they didn't know what Uchiha Nightheart was thinking at that moment. Under the setting sun, his smile faded, and he was secretly muttering to himself, I already have good fortune. This time, I'm going to rub salt into the wounds of future generations' protagonists. I hope I can rub some more luck into my life. Even Hyuga Hizashi, who was usually serious and reserved, nodded in approval of this title, which implied a positive meaning, signifying that they could all tenaciously overcome all obstacles. Under the setting sun, the golden sands rose, and the 12 little powerhouses of Konoha, this group that would later become the strongest force among the younger generation of Konoha, began to shine brightly. The transformation of their will into a cohesive group, starting from just a few individuals, has led to its current formidable power. Furthermore, their extensive network of connections provides a powerful, latent force for growth. While seemingly weak at present, this collective will, once fully developed, will become an unstoppable, terrifying force. Under Yoru's veil, the Konoha base of Uzu no Kuni once again exuded a sense of oppressive atmosphere, a feeling of relief that had instantly vanished after their great victory. Inside the military tent, according to intelligence, our reinforcements were almost completely wiped out, with fewer than 20 ninjas escaping. As the setting sun cast its shadows, urgent intelligence suddenly arrived, causing Uzu no Kuni on the ninja island of Konoha to become tense. The moment the intelligence was received, Uchiha Yoru immediately issued the highest level combat readiness order. Sitting upright in his tent, Uchiha Night God looked at everyone with a serious expression. Gentlemen, there are no reinforcements, and although the ninjas below are still unaware, I believe this secret will definitely spread among the Hidden Mist Village ninjas. Since it can no longer be kept secret, my intention is to prepare all Konoha ninjas mentally. Damn it, the Sarutobi clan is useless. Nearly 500 elite soldiers. Even if 500 pigs were being chased, over 100 of them could still escape. This good-for-nothing is just jealous of Lord Yoru. From the very beginning of the march, he's been dragging his feet until he reaches the border. And to make matters worse, he was ambushed the moment he arrived. What a useless fellow. Lord Yoru, there's no need to say anything more. Ever since you single-handedly defeated a squad of 12 Jonin from the Hidden Mist Village last time, your reputation has spread far and wide on the front lines. It's clear that Sarutobi Shinosuke is jealous of you, Lord Yoru. And to do something like this is simply playing with the lives of our Konoha ninjas. I see it clearly now. It's obvious they're paving the way for Shinosuke. First it was Lord Orochimaru, now it's Lord Yoru. Surely Konoha can have someone stronger than Shinosuke, right? Originally, almost all of their major branches were former members of Orochimaru's organization. Now that they had finally inherited everything and Uchiha Yoru had risen to power, this turn of events naturally filled them with anger. It's safe to say that both old and new grudges have erupted. Especially since their status was not exactly welcoming, they naturally dared to say anything. Good, after that, you're not allowed to say those words again. I didn't hear anything you just said. Because the so-called law doesn't hold them accountable, facing everyone, Uchiha Yoru could only raise his hand to stop their discussion, still pretending to be gloomy, his face and eyes giving everyone a warning glare. Because, as the saying goes, blocking is not as good as opening up, he suppressed people's emotions as soon as they started to show any emotion. The principle is the same. Making these people hold back their feelings will later become his most loyal force when they finally erupt. Kakashi, please report how much supplies we have received during this period. If the Hidden Mist Village ninjas launch a full-scale attack, how long can we hold out? None of them knew exactly how many enemies were secretly involved this time, but the fact that they could wipe out nearly 500 Konoha ninja troops was certainly not a small number. If they were to join the battlefield, it would be a terrifying force. Furthermore, there are the Hidden Mist Village ninjas. After receiving this news, could the Hidden Mist Village ninjas take advantage of the chaos to loot? Realizing the gravity of the situation, Hada Kakashi immediately reported in a low voice, "The supplies have arrived in full." After the previous losses, a considerable amount of supplies were withdrawn from the border and brought here. medical supplies, military rations, kunai, explosive tags. There's enough for us for a month, and it could even sustain us through several major battles. After hearing Kakashi's report, Uchiha Yoro looked at everyone with a serious expression. Everyone, we are now at a life-or-death situation. Our reinforcements have been ambushed. We don't know who the enemy is, but another ninja corps has been withdrawn from the rear to provide support. It will take at least 3 days, so we must put everything on hold for these 3 days. In the encampment, all Konoha ninjas have their kunai and shuriken fully equipped, and the number of explosive tags has doubled. In short, the battlefield may be lost. You can use your explosive tags with light, but I need you all to return alive. Don't be stingy with explosive charms and sharpening tools. If we don't have these, we can go and ask for them. The 3 Uzu no Kuni bases disperse our forces. If we encounter an unavoidable situation, we can directly abandon the other 2 bases and lead our troops to break through the encirclement and come here. At this point, Uchiha Yoro glanced at everyone and solemnly said in a deep voice, "This is our last line of defense. If we lose the mine, I will bear the punishment alone. Whatever punishment the Hokage gives me afterwards, I will bear it alone. But you must remember one thing. What I want is people, not a cold mine. I want to bring all of you home to welcome victory with flowers." Lord Yoru. Never before in the ninja world had there been a ninja commander willing to sacrifice his own interests to save a ninja's life. After all, ninjas are merely tools. How could anyone be heartbroken over the loss of a tool? Only whether it's worth it matters. I need your answer now. Can you do it or not? As Uchiha Yoro's powerful voice echoed through the tent once again, all the ninjas, their eyes reddening with excitement, shouted, we can definitely do it. Lord Yoro, if the Hokage truly wishes to punish me, I am willing to bear the consequences. What a boastful bull. What do you have to bear the consequences? Do you think you have such a big face? Yamamoto, you. What are you looking at? I am willing to share the punishment with Lord Yoru. I am also willing. In an instant, chaos erupted within the tent, but Kakashi witnessed the scene of people's hearts being twisted together like a tightrope, and he was immediately moved. Uchiha Yoro was truly a born leader. In such a short time, he had won everyone's trust. What's all this commotion? Faced with the chaotic tent, Uchiha Yoro, without showing any anger, directly and forcefully shouted, slamming his hand on the table, and the tent instantly fell silent again. HMPH, do you all really think these are precious ninjutsu techniques? And you're trying to steal them. What are your identities? I have the Uchiha clan behind me. I'm a disciple of Sanin Orochimaru. And what about you? Clearly, he was bringing out his own backer, but it warmed everyone's hearts. Uchiha Yoru, however, coldly snorted and said, "You don't know what you're talking about. Konoha was founded by the Senju and our Uchiha clan. The Uchiha clan's pride is that we will not hide behind anyone. Protecting Konoha is the responsibility of the Uchiha. Now that Uchiha Yoru has seized his opportunity, he will not let go of the chance to glorify the Uchiha clan, making this belief ingrained in his very being. With the Uchiha clan willing to take the lead in founding Konoha, what about Sarutobi, the Hokage? Comparing them and considering various unfair decisions, resentment and bitterness will inevitably arise. When these feelings accumulate to a certain point, the resulting power will be terrifying. The Hyuga clan ninjas are ordered to conduct thorough investigations 24 hours a day, leaving no blind spots. Any enemy detected must be reported immediately. Simultaneously, all ninjas are to spread traps. This time, if the Hidden Mist Village ninjas attack, it will be a difficult defensive battle. Furthermore, there are the ninjas who were recently transported over. Although there are only a little over 50 of them, we need to get them to quickly join the battle. As for the injured personnel, we need to have the medical ninjas do their best to treat them, so that they can recover as much of their fighting ability as possible. After Uchiha Yoro calmly issued each command, the Konoha ninjas below began to move, and at the same time, the news of the annihilation of a 500 ninja reinforcement army in the border region of Konoha also swept across the front lines and the shinobi world like a whirlwind. Konoha. Late at night, the Hokage's office building exuded a tense and oppressive atmosphere. The office was brightly lit, and the third Hokage's Ando had been convening Konoha's high-ranking officials throughout the night. The Konoha for high-ranking officials gathered in the meeting room, the dim lights illuminating their somber, aged faces, making it clear that something major had happened. Otherwise, the F4, the highest authority in Konoha, wouldn't have been alarmed. The reinforcements sent to threaten the Hidden Mist Village's ninja army were ambushed, and almost the entire force was wiped out. At this moment, the third-generation Sarutobi Hiruzen, with a somber expression, handed the intelligence report to everyone for their careful consideration. The ninja ambush by the Guardian Corps was initially carried out by smaller ninjas from the Gross Village, Rain Village, and other minor countries, but judging by their ninjutsu, it seems that ninjas from the Cloud Village, Stone Village, Sand Village, and even Mist Village were involved in this ambush. The complete annihilation of 500 ninjas wasn't enough to weigh heavily on him. What the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen feared most was this incident and the attitude of the four great ninja villages behind the scenes. It seemed only Konoha was oblivious, but if the four great ninja villages secretly joined forces, things might not go well. Shimura Danzu, upon seeing the intelligence report, immediately frowned and coldly snorted, useless. It was clear he was loudly reprimanding the commander. 500 ninjas, faced with such chaotic command in this situation, were at a disadvantage in battle. Yet they panicked and called for reinforcements, then directly retreated, causing a complete collapse. An experienced commander facing a powerful enemy would undoubtedly rely on geographical advantage. Even Danzo could instantly think of the most basic tactic, using the terrain to his advantage, fighting and retreating simultaneously to buy time and wait for reinforcements. After all, this is the border of the Fire Kingdom, so it should be the other side that gets angry, but instead they encounter such an idiot. Danzo, this isn't about assigning blame, but rather, does this ambush represent a clandestine alliance between the four great ninja villages? Perhaps the Uzu no Kuni battlefield was even used by the four great ninja villages to restrain and wear down our forces. Uchiha Koharu's aged face was furrowed in a frown, while Mitokado Homura beside her wore a somber expression and said in a low voice, "Sarutobi, the situation doesn't seem very good." Once the four great ninja villages join forces, Uzu no Kuni will likely become a meat grinder, dragging the village into a state of constant exhaustion. So that's equivalent to the four great ninja villages joining forces to wage war against Konoha, only it's not a full-scale war, but rather a blunt knife cutting through flesh. A single ninja from the Hidden Mist Village is nothing to fear, but if the four great ninja villages join forces, then it's a big deal. Therefore, this is the reason I summoned you all. Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't possibly have failed to see through Mitokado Homura and Uchiha Koharu's intentions, which is why he summoned everyone overnight for a discussion. Sarutobi must definitely disrupt the alliance of the four great ninja villages. Shimura Danzu, who had never feared war before, revealed a sinister and ruthless expression as he spoke a harsh truth. If Konoha were to face the combined forces of the four great ninja villages, it would leave him feeling suffocated. The Hidden Mist Village, Hidden Cloud Village, Hidden Stone Village, and Hidden Sand Village, these four great ninja villages have joined forces to destroy the border reinforcements. This is what they're showing us. Clearly, this led to a huge misunderstanding. The four great ninja villages, unwilling to suffer significant losses themselves, all wanted to drag others down with them, resulting in the misunderstanding that they were all working together. But time and again, everyone concluded that this was an organized, premeditated plan, not a spur-of-the-moment decision. They believed that all four great ninja villages had people nearby, allowing them to quickly form a fighting force to execute the plan. Otherwise, how could the Hidden Stone Village and the Kazakage, whose villages were so far apart, appear here so quickly? The Konoha F4 hadn't considered the intelligence leak. After all, judging by the timing, it seemed a bit unrealistic. Unless they had planned it in advance, and the intelligence appeared in the cage offices of the four great ninja villages within 3 days, how could it be such a coincidence? It must have been premeditated. With the four great ninja villages joining forces, the current situation in our village is very difficult to handle. We must gradually break down the alliance of the four great ninja villages. Uchiha Koharu frowned and said in a low voice, while Sarutobi Hiruzen, seemingly lost in thought, glanced at Danzo with a hint of displeasure and said hoarsely, "Root, restrain yourself a bit. Don't extend your hand to the major clans anytime soon." It was as if misfortune had fallen from the sky upon the roadside. Saratobi's resentful gaze was clearly directed at the White Fang and Orochimaru-san incident. Shimura Danzu, his face flushed crimson, exclaimed, "Saratobi, you!" He wanted to yell, "Isn't this all you're doing? If something happens, it's me who does it, and if something goes wrong, it's my fault. Damn it, Saratobi, just you wait. When I become Hawkage, I won't let anyone else take the blame. I've decided that from this moment on, the weakest force in the Sand Village of the Wine Kingdom will take action." Saratobi Hiruzen looked at everyone with a serious expression and directly stated his opinion. Midokado Homura, upon hearing it, immediately exclaimed, "Saratobi, you shouldn't be so impulsive. Now that the 4 great ninja villages have joined forces, without a comprehensive plan, it could easily lead to a chain reaction." However, Saratobi Hiruzen revealed a resolute gaze at the 3 of them. After the 3 battles, the Sand Village's strength was greatly weakened, especially the daimyo of the Wine Country, which significantly reduced their budget. The Sand Village ninjas had no choice but to implement an elite training plan, and as a defeated nation, the Sand Village has to unconditionally compensate Konoha with 20% of its high-level missions each year. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Kaharu and Midokado Homura immediately showed expressions of understanding and breathed a sigh of relief. However, Shimura Danzu angrily said, "Saratobi, this is compensation for defeat. The village needs these missions to recover quickly. You can't take these." Before Shimura Danzu could finish speaking, Saratobi Hiruzen directly said in a low voice, "So, Danzo, what good method do you have to disrupt the alliance of the 4 great ninja villages?" Shimura Danzu was speechless, his face turning crimson at the remark. He could only retreat to his seat in embarrassment. The most important thing now is to disrupt the alliance of the 4 great ninja villages. I think if just one village withdraws first, a gap will appear in the other ninja villages. After all, there has never been a true alliance between ninja villages. Saratobi Hiruzen spoke with a resolute expression, and Uchiha Kaharu nodded solemnly in agreement. Saratobi is right. The alliances between the ninja villages are merely based on immediate benefits. If we offer a certain benefit, this so-called alliance can easily crumble. So, how much do we villagers want to give to the Sand Village ninjas? Midokado Homura threw out a crucial question. If you give them too little, they might secretly get angry and target you. If they were Sand Village ninjas, they would have long since figured out a way to capture their opponent, unlike now, where they're so isolated. 10%. Saratobi Hiruzen, worthy of being the longest-serving Hawkage, directly threw out an irresistible temptation to the Sand Village ninja. Upon hearing these figures, Shimura Danzu stood up abruptly, slammed his hand on the table, and angrily shouted, 10% of high-level missions. Saratobi, do you know how long this will delay Konoha's economic recovery? This isn't just a year, it's a full 15 years. After 3 devastating battles that left the nation utterly defeated, the Sand Village ninjas allocated 20% of their high-level missions to Konoha. It's important to know that these are C-rank missions or higher, and they must be completed continuously over a period of 15 years. If this situation continues, the Sand Village ninjas will directly cut their high-level mission load by 20%. While Konoha can rely on this 20% increase to rapidly recover. But it's only been a few years. They've only just tasted the sweetness of success, and now they want to give half of it to someone else. Each year, this 10% profit-sharing mission is enough to sustain Root's entire transportation budget and will even have a long-term surplus, demonstrating the significant return on investment. 10%. I think it's possible. Although she felt the same pain, Uchiha Kaharu, with a troubled expression, nodded in agreement. 10% of the benefits would mean the collapse of the alliance of the 4 great ninja villages. Even the Sand Village ninjas, wanting to seize this advantage, would have to make some moves. Otherwise, they wouldn't get it for free. At this point, Uchiha Kaharu suddenly glanced towards Shimura Danzu. Using 10% of the Sand Village's high-level ninja for a mission, we'll exchange it for an ally for the village, transforming the alliance of the 4 great ninja villages into a situation where 2 great ninja villages are pitted against 3. It must be said that Uchiha Kaharu was far-sighted in this regard, and even Midokado Homura nodded in agreement. Not bad. Tomorrow I will personally set off to visit the Sand Village ninjas to discuss this matter. The Kazakage wants to obtain this benefit, and it's not something he can just say about. At the very least, He needs to show some kind of attitude. Shimura Danzo felt a pang of pain. He wasn't stupid. He could naturally see the benefits of this exchange. But the village was directly suffering a huge loss of profit. It's worth noting that every year, his root organization received a substantial portion of the missions allocated from the Sand Village. The current result directly cuts things in half, and dividing this portion benefits people considerably. It's essentially equivalent to having one pot of rice become half a pot, but the number of people eating remains the same. Danzo, you shouldn't dwell on short-term gains and losses. Your vision should be broader and more far-sighted. Having known each other for so many years, the four naturally knew each other's character. Seeing Danzo's unwilling expression, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. This 10% isn't just about getting the Sand Village ninjas to leave. It also requires the Sand Village ninjas to restrain one of the other ninja villages. That would greatly reduce the pressure on the village. That's settled then. Now, let's talk about another important matter. At this point, Sarutobi, while Hiruzen was still inside, slowly produced an urgent request for reinforcements, and looking at the three of them, said in a low voice, the 3 mines of Uzu no Kuni yield considerable annual profits, and their extremely important strategic location is the most crucial factor. They absolutely cannot fall into the hands of the Hidden Mist Village ninjas. The front lines have already suffered considerable casualties, and now we face the destruction of our rear guard. While morale is shaken, the Hidden Mist Village ninjas have also received significant reinforcements. Our Uzu no Kuni position is in grave danger. We have already lost 10% of our Sand Village ninjas' interests, and Uzu no Kuni's interests could also be lost at this crucial moment. But this strategic position of Uzu no Kuni absolutely cannot be abandoned. Uzu no Kuni is not only involved in significant benefits, but also holds an extremely important strategic position. Once it is captured by the Hidden Mist Village ninjas, then if war breaks out again, the Hidden Mist Village ninjas could advance rapidly and directly. As long as Uzu no Kuni remains in their possession, this place will become a buffer zone preventing the Hidden Mist Village ninjas from reaching their territory. Seeing this situation, everyone looked dejected, and Uchiha and Kaharu sighed regretfully, saying, if only I had known, I should have helped Uzu no Kuni back then, even if it meant paying a price. Back then, having the Uzumaki clan's Uzu no Kuni was so good. They had so much to worry about, someone to hold back the Hidden Mist Village ninjas for them. As a result, now they're a village facing for great ninja villages, which is truly a miserable situation. HMPH, haven't we paid a heavy price for our efforts? How many Senju clan members sacrificed on the battlefield at Uzu no Kuni back then? Otherwise, we wouldn't have risked conducting wood release research. As soon as the wood release research plan from that year was mentioned, everyone's expressions immediately turned extremely grim. This was an unshakable nightmare, a nightmare that directly led to the demise of the Senju clan. Okay, now let's talk about the frontline reinforcements. The events of that year were a taboo subject, so Sarutobi Hiruzen directly brought the topic to the present issue in a low voice. Looking directly at the 3 people and saying, I have decided to withdraw 600 ninja troops from the rear to provide reinforcements, and at the same time, reinforce the water country's border region with 1,000 troops. If the Hidden Mist Village ninjas continue to increase their forces on the battlefield of Uzu no Kuni, we will also continue to contribute. Facing the 4 great ninja villages was stressful for him, but it was just a single ninja from the Hidden Mist Village. Even if it were 3 against 2, Sarutobi Hiruzen would still be filled with rage. After all, they were the #1 ninja village. To treat them like this, as if they were made of clay, withdrawing 600 men, isn't that a bit much? You should know that once the number of ninja on the front lines exceeds 1,000, the situation changes completely. Uchiha Kaharu and Midokado Homura both wore serious expressions. With over 1,000 ninja troops, they were facing a battle that had reached the red alert level for full-scale war. If it escalated even slightly, it would mean a full-scale war between the 2 major ninja villages. Their 3 battles had resulted in heavy losses, and now, just as they were about to face another 4 dangerous battles, even they were filled with apprehension. The Great Ninja War was so terrifying that even they needed to treat it with caution. Sarutobi Hiruzen fell silent. Uchiha Kaharu and Midokado Homura exchanged glances. then said in a low voice, Sarutobi, Izu no Kuni should try to keep the number of ninjas on the battlefield to within 1,000 for now. We can withdraw some of the elite to stabilize the situation first. After the Sand Village ninjas betray us, that will be the time for us to break the deadlock. This time, even Shimura Danzu nodded in agreement with a grim expression. He said in a low voice, Orochimaru still has remaining members of his organization, and there are quite a few decent civilian ninjas in the village. We can withdraw some to provide reinforcements, and the major clans can send some people to stabilize the situation first. Now is not the time to start the fourth great ninja war. Seeing that all three had chosen a conservative approach, Sarutobi Hiruzen pondered for a moment before speaking again. This was a matter I overlooked. The Great Ninja War has indeed touched upon a critical juncture. Use the fastest speed to contact the Sand Village ninjas and seize the opportunity to get them to defect a day early, so that the current predicament can be resolved sooner. Narishikaku is currently the commander of the Lightning Country's border. I plan to dispatch Sarutobi Shinosuke to the Water Country's border to assume the position of overall commander, and at the same time, send a message to Jiraiya, instructing him to be prepared for any ninja from the Stone Village bordering the area who might threaten Noki. It must be said that Janhai is still a shrewd old fox. Sarutobi Hiruzen's direct tactic was to create a show of force. Konoha doesn't want to start a war, and similarly, none of the other four great ninja villages want to either. Shinosuke, that's not wrong. Orochimaru's remaining elite members have mostly been sent to the Uzu no Kuni front lines, and the rest won't amount to much. Instead, having Shinosuke go to the Water Country's border to guard it can eliminate any remaining potential threats. Agreed. Approved. Approved. In the blink of an eye, the Konoha F4 formulated a plan for Konoha to confront the four great ninja villages. It's likely none of them had ever imagined that a simple misunderstanding could lead to such a major event. Even the four great ninja villages hadn't anticipated this. The land of wine ninjas, Sand Village. Kazekage Reza looked at the letter of inquiry sent by Konoha. Although it didn't explicitly state it, the meaning was very clear. Even though he had read it countless times, a strange expression still appeared on his face. That's pretty good. Konoha is purely overthinking, but it smells really good nonetheless. To elders, it seems there's some misunderstanding in Konoha. The sinister Rasa's expression softened, revealing an uncontrollable smile. This was his greatest achievement since taking office. However, before Ebizo could say anything, the two elders on his left and right sneered. It's not a misunderstanding. This time, the four great ninja villages are secretly joining forces. Do you think this old fox Noki will let this opportunity slip away? Beside him, Ebizo also smiled and nodded, saying, not bad. Sachikage Noki certainly won't miss such a good opportunity. Just wait, in a few days that Sachikage's delegation will come to persuade us. The idea of the four great ninja villages joining forces against Konoha might be a good one. Enough, Noki has always been a cunning old fox, and Sarutobi isn't exactly a pushover either. This time, he's determined to get as much benefit as possible from Konoha. Right now, the Sand Village ninjas need to rest and recuperate, not target Konoha. Ebizo and Chiyosama, exchanging words back and forth, had almost figured out the intentions of the two old foxes in the shinobi world, and the fourth Kazekage, Reza, rarely showed a smile. I understand the elders' intentions. The Sand Village ninjas suffered to heavy losses in the 3 battles and are indeed unsuitable to participate further. Instead, they can use this opportunity to focus on external affairs and recuperate. The young fourth Kazekage Reza spoke with great enthusiasm, but Grenichio sighed deeply. Konoha Sarutobi is a cunning old fox. He won't easily let us remain neutral. If he wants to secure more benefits for the Sand Village ninjas, he must choose to ally with another country. Coincidentally, Konoha mentioned in the letter that the number of missions we need most is exactly what we need. The more missions we want, the more we'll have to pay the price. As someone with experience, Chio was certainly aware of this principle. No one would allow you to remain completely detached from the situation. If you dared to do so, the Hidden Stone Village and Konoha would both join forces to deal with you first. Thinking of escaping in this situation was a pipe dream. Such a major event in the ninja world could not be kept secret. Sure enough, the border regions were shaken, especially after the Raikage and Sachikage received the news. They immediately broke into smiles, secretly planning a four-nation alliance to wear down Konoha. However, they didn't know that before the plan even began, the Sand Village ninjas had already surrendered under Konoha's sweet talk. Ultimately, the Sand Village ninjas were poor, and faced with the weakening Konoha and the enormous benefits, they unanimously chose the immediate advantage. As the ninja world trembled, the clash between Uzu no Kuni, a ninja from the Hidden Mist Village, and Konoha, the two great ninja villages, on the battlefield also revealed a sense of impending storm and oppression. Hidden Mist Village Ninja Base. What? Lord Mizukage actually wants to launch a full-scale attack on the Konoha base. At this moment, Suikazen Fuguki's eyes widened, revealing an expression of disbelief. His hands were still wrapped in bandages. Lord Mizukage's meaning is very clear. If we attack Konoha at this time, the three great ninja villages of Cloud, Stone, and Sand, regardless of whether it's for their own benefit or for negotiations, will use their actions to disrupt Konoha's aid. This is a bargaining chip. It must be said that the fourth Mizukage Obito still had some brains. Between ninja villages, there was only self-interest. Similarly, this time, regardless of whether it was for his own benefit or something else, as long as he fought here, the other three ninja villages would not let this opportunity slip away. Weaken Konoha or negotiate with Konoha to resolve the issues they need to address, thereby taking the initiative. Uchiha Yor never imagined that he would cause such a commotion, directly stirring up all five great ninja villages in the shinobi world. At this point in time, Konoha's strength is not to be underestimated. Rest assured, although the Mizukage's advance of 300 elite troops to ambush Konoha resulted in considerable casualties, we still have about 200 members left with fighting power, all of whom will obey your orders. Upon hearing that there were 200 reinforcements, Suikazen Fuguki's grim expression improved somewhat. After all, the rumors about Hidden Mist Village ninjas sending reinforcements to the front lines seemed plausible, but he knew perfectly well that reinforcements were a load of nonsense. After being defeated in a previous battle, they returned without fully understanding Konoha's heavy losses, even claiming that Hidden Mist Village ninjas had secretly sent a large number of reinforcements to the front lines and directly attacked Konoha. Although he didn't know what had happened, Suikazen Fuguki, in order to salvage his own reputation after a humiliating defeat, didn't object to it. On the contrary, his resigned attitude led all the Hidden Mist Village ninjas to believe that he had secretly given the order. It should also be said that the Hidden Mist Village's current true reinforcements consist of only this 200-man ninja corps, and are not as formidable as the rumors suggest. Good, I will now order the withdrawal of the elite troops preparing to launch an attack on the army corps. Suikazen Fuguki's current success wasn't due to incompetence. His chubby, large face, with its pair of small, beady eyes that shifted, instantly revealed a sinister glint. Although the exact situation was unknown, it seemed like a good opportunity. Konoha had no reinforcements, and although they had failed the previous time, with the addition of these 200 reinforcements, they seemed to have the advantage. Furthermore, with Konoha's reinforcements facing an ambush, the lower ranks were shaken, and he might be able to seize this opportunity to fight fiercely, salvage the humiliating defeat, and even, if given the chance, reclaim his great sword, Samehada, from the hands of that Uchiha brat. The fact that the Samehada greatsword was a real pain in his heart. He had kept this secret all along, not daring to let others know otherwise. Not only would he lose face greatly, his prestige would be trampled upon, and he himself would likely face severe punishment. Currently, both my hands are injured. Although I can still go to the battlefield to command a ninja army, the Konoha Uchiha brat is not ordinary in terms of strength. Moreover, he possesses a forbidden jutsu that can temporarily reach cage-level combat power. I need someone who can hold him back. The masked ninja from the Hidden Mist Village stood before him, silently observing for a moment before nodding and saying, "We have 2 candidates among our elite troops, but we hope you can provide one more." Hoshigaki Kisame possesses immense chakra, and although he has been injured more than once, he remains unaffected and can participate in battles as a support character. Suikazen Fuguki revealed a sinister, bloodthirsty smile, as if knowing that the only person who knew he had lost his greatsword Samehada was Hoshigaki Kisame. Perhaps this was an opportunity. If he were to die, no one would know. Although he was still somewhat reluctant, after all, he was his trusted admiral. but at the moment, there was indeed no more suitable candidate. Okay, we'll launch the attack in 2 hours. Deep within the dense forest, the hidden mist village ninja, without any hesitation, swiftly traversed, brutally dismantling every trap, the gloomy, damp woods resounding with constant explosions. Konoha Military Base. Lord Yoru, the hidden mist village ninjas are launching an attack on the army, and they should be able to reach the front lines in about 10 minutes. With their intelligence capabilities, the hidden mist village ninjas had just made a major move when the investigation team in the jungle frantically began reporting and firing signal flares. And Konoha had already started preparing for battle. This is a strategic location, situated in this humid, dense jungle terrain, and even closer to the sea. With abundant water resources underground, it's safe to say this place is a natural battlefield for the hidden mist village ninjas, which is why Konoha ninjas always choose high ground. The high ground provides a geographical advantage. At the very least, it won't accumulate a large amount of water, and the underground resources are relatively deeper. For the hidden mist village ninjas, releasing water release, even if it consumes a little more chakra, is just a matter of them going up and down. Issue orders to everyone to prepare for battle, and simultaneously inform the other two bases that, no matter what happens, no reinforcements are allowed, only hold your positions. If the hidden mist village ninjas launch a diversionary attack, under no circumstances should you abandon your base. Instead, converge on my location. Yes, everyone chooses the most suitable terrain for each person to prepare for battle. Yes, the situation was tense inside because a large open area had been revealed during the previous great battle. At this time, every Konoha ninja began urgently preparing for war, either hiding in pits or in the surrounding forests. In ninja battles, even newly formed armies would never resort to direct, reckless attacks. At this time, Uchiha Yoru was solemnly directing the various battle preparations, while Uchiha Shisui was in charge of another base, which was also the closest base to the coast. If any unsuitable moment arose, the elite Uchiha clan could secretly escort Itachi to safety. This might be a privilege of the elite, but similarly, Itachi's arrival here also brought some high-level Uchiha combatants. They are mutually beneficial. Privileges have always existed, and this is fundamentally impossible to stop. There was also a base in charge of which was Hyuga Hizashi, and Kakashi appeared as his assistant. His arrangements were also based on his own reasons. Hyuga Hizashi had the most extensive experience, and his strength was undeniable. His position in charge of a region was perfectly suitable from any perspective. Uchiha Shisui, besides being extremely powerful, was also a formidable opponent as long as his Mangekyo Sharingan wasn't revealed. More importantly, in the original story, Shisui earned a formidable reputation in battles against the Hidden Mist Village ninjas, so there's no reason he would lose now. Kakashi arranged for someone to be by his side for 2 reasons. Firstly, they could share some of his official duties, since they would later become the 6th Hokage. Secondly, it meant a 50-50th split of the spoils. Although it sounds a bit like a joke, the theory of fate is very mysterious. Moreover, now that Kakashi's Sharingan is sealed, his chakra is usually abundant, and with a new direction, his strength is no longer stagnant as before. Kakashi, wait a moment. Once the battle begins, you'll be in charge of command and control. The Hidden Mist Village ninjas are targeting me, and there will definitely be ninjas coming to restrain me. Uchiha Yoru gave the order with a serious expression. Upon hearing it, Hada Kakashi immediately frowned slightly and said in a low voice, "Yoru, you are the highest-ranking commander here. You can't take the risk. You take command. I will." Before Kakashi could finish speaking, Uchiha Yoru directly extended her hand to stop him. "Kakashi, precisely because I am the commander here, I absolutely cannot hide behind you." At this point, Uchiha Yoru's arrogant personality became even more apparent. Looking around at the nervous Konoha ninjas, he haughtily raised his head and said, "The Uchiha and Senju clans joined forces to establish Konoha. There has never been a Uchiha hiding behind Konoha ninjas. As long as the Uchiha clan has not fallen, Konoha will be protected by the Uchiha." It was clearly an arrogant statement, but in everyone's eyes, it was full of gentleness. The Uchiha ninja in Konoha directly shouted, "That's right, Konoha was founded by us Uchiha. When did it become your turn to protect us?" The arrogant Uchiha wouldn't run away. Long live Lord Yoru. One by one, the arrogant Uchiha ninja stepped forward, and the atmosphere changed slightly. Suddenly, someone shouted, "Long live the Uchiha!" And all the Konoha ninjas on the battlefield roared with passion. "Long live Lord Yoru! Long live the Uchiha!" In Hada Kakashi's eyes, this scene was filled with complex emotions. He was both terrified and secretly horrified. The power of influence was truly terrifying. It seemed that every time Uchiha Yoru appeared and spoke, there would be an extraordinary force of influence. Even among these people, the image of Sannin Orochimaru gradually faded from their minds, replaced by the image of Uchiha Yoru. "Yoru, you truly are a boring leader. Perhaps you will really change Konoha, or even bring about a great transformation for the entire shinobi world." Looking at the dazzling Uchiha Yoru, who was attracting everyone's attention, Hada Kakashi muttered to himself, "Luckily you're not an enemy, otherwise it would be terrifying." "Lord Yoru, we are your bodyguards. Last time you were left without any guards by your side, so how can we abandon you now?" Genma, the unknowing fire squad member, along with Namiyashi Rado and Tatami Iwashi, all wore solemn expressions. Their eyes were filled with determination, having already prepared to sacrifice their lives for Uchiha Yoru. However, Uchiha Yoru revealed a cheerful expression, looking at the three and saying, "In the future, you all need to work hard in your training, but right now, other places need you. Not just to protect me alone. The three of you will work together to assist Kakashi in commanding and coordinating operations on the battlefield, so I'm counting on you." Genma's three-person squad was quite strong, but he needed someone to keep the tide of the battle in check. Otherwise, if he defeated the Hidden Mist Village ninjas and they restrained his elite, he would lose the battle, which would also be a crushing defeat. Moreover, this time he didn't necessarily want to kill anyone, but simply to keep them in check. "I told you so. Isn't Kakashi still around?" Thinking this, Uchiha Yoru subtly glanced at Kakashi, a slow smile forming on his lips. He was confident Kakashi wouldn't just sit idly by and watch him get into trouble. "Yoru." Mitarashi Anko showed a hint of concern in her expression. As ninjas, regardless of gender or age, who had graduated from ninja school, they were naturally prepared for everything. They didn't live in the peaceful era of the protagonist. "Yoru, you are the strongest, but I will not admit defeat because I am Mitarashi Anko, the future strongest female ninja in Konoha." Suddenly, Mitarashi Anko revealed an open and straightforward smile, directly giving Uchiha Yoru a beautiful thumbs-up gesture. It seemed as if she had a feeling of familiarity at that moment, but after all, she was just a young girl, and compared to her, there was indeed a sense of pleasant beauty. Seeing Anko's mischievous, cat-toothed smile, the suffocating atmosphere seemed to ease considerably. Uchiha Yoru's lips curved into a similar smile, and he even gave a thumbs up. "I believe in you all. You will undoubtedly become the strongest female ninjas in Konoha in the future." Yui Kurenai and Utsugi Yugo forced a smile on their faces. Since the previous incident, both of them had fallen into self-reproach. They loved their village so much, but what should they do? One was the beloved third Hokage of the village, and the other was a fellow villager who also deeply loved her. Enemy attack! A loud, clear sound echoed throughout the heavens and earth, and in an instant, the sky was filled with shurikens, kunai, and explosive talismans trailing flames as they flew towards the people on both sides of the battlefield. Rumble! Before the person arrived, the ominous figure carrying the explosive talisman had already let out a cry. Water release, great waterfall technique. One by one, the elite Hidden Mist Village ninjas appeared, having already formed hand seals before launching a torrential attack. At the same time, 5 Hidden Mist Village ninjas, who had been secretly lurking, quickly formed hand seals and, with their hands in unison, shouted loudly, "Nuclear seismic tunnel!" In an instant, the ground in front of them shook violently, and huge craters appeared on the surface. This jutsu directly caused a large chunk of the ground to collapse within a certain radius. Facing the Hidden Mist Village ninjas who were clearing a path with their water release jutsu, the Konoha ninjas had also prepared accordingly. The Earth Release ninjas, skilled in this technique, simultaneously formed hand seals and moved across the ground. Doriheki Earth Release, one by one, massive, heavy walls appeared, and in an instant, a towering wave swept across the battlefield, crashing against the massive walls, creating a visual spectacle. As the force subsided, the Hidden Mist Village ninjas, using their Earth-release jutsu, altered the terrain, transforming the previously large craters into enormous basins of water. Under the influence of gravity, people usually go where the water flows to where it is high and where it is low. At a large waterfall, the water loses its momentum in an instant, and the continuous floodwaters begin to flow back, filling several large, deep pits on the ground in a flash. Several enormous pools of water appeared on the battlefield. This is the terrifying aspect of ninjutsu. A single ninja might not be able to change the terrain, but working together, they can easily alter it and create a terrain advantageous to their side. Following the creation of the terrain, the Hidden Mist Village ninjas, each with a bloodthirsty roar, rushed out. The surrounding area of the created lake providing immense assistance to the Hidden Mist Village ninjas. All Konoha ninjas, prepare for battle. The Konoha ninjas all let out a loud shout, and Uchiha Yoru, standing at the forefront, saw the frenzied, screaming Hidden Mist Village ninjas charging towards him. And his eyes gradually revealed the 3-Tomo Sharingan. In the cold wind, a black, specially prepared military ration ball from the Uchiha clan slowly entered his mouth, followed by the sound of swallowing. The military food provider has the ability to restore chakra and increase the chakra limit. Later, Hokage Kishimoto abandoned the military food provider feature because this setting had some bugs. Normally, military rations have significant side effects and limited effectiveness, so secret recipes for military rations are relatively precious. Pig, dog, rooster, a monkey, no. Uchiha Yoru quickly formed hand seals with both hands, and with a sudden jolt to the ground, a massive cloud of thick smoke instantly rose up. Kuchioshi no Jutsu. A roar echoed across the battlefield, and as the thick smoke from the spirit beast dissipated, Manda's ferocious face was revealed. Little brat! Without waiting for Manda to finish speaking, Uchiha Yoru pointed directly at the distant water basin and shouted, "Manda, all the Hidden Mist Village ninjas in front are your sacrifices. First, burrow underground and puncture the water basins of the Hidden Mist Village ninjas." Seeing Uchiha Yoru deliver the order and immediately jump away, Manda glared at him, but still restrained itself because the conditions the other party had offered earlier were too tempting. "Little devil, next time I hope to hear good news, not that every time I come out I'll be helping you fight." Uchiha Yoru didn't show any kindness to Manda, who was such an arrogant and unruly snake, and directly snorted coldly, "If you're unwilling to part ways, your talent is only so-so anyway, and your life is practically over. If you still want to become stronger, then help me. I promise you I won't forget." "HMPH, you hateful little brat," roar. After letting out a roar, Manda instantly created a crater and disappeared from the battlefield. Meanwhile, some ninjas from the Hidden Mist Village immediately guessed what this giant snake was up to and started shouting. Similarly, Konoha ninjas, upon seeing Manda, also excitedly yelled, "It's Lord Manda! It's Lord Yoru's summoning beast! Kill it! Kill!" Previously, upon seeing Manda, they would have been overjoyed, shouting that he was Lord Orochimaru's summoning beast, but now it has changed to Lord Yoru. It's clear that this young man is gradually replacing Orochimaru's position. Kill in an instant. Konoha ninjas and Hidden Mist Village ninjas clashed in the same spot, with ninjas fighting and killing each other everywhere in the forest, on the ground, and even on the surface of the lake. A few powerful ninjas on both sides had intelligence, so at the moment the battle began, corresponding ninjas on both sides devised their own tactics for encirclement and annihilation. Uchiha Yoru, now the supreme commander of Konoha, is clearly under intense scrutiny. 3 ninja, all wearing protective masks, surrounded him. One of them was an old acquaintance, Hoshigaki Kisame, while the other, with one eye covered, gave Uchiha Yoru a cold smile the moment he saw him. Originally, it was the gold lettering on the wanted poster for the ninja from the Green Mist Village. During the Third Great Ninja War, Aoshi obtained the Hyuga Byakugan from the Konoha clan, which he considered a valuable trophy. Shortly afterward, Aoshi was placed on the Leaf Village's wanted poster. I can't handle the encouragement from Konoha's genius. Another Hidden Mist Village ninja, wearing a mask that completely covered him from head to toe, was instantly smiling as Uchiha Yoru surveyed the battlefield. So that's it, he abandoned his most proficient large-scale water release attack and instead chose to attack from all directions in close quarters combat. Not a bad tactic, an improvement compared to last time. It seems the fat pig hiding behind him isn't so stupid after all. After saying the last sentence, Uchiha Yoro suddenly spewed out a thick stream of flames from his mouth. Fire release, Phoenix Fire Technique, Rank Jutsu. He continuously spewed large fireballs from his mouth towards the Hidden Mist Village ninjas, while the heat from the cursed seal on his neck slowly spread across his entire body. This time, the Hidden Mist Village ninjas were fully aware of his combat intelligence, unlike the previous time when they were caught off guard. Facing the relentless barrage of fireballs from the towering figure, Hoshigaki Kisame, whose chest was clearly wrapped in bandages, quickly formed hand seals with both hands. Water release, water wall. At the same time, Green and another Hidden Mist Village ninja launched separate attacks from two sides. This battle was entirely focused on restraining his overwhelming offensive ninjutsu. The chaos on the battlefield almost completely prevented his sweeping style ninjutsu. In an instant, a flash of lightning erupted from his entire body. Uchiha Yoro transformed into a bolt of lightning and charged forward. The two sides collided for a brief moment, a streak of lightning flashing past, and the eyes of both the green-clad ninja and the other Hidden Mist Village ninja were filled with terror. So fast! Fast speed, even faster drawing the sword. With a cracking sound, Ichikaku's mask was instantly torn off, revealing a strand of brown hair, ready to meet the combined cold counterattack of the two. Ding ding ding! Facing Uchiha Yoro's attack, Green and another Hidden Mist Village ninja were filled with terror. Even with their combined strength, they were being suppressed. Although they weren't skilled in taijutsu, they should have considered how young their opponent was, and that they were working together. Water release, Dai Bakasui Showa. Suddenly, a massive wave of water surged down, and Uchiha Yoro immediately cried out in alarm. But this time the water release technique was so fast that he had no chance to react. Rumble! In an instant, surging waves formed a massive spherical water prison, trapping Uchiha Yoro inside. Hoshigaki Kisame, who had just unleashed this jutsu, was gasping for breath, clearly not yet at his peak, especially with his injuries. This jutsu had taken a considerable toll on him. Ah, this is your specialty, because you devised the tactics. Although breathing heavily and struggling a bit, Hoshigaki Kisame was beaming with a smile. This jutsu, though in a rank, consumed a significant amount of chakra, depending on the user's skill. This time, he directly unleashed an enormous water sphere, comparable in size to a forest. In the original story, Hoshigaki Kisame once released this massive water sphere to trap the Eight-Tails killer bee. Gurgle gurgle, suddenly submerged in water, Uchiha Yoro held his breath, his three-tamo Sharingan calmly surveying his surroundings. He had to admit that, given the information he had revealed, he was indeed in a very passive position. In this water, your fire release will be completely ineffective. Not even lightning release, haha. Hoshigaki Kisame revealed a smile, inwardly sneering. This water prison is as vast as a forest. How large can your lightning release jutsu possibly be? With a radiant smile, Hoshigaki Kisame felt as if he had arrived in paradise upon entering the water. No matter how his opponent moved, this enormous water prison would revolve around him, trapping and killing them. The plan is complete. The identical figures trapped in the blue water, along with the Hidden Mist Village ninja, instantly swam quickly to either side, as the opponent's lightning release was incredibly powerful. Do they not care about the life and death of their comrades? Indeed, the cold-blooded ninjas of the Hidden Mist Village are very difficult to deal with when employing this kind of self-sacrificing tactic. Trapped in the water prison, Uchiha Yoro pondered silently. The three Hidden Mist Village ninjas had left him feeling helpless and constrained, not because of a difference in strength, but because of intelligence. From the very beginning, they had devised a strategy to counter him, just like the two members of the Akatsuki's Immortal team. Haiden and Kakuzu were also defeated because of leaked intelligence, falling prey to the enemy's targeted tactics. Indeed, one should never underestimate anyone. From the very beginning until now, he hasn't even unleashed many jutsu, and yet he's already been outmaneuvered. Thinking of this, Uchiha Yoro's expression became even more serious. His lightning release form allowed him to descend quickly, but underwater he was no match for these Hidden Mist Village ninjas. Even so, he swiftly moved to one side, while Hoshigaki Kisame, standing in the center of the water prison, displayed a bloodthirsty grin. In the water, his speed wouldn't be inferior to anyone else's, even without his Samehada. On the battlefield, in the blink of an eye, this scene unfolded, causing widespread anxiety among the Konoha side, while the Hidden Mist Village ninjas were filled with overwhelming enthusiasm, each one shouting with bloodthirsty excitement. Suikazen Fuguki, hidden behind them, wore a sinister smile upon witnessing this. Little devil, this is to repay you for the last time I meticulously devised a strategy for you. I hope you like it. Surrounded and facing his predicament, Uchiha Yor not only showed no sign of impatience, but instead calmly moved swiftly while observing his surroundings. Seeing Hoshigaki Kisam's determined expression, a cold smile slowly formed on his lips. Every jutsu has its weaknesses, so let me tell you about the weakness of this particular jutsu. Illusion. Suddenly, Uchiha Yoru abruptly turned his head, his three-tamo Sharingan rotating downwards. Hoshigaki Kisame, facing the Sharingan, revealed a mocking smile. Genjutsu was indeed his weakness, but it was limited to a personal level. Illusionist's dissolution. Kisame, the person behind the main image, had already broken the seal on his blue eyes. With the assistance of the blue Byakugan, the two are almost fearless of Genjutsu below S rank. Some say the Byakugan counters Genjutsu, but in reality, any bloodline ability will have a strengthening effect on the user. And the Byakugan does not have the ability to counter Genjutsu according to the government. But the Byakugan has a very powerful ability. It can see through and observe chakra. At such close range, even with his eyes tightly closed, the Byakugan could clearly see the flow of chakra within Hoshigaki Kisame's body. When a Genjutsu is released, Hoshigaki Kisame's chakra will definitely be abnormal, and he can instantly detect it. Using his own chakra, he can directly disrupt the Genjutsu, causing Hoshigaki Kisame to break free from it. The only sound was the gurgling of water. Seeing that his Genjutsu hadn't worked, Uchiha Yor's lips slowly curved into a smile. He thought that the Sharingan Genjutsu was quite good. The opponent's water release could follow the user's movements, making this water prison a massive mobile fortress. However, it also had more than one drawback. In the blink of an eye, he pulled 10 smoke bombs from his bag, and in an instant, thick black smoke appeared in the murky water, clearly obscuring visibility. Hoshigaki Kisame's face immediately darkened. Discovered a weakness. Was he planning to use a shadow clone to break the formation? As a jutsu user, how could he not know the flaws of this jutsu? In terms of clones, he was completely unable to sense which one was the real body. Although his speed was fast, the opponent's lightning release technique was not something an ordinary person could use. No, it's not a clone. As Uchiha Yor swiftly moved downwards in the water, Hoshigaki Kisame instantly understood his purpose, and a look of urgency appeared in his eyes. The water sphere is mobile, but such a large water prison is incredibly heavy. He needs to maintain its mobility to trap his opponent, yet it cannot penetrate the ground. His opponent is trying to break the trap using Earth Release. Water Release, 5-feet interchange, with 5 fingers releasing chakra. He instantly transformed into an incomparably ferocious shark swiftly swimming towards Uchiha Night Swimmer. In the water, no one could match the shark's speed. Gurgle gurgle. When the sharks were still 10 meters above the ground, 5 of them attacked. Seeing this, Uchiha Yor let out a cold laugh, and a ball of electric arc erupted from his entire body. In an instant, the sharks shattered. Water conducts electricity, and although these sharks were made of chakra, the electricity disrupted the stable chakra structure. The moment Uchiha Yor reached the bottom of the water, he quickly formed hand seals, intending to use Earth Release Jutsu to break through this jutsu. At this point, there were many ways to use Earth Release to break through. He could use it to escape, or he could use it to directly launch an attack from the outside. But just as Uchiha Yor was forming hand seals, a flash of cold light appeared, and the look of panic on Hoshigaki Kisame's face in the center of the water prison vanished, replaced by a smug, triumphant smile. A long ninja sword, its hilt emerging directly from the ground, pierced Uchiha Yor's foot, its slender blade simultaneously plunging into his abdomen. Bright red blood flowed down, revealing a ferocious, enormous head. It was Suikazen Fuguki. Suikazen Fuguki opened his mouth wide underwater. Although no sound came out, the shape of his mouth made it clear to everyone what he was saying. Little devil, I've been waiting for you for a long time. A mouthful of fresh blood spurted from his mouth, transforming into a dazzling, blood-red fountain in the water. The next moment, Uchiha Yor transformed into a ferocious giant snake, and at the same time, Suikazen Fuguki's small eyes blazed with rage. The giant snake, in pain, bit down directly, but Suikazen Fuguki didn't resist. Instead, he allowed the snake to bite him. Under his hateful gaze, his massive body also transformed into a mass of water clone. That's not right. It's up there. As Uchiha Yura swam downwards, revealing her true form, a giant snake, Hoshigaki Kisame immediately scanned her, his blue Byakugan instantly locating her target. It's a tiny sunbeam tree. It's almost undetectable underwater, but right now it's moving at an incredibly fast speed, about to escape its aquatic prison. Damn it! Hoshigaki Kisame glared with unwilling eyes. The enormous water prison could move with him, but to fly into the sky. Carrying such a heavy load of water, he was a human, not a Bijuu. Whoosh! With a very soft sound, a black metallic senbon detached from the massive water prison. In an instant, with a screech, a flash of white smoke revealed Uchiha Yura's soaking wet figure. After being trapped for so long, he finally breathed in fresh air. Not a bad tactic at all, but unfortunately, ninja techniques all have weaknesses. You failed, now it's my turn. In the damp air, Uchiha Yura let out a cold laugh. Facing the gravitational pull, his momentum was insufficient to prepare for the fall, but his hands had already begun forming hand seals, the summoning jutsu. However, at that very moment, a similar dark shadow appeared directly above him. Really, too bad you won't have the chance, handsome man. Let me send you off with a beautiful kiss. A chillingly calm voice echoed in his ears, yet at this moment, Uchiha Yura was drenched in cold sweat, completely oblivious to the numbness. His conditioned reflex kicked in as he turned his head and saw another hidden mist village ninja. It was that masked figure, lacking Ichikaku, revealing the brown hair of a hidden mist village ninja. It was her. Technique of the lava monster, the soft, powdery substance sprayed from her lips in a large, milky yellow stream, possessing both stickiness and strong corrosive acid properties, completely obscuring Uchiha Yura's figure. In an instant, a sizzling sound of corrosion echoed, and from the sky, masked Emi Terumi began to fall. She couldn't help but sigh deeply, saying, "He's so handsome, what a waste. I'll give you a kiss that truly melts your heart." But as she fell from the sky, Emi Terumi, who had thought victory was within her grasp, instantly froze, her smile freezing on her face. Inside the corrosive acid, she saw a huge, roaring snake being corroded. Impossible! At this moment, Hoshigaki Kisame, trapped in the water prison, breathed a sigh of relief, finally having dealt with this Konoha monster, which was terrifying. However, at this very moment, the blue Byakugan behind him revealed a look of shock, and instantly grabbed his shoulder with a forceful motion. Hoshigaki Kisame, who was preparing to dispel this jutsu that consumed a huge amount of his chakra, suddenly stopped. His shocked blue Byakugan focusing on the black area produced by the smoke bomb in the water. Mid and net match. In the water, all that could be seen was a spine-chilling sight. A dense, black mass of frenzied viper creatures surging out, their speed of movement incredibly fast. Especially with such an overwhelming number of them, with snakes everywhere, they were completely unable to determine which snake the opponent had transformed into. In particular, a pitch-black piece of viper's mouth spewed out a gleaming, icy blade, which instantly enveloped everything in a massive, all-encompassing attack. Water release, Senjukaka. At that moment, Hoshigaki Kisame hastily formed hand seals, instantly summoning countless sharks from the water that swam frantically towards the large number of viper. Shark versus viper. This was a battle of roughly the same size, and in an instant, the vast water prison was dyed red. Inside the water prison, Hoshigaki Kisame's face was incomparably pale. Although he possessed immense chakra, this vast water prison was constantly draining him. Without the great sword Samihada, he was clearly experiencing chakra shortages, especially since he already had injuries. Gurgle gurgle. Throughout the water, sharks were tearing at viper, their fresh blood staining the floodwaters, making the massive water prison even more murky. At that moment, a dark shadow shot across the sky above the water sphere, accompanied by a resounding, piercing cry of an eagle. When, just as she was about to land on a tall treetop, Emi Terumi's eyes widened, and at the same time she recalled the scene from earlier. It's a shuriken technique hidden within shadows, yet it can be used against a tiny sunbeam. Is this the observational power of the Sharingan? No. When Emi Terumi recalled the sunbeam she had just seen, she knew when the opponent's true form had escaped. The Senbin wasn't just one, but two. Even the Byakugan couldn't see them with the naked eye, because the two Senbin were almost side by side. In the instant they broke out of the water prison, one Senbin directly transformed into its true form. The transformation technique produced a cloud of white smoke, perfectly concealing her true form. By this time, she had already been captivated by the white smoke produced by the transformation technique and failed to notice Senbin continuing to shoot towards the sky from within the smoke. The effect of dispelling the transformation technique is a clone, a giant snake. The original body would only dispel the transformation jutsu after being safely outside the area, and then use Kuchi-Oshi no Jutsu. No, the battle plan has failed. The girls had meticulously planned their tactics, entirely focused on targeting the enemy, yet it was so easily thwarted. Emi Terumi hurriedly shouted into the water prison, simultaneously forming hand seals, but Uchiha Yoru, who had appeared in the sky, was faster than them. The mighty eagle soared over the battlefield, Uchiha Yoru completing the hand seals with a bloodthirsty smile on his face, and suddenly spewed out a torrent of flames. Fire release, Gaka Meshitsatsu, a meteorite, shaped like a fireball, suddenly plummeted from the sky, violently crashing into the dense forest. Upon impact, the flames instantly spread, forming a sea of fire. This jutsu was described as capable of instantly burning an entire forest, its power even greater than the Great Fire Annihilation Jutsu. Rumble, in the dense forest, a massive fire instantly blazed up, startling the ninjas on both sides of the battlefield. When the Konoha side saw their commander, a deafening cheer erupted, and for a moment, the Konoha ninjas seemed to go completely mad. Deep within the jungle stood a massive water barrier, blocking the flames from attacking within a 10-meter radius. As the water droplets dispersed, a figure emerged from within Suikazen Fuguki, the commander of the Hidden Mist Village ninjas. Damn little brat! Facing the gnashing teeth Suikazen Fuguki, Uchiha Yoru, looking down from above, revealed a domineering smile. Not a bad tactic at all. If I didn't already have inside information on you guys, I probably wouldn't have been so relieved. Knowing that the Hidden Mist Village ninjas included Hoshigaki Kisame and Suikazen Fuguki, how could he not be cautious? Even though Kisame wasn't at his peak yet, he had already practiced with techniques from his peak, especially this water release jutsu, which he had practiced extensively. Although the sudden addition of the Blue Byakugan and Emi Terumi surprised him, he was confident in his mastery of Kisame's jutsu, and secretly felt fortunate that Kisame didn't yet possess the Samehada Greatsword. Otherwise, after the fusion, with the ability to devour chakra, this battle would have been truly difficult for him. Fire release, Great Dragon Fire Technique. Suddenly, Uchiha Yoru unleashed another jutsu, especially in the face of being looked down upon from above. From his mouth, he spewed out a compressed fire dragon form jutsu, directly unleashing 5 fire dragons in one breath. A massive amount of chakra descended, the entire first year's worth of attacks comparable to the size of a large room, the dragon fire jutsu striking indiscriminately. Below, Suikazen Fuguki, burning in the forest, roared in anger, because the enemy's target wasn't him, but rather Hoshigaki Kisame, the Blue Byakugan user, and Emi Terumi, who had just dispelled their jutsu in the distance. Having just finished this incredibly chakra-draining jutsu, the massive water prison instantly collapsed in all directions with a loud crash, like a dam breaking. Hoshigaki Kisame, gasping for breath, hadn't even caught his breath when he saw the raging fire dragon attacking him. At this moment, his chakra was almost depleted, and his shark-like face was incredibly pale. Water release, Water Dragon Bullet. In the blink of an eye, the first water dragon swept forward, directly charging towards the first fire dragon. As water and fire clashed, creating a massive cloud of thick fog, the Blue Byakugan user hastily grabbed Kisame and fled to the side. Hurry up, the plan has failed, your chakra is rapidly running out. Although the Hidden Mist Village ninjas were ruthless, they were not the kind to be easily sacrificed when facing Jonin-level beings, especially Hoshigaki Kisame, whose strength far surpassed that of ordinary Jonin and who also had greater potential for advancement. I've come to find you. A mournful cry echoed from the sky. Just as Emi Terumi had released the water dragon bond to rescue Hoshigaki Kisame, her expression suddenly changed. When she looked up, a bolt of lightning had already descended from the heavens. A deafening explosion resounded, the cracks on the mask widened, and Emi Terumi, struggling to suppress the surging blood in her chest, couldn't help but choke and say, "He's so handsome." Yet you don't understand how to cherish women. At this moment, the surrounding area had already detected the hidden mist village ninjas also launching an attack. Uchiha Yoru, descending from the sky, faced the encirclement and swiftly spun his 3-Tomo Sharingan, capturing everyone's movements. Some people were forming hand seals to prepare to use ninjutsu, others were releasing hidden weapons, and still others were attacking him. All the images flashed through his mind in an instant. It's undeniable how powerful the Sharingan's observational abilities are. The sword returned to its sheath, simultaneously revealing to wristbands a clearly visible sword character. In an instant, with swift movements, both hands transformed into a blur of motion. From the wrist where white smoke flickered down, countless gleaming shuriken darts continuously appeared, a dazzling and chaotic display of shuriken techniques unfolding in an instant. Within sight, shurikens flew everywhere, their icy gleam flashing in countless numbers. Each shuriken followed an extremely precise trajectory, almost all aimed at vital points or even the hands. One must understand that this was facing 10 enemies simultaneously. In an instant, the shurikens in Mei Terumi's eyes seemed to rain down like a torrential downpour. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique, throwing out hundreds of shurikens in one go, without waiting for the fatigue in his fingers to reach his brain. He instantly began rapidly forming hand seals. What was originally a sky full of shurikens instantly doubled in number. Damn it, are all handsome guys this vicious? Faced with such a fierce and relentless offensive, all the attacking ninjas of the Hidden Mist Village who were releasing their jutsu could only hastily stop and quickly begin to defend themselves. Mei Terumi felt particularly frustrated. She was a jutsu-type ninja, and this was simply too unfair. On the battlefield, knowing full well that his Akatsuki opponent was Mei Terumi, Uchiha Yoru showed no mercy, coldly choosing to kill her. At this point, who cared who you were? The subsequent strange changes in the shinobi world were none of his concern. From the moment he decided to stand at the reception desk, this world was about to undergo a massive transformation. Ultrasonic shockwave lightning blade. While all the Hidden Mist Village ninjas hastily dodged or deflected the barrage of shurikens with their kunai, Uchiha Yoru's entire body instantly glowed with intense lightning, his figure swiftly disappearing from his spot. The Gross World Sword at his side was drawn, emitting a powerful surge of lightning. Whoosh whoosh, he's here. A monster, he's a monster. Uchiha Yoru, wielding the grass-cutting sword, directly used his lightning-fast movements to kill his way through the crowd. His exquisite, lightning-fast swordsmanship unleashed a barrage of screams from the Hidden Mist Village ninjas who were hastily responding below. Facing the sharpness of the Gross World Sword, coupled with this supersonic shock lightning release blade ninjutsu, the sturdy kunai and shinobi katana used to block were instantly cut in half, and those who couldn't react in time had their limbs severed. Arms, techniques, or even instant decapitation, or a direct fatal blow, or even the complete incapacitation of the hand that could release ninjutsu in an instant. Blood splattered everywhere, and the screams of the Hidden Mist Village ninjas filled the air incessantly. Damn it, get out of the way! Having just dodged a barrage of shurikens, Mei Terumi witnessed a terrifying scene. With the terrifying dynamic vision of her 3-Tomo Sharingan, she was like a tiger entering a flock of sheep, precisely evading all attacks while simultaneously launching swift counterattacks. Rumble, a sudden explosion of a talisman rang out, and a thick cloud of smoke descended. As the Hidden Mist Village ninjas screamed in terror and hastily dodged, several dark figures instantly appeared in the dense fog. Potential for multiple hand snakes. In an instant, more than 10 giant snakes attacked in different directions, with 5 of the largest snakes heading straight towards Mei Terumi. Seeing the large snake attacking, Mei Terumi quickly dodged. The opponent seemed to know her intelligence. Her ninjutsu were all large-scale techniques, so it was difficult to use them in this chaotic battle situation. Doriheki Earth Release. At that moment, a wall suddenly rose up behind her, still a block of earth carved with snake heads, directly blocking Mei Terumi's retreat. With a screech, she slammed into the earth wall behind her. Before she could even feel the pain, she was attacked by 5 large snake heads and immediately spat out a mouthful of lava-release acidic fluid. Hiss, hiss, the first giant snake let out a mournful cry as it fell, and in an instant it was dissolved, leaving not even a trace behind. Whoosh, a blood-red flower bloomed on the earthen wall, and Mei Terumi, wearing a mask, quickly dodged, pulling it down to create distance. but a gash resembling a knife wound appeared on her abdomen. Fresh blood instantly stained her abdomen crimson. Emi Terumi, now wearing a mask, was drenched in cold sweat as she gazed intently at the distant earthen wall, where a long sword gleamed with lightning. If she hadn't reacted so quickly, she would have narrowly avoided being cut in half. A cold sweat broke out on Emi Terumi's back as she hastily used a bandage to tightly wrap the wound. The reaction was very quick. It's a shame they were just a little short. The earthen wall collapsed with a loud crash, revealing Uchiha Yoru, his face contorted with a devilish grin, wielding the Gross World Sword. The tip of the Gross World Sword still bore streaks of blood. The Hidden Mist Village ninjas, in their bloodline policies, are said to be extremely hostile towards ninja with bloodline abilities. You didn't need to worry about their lives just now. Why didn't you use ninjutsu to attack? Isn't your policy extremely cold-blooded? The demonic voice echoed around the perimeter, and Emi Terumi's expression changed drastically upon hearing it. Thankfully, her mask provided some protection. Behind you! A sudden cry of alarm rang out, and Uchiha Yoru, who had just been wearing an evil smile, gradually turned into mud. Under the sunlight, the Gross World Sword flashed, and a lightning bolt appeared behind him. In the fear of death, Emi Terumi's pupils instinctively contracted. Through the reflection of the kunai in his hand, he clearly saw that handsome face now displaying a devilish smile. It's too late! Emi Terumi inwardly screamed, as if this moment had decided his fate. But at that very moment, the surrounding area suddenly surged with mutations. Water release, water dragon bullet technique, collect. The Hidden Mist Village ninjas basically paid no attention to his presence, directly unleashing their jutsu without distinction. And some even threw shurikens and explosive tags. Just as the Gross World Sword was about to strike, suddenly facing an attack from almost the same direction, Uchiha Yoru's sword in his hand changed its stance. Suddenly, a huge force attacked from behind, and Emi Terumi nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. One foot aggressively kicked Emi Terumi in the back without the slightest hesitation. The immense force sent her flying. It wasn't because the opponent was being kind, but rather because they were using him as a shield, using her body to block the incoming explosive kunai and shuriken. Looking at the ninjas of the Hidden Mist Village, it's clear they shun ninja bloodlines. The extremely cruel tactics. She didn't want to say it out loud, even though she knew it was provocation and sowing discord. Emi Terumi still couldn't help but show anger in her eyes. Water release, water wall. Suppressing the turmoil raging in her chest, Emi Terumi sees her only chance for survival, directly forming hand seals and unleashing a defensive water release jutsu. Rumble! In an instant, the explosive charm resounded around the perimeter, and a trickle of fresh blood slowly trickled from Emi Terumi's mouth. The sword wound piercing her abdomen was particularly severe. If it weren't for the absence of other vital organs, she would have surely perished there. A heart-wrenching scream echoed down, and as the water barrier jutsu dissipated, Emi Terumi didn't even glance at the others, directly opening her mouth and spitting out a thick cloud of steam. Kirigakura no Jutsu Hydrodynamics. Suddenly, a flash of lightning streaked across the dense fog that appeared in an instant. Seeing the blood-stained Gross World Sword, Uchiha Yoru shook his head in astonishment and said, running away. As expected of you, you can still escape even in these circumstances. Deep within the dense forest, a figure slowly emerged from a sinkhole. It was Emi Terumi, a ninja from the Hidden Mist Village wearing a ninja mask. She was severely wounded in the abdomen, with a deep gash across her chest, her clothes stained crimson with blood. She was gasping for breath. Uchiha clan, we're doomed. Having narrowly escaped death twice at the hands of the Gross World Sword, Emi Terumi shuddered at the thought, simultaneously filled with rage. She cared about the life and death of her fellow village ninjas, yet they completely ignored her. Her anger stemmed even more from the current policies of the Hidden Mist Village ninjas. Just then, a heart-wrenching scream echoed from afar. When she turned to look towards the battlefield, she witnessed a scene she would never forget. On the battlefield, a flash of electric arcs appeared, a figure like a tiger charging into a flock of sheep, slaughtering them all. With his seal fully deployed, Uchiha Yoru's speed and strength increased dramatically, especially in his lightning release chakra form, transforming him into a meat grinder. The chaotic battlefield limited his immense ninjutsu, but it also became his personal stage for showcasing his skills. With his three-tamo Sharingan reaching the extreme in terms of dynamic vision, his swordsmanship was masterful and his movements were as fast as lightning. His agility were unmatched, and no one could restrain him. The ferocious lightning release technique, without any restraint, swiftly traversed the battlefield, and the close-range lightning release Chidori Nagashi, with its paralyzing effect, was the nemesis of countless hidden mist village ninjas. Lightning release Chidori. Lightning release chakra forms a high-intensity electrical current concentrated in the hand. And with super fast speed combined with the three-tamo Sharingan's super dynamic vision, it instantly transforms into a flashing bolt of lightning on the battlefield, piercing through the target. When a tiger enters a flock of sheep, it almost immediately leans towards a one-sided slaughter. Having lost all restraint, Uchiha Yoru directly unleashed his full power on the battlefield, specifically seeking out vulnerable or injured ninjas to slaughter. Damn it! Hiding in the shadows, Suikazen Fuguki observed this situation. Konoha's morale soared, while their elite ninjas, who had been used to restrain the enemy, were forced to retreat. Frustrated, he could only angrily shout and then order the release of a retreat signal flare. Break, break, signal flares rained down from the sky, and in an instant, a thick fog enveloped the battlefield. Kirigakure no Jetsu Hydrodynamics. As Kirigakure no Jetsu descended, the fierce battlefield was instantly enveloped in thick fog. The Hidden Mist Village ninjas, who had been fighting just moments before, were instantly torn apart and retreated without the slightest hesitation or delay. It's undeniable that the Hidden Mist Village ninja's Jetsu is highly adaptable. Not only does it complement other assassination techniques, but it can also be used as cover during retreats. More importantly, this Jetsu is only a D-rank Jetsu. Its range depends on how much chakra the user releases, making it simple and convenient. Hugo Byakugan confirms the location of the Hidden Mist Village ninja. 11 o'clock, the direction the Hidden Mist Village ninjas retreated. 13 points indicating the direction the Hidden Mist Village ninjas are retreating to. At 8 o'clock, the Hidden Mist Village ninjas retreated into the jungle. Investigators and sentinels roared through the thick fog, their continuous reports echoing in their ears. Yet the usually tense Konoha ninjas each broke into joyful smiles. All Konoha ninjas should not let their guard down. The wind-style ninja technique disperses the fog. Wind release great breakthrough. Although wind attribute ninjas are rare, they still exist, and this jutsu is only C rank. Especially on the battlefield. In the open area where more than 10 massive gales are swirling, the dense fog is instantly blown away. The thick fog, which was so dense you couldn't see your hand in front of your face, suddenly becomes so thick that you can see the people around you. Gradually, you can even see the black dots of the retreating Hidden Mist Village ninjas in the distance. That's how ninja battlefields are. They arrive quickly and depart just as quickly. With the combination of various bizarre ninjutsu techniques, the battlefield almost instantly returns to silence. There were still bodies inside, but all the Hidden Mist Village ninjas had their bodies severed by swords before they left, especially their heads. Ninjas' heads held important secrets, so they were always killed before retreating. Even a wounded ninja, no matter how cold-blooded, wouldn't give up easily. After all, once injured, they could return to battle and recover. The 5 great ninja villages weren't so extravagant as to be so reckless, unless absolutely necessary. Treat the wounded, investigate the uninjured ninjas who are pursuing and surveying the area. There are still ninjas who can fight back, each returning to their respective battle lines. Following each order, the Konoha Ninja Corps quickly began responding to the war readiness status, and at the same time, medical ninjas also appeared on the battlefield. For serious injuries, ninjas prioritize medical treatment. For minor wounds, they first use bandages and other first aid treatments to stop the bleeding. Everyone must be mindful of the timing of chakra and physical responses. On the battlefield, after each command was issued, everyone took charge of their respective duties and entered their assigned state. The special jonin and other jonin, in particular, calmly began to command, with the chunin squad leaders coordinating below. After years of training at the Ninja Academy, every ninja learns to obey orders ingrained in their very being. It can be said that ninjas are a naturally quick-reacting unit. Captain's Night. Night! This time, the Hidden Mist Village ninjas launched a fierce attack, but it was somewhat like a tiger's head turning into a tiger's tail. Or perhaps this battle was more of a probing attack, as Hada Kakashi and Mado Gai, along with the remaining ninjas, pursued them, Uchiha Yoru's expression became extremely serious. He showed no sign of relief at not being repelled by the Hidden Mist Village ninjas. This attack by the Hidden Mist Village ninjas is a probing attack, as they are trying to gauge our strength in this area. Quickly send orders to Hyuga Hizashi and Uchiha Shisui, telling them that the Hidden Mist Village ninjas will likely launch a probing attack on these two locations in the next step. Yes, Genma, Namiyashi Rado, and Tatami Iwashi, upon hearing this, immediately and respectfully shouted in unison. Their obedience to their superiors was a standard, as befits a qualified guard squad. Upon hearing this, Hada Kakashi, the deputy commander, frowned, lowered his headband to cover his left eye, which was sealed with the Sharingan, and then said, "Yoru, are you saying that the Hidden Mist Village ninjas are trying to weaken us?" It was clear that Kakashi's line of thinking was far more insightful than anyone else's, and Uchiha Yoru nodded with a satisfied smile, saying, "Not bad." The Hidden Mist Village ninjas, during the bloody battle, were the most ruthless elite in the ninja world. It's safe to say that among the 5 great ninja villages, the Hidden Mist Village ninjas are few in number. For us Konoha, this clearly puts us at a disadvantage. Once we fall into a war of attrition, conquering more territory will only disperse our forces. It's better to concentrate our forces in one place, ready to launch an attack at any time. Uchiha Yoru suddenly paused for a moment, then said in a low voice, "Furthermore, the Hidden Mist Village ninja's goal isn't just Uzu no Kuni's wealth. The 4th Mizukage is probably eyeing Uzu no Kuni, this strategically important location. Otherwise, why would he suddenly open up border conflicts?" The strategic location of Uzu no Kuni was also a bait thrown out by the 4th Mizukage. After all, the 4th Mizukage was now under Obito's control. With Konoha's advance halted, Obito thought that weakening Konoha would simultaneously weaken the Hidden Mist Village's bloodline ninjas. A win-win situation. Yoru, the Hidden Mist Village ninjas have 2 ore mines that are about 10 points apart, while our 3 mines are quite far apart. The Hidden Mist Village ninjas can concentrate their forces at 1 point, while our forces are dispersed into 3 parts. Hada Kakashi spoke with a serious expression, and Uchiha Yoru nodded in agreement, saying in a low voice, "That's right. Life will likely become even more difficult from now on." The concentrated forces of the Hidden Mist Village ninja have taken the initiative and can attack and harass us at any time. Furthermore, the refined iron and chakra metals we've mined will likely become targets for the Hidden Mist Village ninjas. Ultimately, there's no need for personal defense or guarding. Simply looting is enough to acquire vast wealth. The Hidden Mist Village ninjas, blessed by heaven, hold the initiative, unless the village sends a large number of reinforcements. Uchiha Yoru presented his analysis, and Hada Kakashi's expression became even more serious upon hearing it. He wasn't stupid. The other ninjas only saw themselves as being passively attacked, failing to grasp the long-term strategy. This place is where Konoha and the Hidden Mist Village ninjas clashed. Konoha was a powerful and prosperous clan, but the Hidden Mist Village ninjas held the upper hand, and Konoha was also constrained by other ninja villages, resulting in a 50-50 split. "Kakashi, use your eyes carefully." Uchiha Yoru suddenly uttered a word of concern, which others thought was about the burden of the Sharingan, but only Hada Kakashi let out a wry smile. He knew the other party was talking about the side effects of the Mangekyo Sharingan on him. He had secretly prepared for them when Uchiha Yoru was trapped earlier. Shisui and he only needed to accept the side effects of the Mangekyo Sharingan, control the number of uses, and take good care of it. But Hada Kakashi not only had to endure the side effects, but also the burden of the Mangekyo Sharingan, which was comparable to the burden of the 3 Tomo Sharingan. While Uzu no Kuni was in the midst of Konoha's arduous defensive phase, the shinobi world was also experiencing turbulent undercurrents. Water Country, Hidden Mist Village Ninja. The 4th Mizukage, Karatachi Yagura, smirked coldly as he looked at the intelligence scroll in his hand, a trace of the Sharingan appearing in his eyes. "The ninja world is ridiculous, but that suits me perfectly. I can use your strength to weaken Konoha." Seeing the faint glint in Karatachi Yagura's Sharingan eyes, he directly spoke in a low voice towards the door. "Tell the Reikage and that Sachikage that the Hidden Mist Village ninjas want the position of Uzu no Kuni, but how they obtain this position still requires them to restrain Konoha's forces." "Yes." An Anbu appeared in the office, respectfully kneeling on one knee and speaking in a low voice. while Karatachi Yugura took out an intelligence scroll and said with a sarcastic laugh, "Another 300-man ninja corps has withdrawn from the village to reinforce the Izu no Kini battlefield." Yes, adding another 300 men, the Hidden Mist village ninjas who had joined forces at Izu no Kini now numbered over 1,000. This was practically a tipping point, and also a way of showing the Reikage and Suchikage, if you ignore it, we won't fight. If you help restrain them, then we will fight. It's undeniable that Obito's dark side still possesses formidable tactics. Hidden Cloud Village, Reikage's office. The fourth Reikage, with a rare, dark smile on his face, said, "Haha, good. This time, it seems Konoha is going to suffer a great loss. Sarutobi, you old scoundrel, let's see how you handle this. Tell the fourth Mizukage that the Cloud Village ninjas have reinforced their ranks at the border, doing their best to restrain Konoha for him." Haha, Sarutobi, you old scoundrel, no matter how cunning you are, this time the Hidden Mist village ninjas are eyeing Izu no Kuni, this strategically important location. Everyone is still reeling from the three great ninja wars. Konoha first suffered the Ninetales Rebellion, which resulted in the sacrifice of the fourth Hokage. And then there's the Orochimaru Hokage candidate incident. Haha, it seems everyone wants to take a bite out of Konoha's weakened state. The rude fourth Reikage Aiken burst into boisterous laughter, clapping his hands as he commanded, "Go!" Spread rumors about Konoha's current predicament to every small ninja village and incite conflict between those villages and Konoha. To be Hidden Stone Village, Suchikage's office. The Suchikage, the red-nosed old man Noki, looked at the intelligence report in his hand, a cunning smile appearing on his face. Haha, last time we didn't use Akatsuki because we were allied with other ninjas, but this time we can use them. Hire the Akatsuki organization to stir up chaos in Konoha at the border. To be. However, when Suchikage Noki saw another piece of intelligence, he immediately raised his eyebrows and muttered to himself, "The short-sighted Kazakage, you damn Sand Village ninja. A mere bottom-tier existence, choosing to abandon Konoha for your own benefit at this moment." Although Noki was scolding the Kazakage, it was mostly out of necessity. The situation with the Sand Village ninjas was something they could only watch and observe. Fortunately, Konoha would have to pay a huge price to bring things under control. Wherever you go, quickly report this to the Sand Village Ninja Messenger. This intelligence is to be given to the Kazakage, telling them that the Stone Village is willing to make peace with the Sand Village ninjas. To be. Watching the sunset over the West Mountain, Noki's face lit up with a smug smile. Sarutobi, you want to bring the Sand Village ninjas together. Fine, but the price is not insignificant. Kazakage, since you want to restore the village's strength, I'll help you. Our goals are the same. Konoha has finally shown signs of weariness after all these years. This time, we must bring down the strongest ninja village from its pedestal. Land of Wind, Sand Village Ninja. Sandstorms bring with them a constant howling sound that shakes the land year-round. In Feng Kingdom, everyone has become accustomed to such a fierce sandstorm environment. The circular, earthy yellow building, which also houses the meeting room of the Sand Village Kazakage, is where the two elder advisors of the Sand Village personally receive the envoy from Konoha. Chiyo and Epizo, the two sisters and now the two highest-ranking advisors among the Sand Village ninjas, were now greeting their longtime acquaintances, Midokado Homura and Yutane Kaharu. With hearty smiles, the meeting room was quiet, broken only by the leisurely sound of Chiyo sipping her tea. Yutane Kaharu, seeing this, couldn't help but frown, a hint of dissatisfaction appearing on her face. After all, not long after the three battles, the Sand Village ninjas had already lost the war. Recently, a ninja corps on our side of the Fire Country's border was attacked, and we discovered some of your Sand Village ninjas among them, and it was a large-scale operation. Yutane Kaharu launched a preemptive strike, directly revealing her intense dissatisfaction, her tone filled with arrogance and aggression, clearly intending to question her. But everyone in the court was an old fox. How could they be intimidated by your tricks? Chiyo just chuckled, her eyes narrowing, and without even putting down her teacup, she casually laughed and said, "This is probably just someone who wants to stir up friction between the Sand Village ninjas and Konoha. After all, the shinobi world hasn't been very peaceful lately, and some small, short-sighted ninja villages often harbor such ambitions. How do you explain the fact that the Fire Country's border guards have clearly discovered the whereabouts of your Sand Village ninjas? Yutane Kaharu pressed on, her expression one of anger. Chio, similarly, laughed heartily and shook her head, saying, "It just so happens that I also want to find out which blind little village dared to impersonate us Sand Village ninjas. I urge the Konoha ninjas to show no mercy. Kill anyone you find. And remember to give us a copy of any information you gather." Seeing Chio's difficult demeanor, Yutane Kaharu's angry expression was mixed with a silent curse at the other party. As a politician of many years, how could she casually reveal her emotions? She only intended to intimidate people with loud words, but Chio didn't fall for it at all. Haha, the Sand Village ninjas are our Konoha's trustworthy allies, so we naturally trust them. It's just that some people are secretly provoking us, so our purpose in coming here is to exchange ideas and strengthen the friendship between our two countries. Midokado Homura then spoke up to mediate between the two elders, even though the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen had already stated the absolute bottom line. The relationship between these two countries and two villages was not so simple. Otherwise, why would they want to visit? Because the so-called exorbitant asking price is negotiated on the spot, it's possible to minimize losses, and the amount of money you want depends entirely on your personal ability. After Midokado Homura spoke, Yutane Kaharu's expression softened slightly, but she still maintained a tense, stern face, saying with a stiff, unpleasant tone, "As allies, we are currently facing continuous harassment along our border. We hope the Sand Village ninjas can assist us." That's quite something. Since questioning them didn't work, they immediately switched to demanding troops. Upon hearing such a shameless remark, Granny Chio immediately revealed a mocking smile, her cloudy eyes drifting towards the glass. And she said with a troubled expression, "Now that the daimyo of the Land of Wine has cut off the Sand Village ninjas' funding, we Sand Village ninjas are preparing to formulate a corresponding elite ninja training plan. If we're not careful, we Sand Village ninjas might end up learning from Chijiri no Sato of the Hidden Mist Village. Perhaps we can get the Red Sand Village ninjas to reduce their financial burden to the point where the aid to the border villages is so expensive." At this point, Granny Chio feigned embarrassment, shaking her head and saying, "Konoha, as the #1 ninja village in the shinobi world, holds the top position in both the number and quality of ninjas. We were even planning to request Konoha to send an elite ninja army to help deal with the recent border turmoil." Chio's words filled Yutane Kaharu and Midokado Homura with resentment. It was clearly a joke to them. Everyone knew that the three Konoha wars had inflicted serious injuries. To say that Konoha overpowered the other ninja villages was before World War II, when the Hidden Mist Village had Izu no Kuni as a barrier to stop them. Konoha alone could stand against three great ninja villages. Although outnumbered, their strength was undeniable. That year, the Senju clan and the Uchiha clan had many skilled fighters, not to mention the later famous Konoha Whitefang and Sannin who rose to prominence during the war, completely dominating all other clans with the strength of a single village. But from the beginning of the three great wars, Konoha's fortunes steadily declined. The Senju clan was almost wiped out, the Uchiha clan fared somewhat better, and many of the once famous elite ninjas in the village, who had matured with age, mostly died from war-related illnesses, physical decline, or died on the battlefield. Others began to decline due to other reasons. 3 more devastating battles followed, coupled with the inadequacy of the third Sarutobi in command. Otherwise, the theory of taking responsibility and resigning would not have emerged after the war ended. All 3 battles were fought within the Fire Country's borders as defensive operations, with a large number of elite ninja dying on the battlefield. The final 3 battles against Konoha even sent young children to the battlefield, which shows just how brutal they were. Especially the Sand Village ninjas, during the 3 great ninja wars, fought with such ferocity and reckless abandon. Don't be fooled by the fact that the Sand Village ninjas are now weekend even at the bottom of the 5 great ninja villages ranks. Just look at the results of how the 5 great ninja villages divided the Biju power, and you'll clearly see which ninja village was once the strongest besides Konoha. Even the weakest of them all, the one-tailed Shukaku, was just this one Biju ninja from the Sand Village. At that time, it was absolutely the strongest ninja village under Konoha, but later on, it suffered a series of defeats and was depleted, especially the 3 great wars, which were a life-or-death struggle against Konoha, causing it to fall from its pedestal. It was precisely because of the glorious past of the Sand Village ninjas that, after the three wars, Konoha resorted to a series of tactics against them. You Sand Village ninjas! You people of Konoha! In the meeting room, the Sand Village's elder advisor and the two Konoha elder advisors began a furious debate. It was clear that when it came to this exorbitant price tag and the immediate bargaining, the woman seemed to be naturally gifted at it. Midokado Homura and Abizo, distinguished by their roles as mediators, or when necessary, intervening to ease the tension, essentially acted as lubricants. As night fell, the meeting room was filled with a thick, pungent smell of gunpowder. Chio's eyes widened, her mouth dry, and her throat hoarse. Beside her, Abizo wore a wry smile, gesturing to the teapot beside him that 5 pots of water had already been used, as the Sand Village ninjas were extremely short of water resources. Facing Uchiha and Kaharu, whose face was flushed crimson, both glared with wide eyes. Neither was willing to back down. At first, they were both somewhat restrained and managed to maintain some composure, but later they couldn't hold back any longer. Slamming the table and glaring, these were all basic actions. Just as the smell of gunpowder was still strong, a series of knocks suddenly rang out at the door. Abizo looked down in disbelief, only to see the wooden front door slowly open, revealing Baki, weary and travel-worn, returning home. Upon entering the meeting room, Baki first respectfully nodded to the two Konoha elders as a sign of courtesy, then solemnly walked to the two elders from his own village. Baki paused, his voice low and serious, not knowing what to say. Initially, there was a strong tension between them, but Chio's anger instantly vanished, replaced by a radiant smile, and she nodded repeatedly. So that's it. Go back and tell Lord Kazakage that I will immediately go and meet the esteemed guests from the land of Earth. At this point, Chio, with a smiling expression, stood up, seemingly realizing she had been somewhat impolite. She then smiled and bowed to Midokado Homura and Uchiha and Kaharu, saying, "You to have traveled a long distance. It's already getting dark, so let Baki take you to Konoha advisors to rest properly. Tomorrow you can properly experience the customs and traditions of our land of wind." After exchanging pleasantries, Chio, whose face was already full of wrinkles, put on an even brighter smile and, with a joyful expression, headed towards the door. Midokado Homura and Uchiha and Kaharu, however, maintained their calm demeanor, seemingly unfazed. Instead, they displayed the refined bearing of the first ninja village, nodding slightly and maintaining their superior attitude. Yet, upon looking at each other, they could discern the whirring in each other's hearts. Earth Kingdom? What could possibly happen at this time? It's definitely not going to be good, damn it. Looking at this, it seems like a huge financial loss is really coming. Midokado Homura's worried expression widened as he glanced at his old friend beside him. Uchiha and Kaharu steadily shook her head, noting that this was no longer a decision they could make. Upon returning, they would quickly relay the information to Sarutobi via their summoning beast, and then exchange information. Having gone to the negotiating table proves there's still room for discussion. The only reason they couldn't agree was simply because the benefits weren't yet sufficient. Meanwhile, in his office, the Kazakage, along with his two elder advisors, received an envoy from the land of Earth late at night. Kazakage, to advisors, Art Sachikage-sama is being sincere. Imagine back then, the Sand Village ninjas were considered the second highest ranked ninja village after Konoha. But what about now? Who in the ninja world doesn't know that Konoha is just sucking the blood of the Sand Village ninjas, using these despicable methods to restore its own strength? Konoha is terrified that the Sand Village ninjas have risen again. This messenger sent by the Sachikage was quite a show-off. Upon meeting him, he immediately launched into a tirade. Although it was clearly just polite talk, everyone likes to hear flattering words. Chio, with her honest and straightforward demeanor, nodded and said, only Noki still remembers the friendship between the Sand Village ninjas and the Hidden Stone Village back then. Konoha is too despicable. We Sand Village ninjas fought to this point in all 3 great wars, and yet they still made us sign such a vile treaty. You're acting, and I, this old woman, am acting too. You praise me, and I'll cry bitterly. Anyway, everyone knows what's going on in the gourd, so just express your feelings. Whoever takes it seriously loses. The messenger from the Hidden Stone Village, with a sincere expression, looked at the Kazakage and his 2 elder advisors, and said with heartfelt emotion, Artsukage-sama has long been indignant on behalf of the Sand Village ninjas, and this time his sincerity is even more evident. Artsukage knows that Konoha is threatening the village because of the turmoil on the border, so we have come. This is a secret alliance agreement. Please take a look at it first. Upon receiving the alliance treaty scroll, Kazekage Rasa, Chio, and Abizo exchanged glances, secretly cursing this cunning Noki. The messenger from the Hidden Stone Village, with a hearty laugh, said, Konoha, known as the ruler of the shinobi world, shamelessly bullies our small ninja villages. Only through our united alliance can we resist Konoha's bullying behavior. Therefore, the Raikage of the Land of Lightning and Artsukage are preparing to join forces and invite the shinobi world to accept Konoha as the victim of this bullying, and for the ninja villages to unite and fight against this behavior. Although the words sounded pleasant, Rasa wasn't a fool. His youth was undeniable, but anyone who could reach this position couldn't possibly be a brainless brute. What kind of bullying behavior is this kind of resistance? You Raikage and Tsukage are quite calculating. You don't need to worry about anything, just move your mouths. Then some Sand Village ninja will step forward and shout, I want to resist, and then the defeat treaty with Konoha will be over. What happens next? You and the Raikage can just argue a couple of times, but Konoha will definitely get angry. Even if they don't want to fight for the sake of their dignity, they'll have to. And then the only ones who will suffer are the Sand Village ninjas. If they still can't understand this moral principle, then their lives are in vain, and Rasa is even less worthy of sitting in this position. We Sand Village ninjas deeply hate Zetsu's bullying behavior, but Konoha's strength forces us to endure it. After all, you all know the current situation of us Sand Village ninjas. Old Lady Chio stood up and spoke boldly and defiantly, going against her conscience, and finally made her intentions clear, to turn against Konoha. We currently lack the resources to do so, therefore we are powerless to do it. Upon hearing this, the Stone Village messenger not only showed no impatience, but instead nodded sympathetically, saying, Artsukage-sama considered this point. Konoha's third Hokage Saratobi's bullying of the Ling family's power is clear to all the ninja villages. Therefore, to avoid causing trouble for the village, Artsukage is willing to help put some pressure on Konoha. It's not that we, the Hidden Stone Village, want to instigate conflict, but the Konoha generals are truly despicable. They shamelessly and brazenly stole 20% of the Sand Village's high-level mission quotas. That's outrageous, outrageous. Artsukage-sama and Raikage-sama simultaneously issued a statement pledging to join forces against Konoha's hegemony. At that time, we will officially invite the village of Keisho. Of course, we also kindly wish to see Keisho return to the negotiating table with Konoha on behalf of the village. This 20% is excessive. Sharing the same idea, the third Tsukage Noki, with a flick of his tongue, thought of using the Sand Village ninjas to aggressively bite off a piece of flesh from Konoha. Even though in the eyes of the Sand Village ninjas, that piece of flesh originally belonged to them. Upon hearing these words, Kazekage Rasa immediately showed signs of being moved, while the cunning Chio, though also moved, showed not the slightest hint of it, instead feigning a sorrowful and sighing demeanor. Thank you, Tsukage Noki, for your kind intentions, but Konoha is truly too powerful. If we are forced into a more serious situation, we Sand Village ninjas will not be able to withstand the damage that war brings. Even though the Sand Village ninjas were harmless within 100 miles, Chio, having lived for so many years and eaten more salt than the young Kazekage Rasa had ever eaten rice. This display of weakness was clearly intended to silence the Stone Village envoy. After all, there's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. You, with such good intentions, are helping us Sand Village ninjas and expecting nothing in return. What nonsense! As expected, the envoy from the Rock Shadow Village immediately stiffened upon hearing this, and inwardly cursed the old woman for being so shameless, only thinking about the benefits without giving anything in return. Bah, what a clever idea! That's right, our Hidden Stone Village also faced immense danger. After all, Konoha's strength during the three great ninja wars was evident to all the ninja villages. But for the sake of justice in the ninja world, and to avoid being bullied by Konoha's hegemony, Artsukage chose to stand up without hesitation. Politicians have always been reluctant to show their faces, but finally, this envoy from the Hidden Stone Village sighed deeply and said, if the Kazekage is willing, we can join forces to fight against Konoha. Of course, Art Suchikage also understands the current plight of the Sand Village ninjas. After all, this is not about fighting fiercely and bravely. We are willing to help the Sand Village ninjas and Konoha to reaffirm the treaty from years ago. We also hope that the Sand Village ninjas will give our Hidden Stone Village a certain quota afterward, as our Hidden Stone Village also took on the risk of incurring Konoha's wrath. Phew! Finally, his true nature is revealed. Sachikage Noki is red-eyed with greed for this mission's quota. To put it bluntly, he's saying, I'll help you negotiate with Konoha again, but I can't do it for free, can I? This condition doesn't specify how much you'll get back from Konoha, but you have to give me some compensation for your efforts. Simply put, the point is that it's a city. Land of Wind, Sand Village Ninja. On Monday morning, Konoha's envoy Uchiha Kaharu and Midokado Homura both appeared calm, but inwardly they were bleeding. In contrast, the two senior advisors of the Sand Village Ninja, Granny Chio and Ebizo, wore expressions of profound sadness, and upon entering, they let out a long, drawn-out wail and sigh. The ninjas of the Sand Village have it tough. I really don't know how they've managed to endure these past few years. At that moment, Uchiha Kaharu and Midokado Homura were both silently cursing, unsure whether they should say it or not, but once again returning to the negotiating table. They both took a deep breath. Uchiha Kaharu slowly put down her teacup, decisively laying her cards on the table, and said directly in a low voice, There's no need for us to beat around the bush about the events on the Uzu no Kuni battlefield. 3 battles later, the Sand Village ninjas and Konoha formed an alliance. Now Konoha needs these Sand Village ninja allies to restrain the Stone Village. Essentially, they couldn't give the enemy any more opportunities to maneuver. Ultimately, time waits for no one. And they needed to use the fastest speed possible to end the border turmoil as soon as possible. The Ninetales' rampage, coupled with Orochimaru's actions, brought about two extremely devastating events. Not only did they inflict serious damage on Konoha, but they also caused turmoil on its borders. Now, Konoha urgently needs to end this border turmoil as quickly as possible to allow time for recovery. Ninjas from the Stone Village. It's not that we ninjas from the Sand Village are unwilling to fulfill our duty, but we truly lack the means. The village has no surplus funds, and not only that, our Ninja Academy is already preparing to implement an elite training program. Facing Uchiha Kaharu directly, Chio also wore a distressed expression, spreading her hands wide, saying, We have no money. The Sand Village ninjas are already impoverished, their soldiers are mortgaged, and we are powerless to help. Uchiha Kaharu inwardly scoffed, but her face remained calm, making it impossible to discern her emotions. She simply said, We understand the plight of the Sand Village ninjas, and therefore we are willing to reduce the number of missions we provide each year by 5%. Without mentioning that this was a defeat in the agreement, it was said that you would provide Konoha with 20% less than 5 points. Before Chio could say anything after hearing this, Ebizo, standing beside her, immediately showed an excited expression and directly said to her older sister, Sister, with 5 mission points awarded, the annual funding can finally buy the ninja school's children a decent set of clothes and a cleaver bag. Damn it, I don't want to lose face. After hearing Ebizo's words, Uchiha Kaharu and Midokado Homura cursed inwardly. Wasn't he just saying these things to drive away those stinking beggars? Ebizo inwardly sneered. You think you can make us stop the Stone Village by returning 5% of the mission's pay? What a ridiculous idea. The Land of Fire occupies the largest continent in the shinobi world, possessing countless abundant resources, while our Land of Wind is plagued by sandstorms and extremely scarce in resources. We hope Konoha can show mercy and waive the war treaty. We, the ninjas of the Sand Village, are willing to form a permanent alliance with Konoha and advance and retreat together. Grandma Chio directly put on a show of pitying Michael, as if to say, You're all so rich. Why would you be lacking something like this? Don't even think about it. Shameless. They say it's so nicely, but aren't they just thinking of taking all these tasks back? It's practically a starting price right here and now. Cough cough, this is something that Konoha is unwilling to do. Indeed, the losses from the 3 great wars were immense, and the quotas for these missions were almost entirely allocated to the major clans that suffered the heaviest losses in Konoha. There's nothing we can do about it. Midokado Homura's expression seemed reluctant, but it betrayed a stubborn defiance. These missions had already had their quotas divided up, and now you want to take it all. Do you think every major ninja clan in Konoha would agree to that? Trying to snatch the spoils from a ninja clan. If you do that, the ninja clan won't dare wage war against you again. The price to pay is sky high, and it seems that no one will be directly involved. We ninjas of the Sand Village, the Sandstorm, are children. They exchanged words back and forth, and the Sand Village ninjas ended up fiercely complaining and lamenting, both sides pulling at each other's backs. In the end, they negotiated a stake in the game, each side clinging to a fixed amount, neither willing to back down. 12%. Only 8%. In the end, both sides were blushing profusely, their initial shyness completely gone. Uchiha, Kaharu, and Chio, the two old women, glared at each other across the table. Uchiha, Kaharu, you want us Sand Village ninjas to restrain the Stone Village for you. Everyone in the ninja world knows the Stone Village's strength. With only 8% of the mission quota, we Sand Village ninjas can at most just wave our flags and cheer. As for sending troops to threaten them, don't even think about it. The Sand Village ninjas are so weak, this small benefit isn't worth such a huge risk. Chio angrily spread her hands and said, since we're talking directly about benefits, what's the point of being reserved or not? If you get what you want, you're a hero. Seeing Chio's shameless demeanor, Uchiha Kaharu didn't directly respond with a cold laugh, saying, Chio, don't say such unpleasant things. The Sand Village ninjas are so weak because you unwarrantedly waged war against us. This can only be described as reaping what you sow. 8%. As expected, we are still allies. If you disagree, Uchiha Kaharu, also showing signs of weakness, directly sneered and said, just as you said, Konoha enjoys the greatest resources in the shinobi world, and we're depleting them. We're depleting them, but none of you should sit idly by while we and the Hidden Mist Village ninjas wear each other down and you rest and recover. Since you all want to suffer losses, then let's suffer losses together. You want to start a war. Chio's eyes widened, filled with menace, while Uchiha Kaharu retorted coldly, do you dare, or does Noki dare? Diplomacy between two countries relies on the tactic of using force and intimidation. Only under such circumstances can there be friendship. But, to put it another way, without the support of force, you're just a thick piece of fat. Anyone who talks to you will simply bite off a piece. Seeing Uchiha Kaharu's uninhibited provocation, Chio immediately glared angrily and said, all right, if that's the case, then you can go back. Konoha's good intentions are beyond the reach of the Sand Village ninjas. And rest assured, given our alliance, we Sand Village ninjas will not attack Konoha. The last statement was even more nonsense. They appear harmless on the surface, but who knows what's going on behind their backs. This is purely a test of courage. After all, we Sand Village ninjas are all so poor. Who's afraid of whom? Chio was also extremely arrogant, thinking, damn it, I don't believe Konoha would actually dare to engage in a war of attrition with the 4 great ninja villages. If that happens, wouldn't the smaller nations benefit? Good, let the fire subside. We represent the identities of 2 great ninja villages. Why are you still so emotional, sister? Midokado Homura and Abizo, separately laughing heartily, began to reconcile, both sides playing along in the same way, one singing with a red face, the other with a white face. 9%. No, more than that. Uchiha Kaharu gritted her teeth, as if to say this was Konoha's limit, and it seemed quite real. But yesterday, after the arrival of the Stone Village and their discussion with the 3rd Hokage Saratobi Hiruzen, the initial limit of 10% had been relaxed to 13%. Seeing Uchiha Kaharu's utterly furious expression, Chio reluctantly said to Abizo, little brother, even if we get back 20% of our mission quota, we Sand Village ninjas won't have an easy time. The daimyo is cutting our budget, and we're suffering. 12%. It couldn't be any less. You Konoha clan have a vast empire, so this might not be much, but for us Sand Village ninjas, it's nothing short of a life-saving favor. First, there was the crying and wailing, followed by a whole series of actions where you'd give me points, and I'd be extremely grateful. Chio completely wiped away all her pride with this act. Both sides were practically using every trick in the book. Following a shameless back-and-forth argument, with Midokado Homura and Abizo exchanging insults, they eventually took turns haggling and bargaining. 11%.5. 11% points for 5 consecutive 11 hours. We Sand Village ninjas, For the sake of our friendship with Konoha, for the sake of our eternal alliance, we do this. Finally, after countless spits-rowing arguments, and with the sun high in the sky, both sides reached a mutually acceptable agreement. Chio and Abizo, both smiling broadly in a show of friendship and alliance, secretly breathed a sigh of relief. They had put on a good show to prevent Konoha from seeing through the Stone Village's plans, but the painful part was that the Stone Village wanted 3% of the mission quota. Fortunately, the Stone Village ninjas only needed 5 years. After 5 years, it would all be theirs. Meanwhile, Yutatane Kaharu and Midokado Homura from Konoha forced a smile, secretly breathing a sigh of relief. At least their bottom line was down 13%, recovering 1.5% of their losses. Accumulated savings over the months were money. Saving money is a way to earn, and they're also helping the village reduce losses. If the situation weren't so urgent, they could even lower the prices further. The Battle of Uzu no Kuni was extremely brutal. The Hidden Mist Village ninjas, caught in a bloody frenzy, were practically all suicidal fighters. Konoha, despite being the defensive side, suffered minimal casualties due to their dispersed forces. However, the continuous attacks from the Hidden Mist Village ninjas for 3 days left almost everyone wounded. Reinforcements have arrived. On the battlefield, as Konoha's reinforcements arrived, the final stage of the battle began. Each Konoha ninja, drawn from the rear, charged forward with surging fighting spirit. Although the number of reinforcements this time wasn't large, their quality was absolutely elite. Anyone with a little careful observation would notice one thing. This time, the reinforcements were almost entirely composed of Orochimaru's remaining elite members. In other words, the Uzu no Kuni battlefield had become a gathering place for Orochimaru's former elite members. The advantage of doing it this way is that, facing the water country's border defense line, Sarutobi Shinosuke, upon his arrival, could place his own people everywhere. And even the elite who had once stood in his way were assigned to the front lines to provide support. Konoha's reinforcements, upon landing, quickly began a frantic effort to provide support to each battlefield. Flames of war flew wildly through the dense forest, dazzling ninjutsu danced about, explosive talismans roared, and countless cold, gleaming projectiles rained down. This place truly lived up to its name as the Forest of Death. Fat Pig, your Samehada sword seems a little out of place. In the gloomy, damp jungle, Uchiha Yoru, wielding the grass-cutting sword, revealed a mocking smile. The blade of his sword shattered into tiny fragments in his opponent's Samehada, and this was the reason he ultimately held back. The two men brandished their shinobi katanas, clashing them together. Suikazen Fuguki's expression was extremely grim. Suppressing his anger, he lowered his voice and said, "Little brat, you've been keeping things secret. Just tell me what you want." Suikazen Fuguki, despite his somewhat rough appearance, was an extremely careful and meticulous person beneath his rough exterior. The fact that his opponent never publicly acknowledged stealing his Samehada greatsword, and that he deliberately held back during the clash of weapons, clearly indicated that he had ulterior motives. Uchiha Yoru gestured downwards, and Suikazen Fuguki, with an extremely displeased expression, snorted coldly. Then, suddenly, one of his injured clones transformed into a water clone, and immediately a thick white mist rose in the forest. Kirigakure no Jetsu Hydrodynamics. As the thick fog descended, the clashing of swords and blades in the dense forest continued incessantly in their ears. But as their vision was obscured, the two men, who had initially exchanged deadly blows, had now shifted to a defensive, theatrical performance. Losing the greatsword Samehada was a mistake. "I'm afraid even you, Suikazen Fuguki, wouldn't be able to handle it." Upon hearing this, Suikazen Fuguki's face turned even paler. The 7 swordsmen of the Hidden Mist Village were elite ninjas specializing in carrying out high-difficulty missions for successive Mizukage. Legend says that the 7 of them together could conquer a small country in a single night. This is the Hidden Mist Village, a place where the title can be inherited. One could say it's named after its swords. And these 7 shinobi katanas are the symbol of the Hidden Mist Village's ninjas, carrying immense significance. Losing a shinobi katana would likely lead to betrayal and flight for anyone else, but Suikazen Fuguki, holding a high position, couldn't bear to give it up. And he believed there was still a chance to reclaim it. But when Suikazen Fuguki saw the other party's sinister smile, although his heart was filled with anger and resentment, he felt even more secretly relieved. It seemed that this little brat had secretly hidden it and hadn't reported it. so everything still had a chance to turn around. Personal interests and national interests are different. Once this sword is reported to involve two major ninja villages of that caliber, then his matter will be considered serious, and it will no longer be something the two of them can decide. But for now, it's clear that the two of them are keeping their relationship a secret, with no room for self-interest. After all, it's far more serious than letting the village know he's lost his shinobi katana. Knowing the shinobi katana's importance, Tsukazen Fuguki understands perfectly well that if he loses his life, he'll never be able to shake off this humiliation. And he won't be able to remain in his current position. Little brat, what do you want? Ninjutsu? Secret techniques? He knew his opponent's background well, with the Uchiha clan backing him. How could he be short of money? Therefore, there could only be one of these two possibilities. Seeing Tsukazen Fuguki trying to suppress his anger as he questioned him, Uchiha Yoru's face showed a sinister smile. He wanted to exploit this weakness for the rest of his life. Ninjutsu and secret techniques, do you think I lack them? Or are you underestimating me, Orochimaru's teacher? Or perhaps underestimating the Uchiha clan's background? With a mocking smile, Tsukazen Fuguki glared at him with furious eyes and roared in a low voice, "Little brat, what exactly do you want? I am an important person." Upon hearing Uchiha Yoru's voice, Tsukazen Fuguki's eyes widened. He wouldn't have thought the other party wanted him. In the average ninja world, they were either bloodline ninjas or young geniuses. Impossible. What you want is my Hidden Mist village's young ninja genius, and I would never betray the village. Just forget about it. Tsukazen Fuguki angrily cursed, as if he were a loyal servant willing to sacrifice everything for the village. But unfortunately, Uchiha Yoru, who clearly knew the original story, only revealed a mocking smile. Tsukazen Fuguki, as one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, betrayed his country's intelligence to a neighboring nation, ultimately dying at the hands of Kisame. And his Samehada sword was also stolen by Kisame. But the formula in the book says that, because he protected the blood mist, he carried out underground missions year-round. He was very cunning and possessed a very strong mental fortitude. Even Uchiha Obito looked at him with different eyes. The ruthless actions he performed were all for the good of the village. This is a very complex person. Uchiha Yoru doesn't know the specifics of their intentions, but one thing is certain. If they truly care about the village, they will absolutely not choose to die together. Temporary losses are insignificant. If they die alongside Konoha, the Hidden Mist village ninjas will be the worst off. Therefore, regardless of whether Tsukazen Fuguki was truly a petty traitor who betrayed the village's interests, there's nothing more to say. He has grasped the opponent's weakness. If he were secretly using his own methods to protect the Hidden Mist village ninjas, then the opponent, in order to climb to a higher position and gain greater power, would have to step down. Tsukazen Fuguki, you secretly betrayed the Hidden Mist village's intelligence agents to a neighboring country. Do you really think no one knows? The gentle sounds lingered in his ears, and as he was enveloped in the thick fog a moment before, the atmosphere had been solemn. Tsukazen Fuguki's expression suddenly changed drastically, and a fierce murderous intent flashed in his pupils. The enemy knows his intelligence. Damn it, Konoha has infiltrated the Hidden Mist village with ninjas. At this moment, Tsukazen Fuguki was terrified, and at the same time, his scalp tingled. If things escalated, his only option would be to betray and flee. Haha, but don't worry, your intelligence has always been handled by the former Vice Minister of Root, who was also my Orochimaru teacher. And my teacher hadn't even had time to upload the results of your intelligence before something happened. I think you understand. Uchiha Yoru, with a knowing smile, gave the order. Tsukazen Fuguki breathed a sigh of relief, but at the same time, he was filled with resentment and anger. Another weakness had been added to his grasp. Damn it! This little brat had him cornered. He would never be able to escape in this lifetime. No! Did he really have to betray and run away? At this moment, Tsukazen Fuguki's mind was clearly in turmoil, while Uchiha Yoru, seeing this scene, secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He realized that this chubby man had great courage, having started betraying the village's intelligence so early. It wasn't that Tsukazen Fuguki hadn't suspected the other party was deceiving him. It was the moment the other party mentioned Root that he believed it. That damn Konoha Root, that bunch of assassins, the so-called filthy dark force of Konoha, he almost certainly had evidence against them. Fatty, you don't need to panic like that. You know my current predicament. In Suikazen Fubuki's eyes, this Uchiha brat displayed an evil, devilish smile. You probably know about what happened to my teacher, Orochimaru. After all, this is the fuse that will shake the shinobi world. Right now, I'm fine, because I still have the Uchiha clan backing me. But the remaining members of my teacher's organization are probably going to be purged. I think you understand what that means. Having broken through the enemy's defenses, Uchiha Yoru also didn't want to rush, lest this guy directly betray and flee. Although the Hidden Mist Village ninjas would suffer losses, he didn't seem to gain much from it. At most, the Hidden Mist Village's commander would just be replaced. Upon hearing about Uchiha Yoru's self-destruction, Suikazen Fubuki immediately showed a look of sudden understanding. This little brat was also a person full of ambition, unwilling to be an ordinary ninja, and actually wanted to gather a powerful force. Ambition. Just like him, unwilling to part with power. At this moment, his panic seemed to have calmed down somewhat, but Suikazen Fubuki's expression was not good. He said in a low voice, "What kind of person do you want? I'm not in a good position on the front lines right now, and if I go too far, it's easy to be discovered. And then neither of us will have a good ending." Suikazen Fubuki also revealed a threatening undertone, as if to say, "Don't go too far. If I'm exposed, I won't let you have an easy time." But Uchiha Yoru shrugged, revealing an arrogant, contemptuous smile. "There's a saying you're wrong about. You won't have a good ending. Once things go wrong, you'll only be exiled from the shinobi world. But I'm different. Behind me is the Uchiha clan, the strongest clan in Konoha." MMP. Suikazen Fubuki cursed inwardly, his eyes wide with anger. He felt a bitter resentment. These damned bloodline families. The fourth Mizukage's policy of weakening bloodline families was indeed correct. The families possessed too much power, so he agreed to weaken them, but not to wipe them out completely. "Fatty, I know your ambition, and I know you want to climb even higher. This could be a goal for both of us. For example, if you don't get along with someone, you can give me their information, and I'll gladly remove their obstacles for you." Seeing Uchiha Yoru speak so shamelessly, Suikazen Fubuki almost vomited blood. What did he mean by clearing obstacles for me? Clearly, it was just you, this little brat, wanting to take credit for something. Damn it. However, he was somewhat tempted. "Little devil, once or twice is fine, but if it happens many times, how long do you think I can stay in this position?" Suikazen Fubuki was also decisively open, since things had come to this point. What was there to hide? He glared directly and said, "Your meritorious service to me is a loss. Once or twice is fine, but if it happens many times, the Hidden Mist Village ninjas will change his title as the frontline commander." Seeing Suikazen Fubuki gradually begin to admit defeat and accept this point, Uchiha Yoru loosened the force of his cross-world sword swing by 3 parts, and a humorous smile appeared on his face. "Rest assured, it won't put you in an awkward position. After all, I'm well aware of your Mizukage's methods for dealing with bloodline ninjas. Isn't this perfect? I'll resolve the bloodline ninja issue for you, which can be considered helping you clear an obstacle. You won't need to thank me then." Shameless. Suikazen Fubuki cursed inwardly, but he could only suppress his anger. The bloodline ninja techniques of the Hidden Mist Village can only weaken gradually, not instantly. Besides, what exactly do you want? What price do I need to pay to get back the Samehada sword? Suikazen Fubuki wasn't stupid. Once his weakness was exposed, the other party would only become more greedy, and something bad would happen to him sooner or later. Unless this brat died, which he obviously couldn't do right now, there was only one option left: betrayal and escape. Even in such a difficult exile in the shinobi world, he was unwilling to give up. Moreover, the great sword Samehada was his exclusive possession. Without it, his strength would be directly diminished by more than half. In the perilous shinobi world, only strength could bring peace of mind, so no matter what, he had to get Samehada back. With only the Samehada greatsword in his hand, his talent was the only guarantee of his survival as an exile in the shinobi world. Rest assured, I only need a few decent children. I think you understand this point. Of course, some precious bloodline ninja test subjects are best. After all, my teacher, Orochimaru, is on this island. Uchiha Yoru's meaningful smile made Suikazen Fuguki break out in a cold sweat. He suppressed his shock as he stared at the other man. Orochimaru is also in Uzu no Kuni. Damn it! I knew it! How could this brat be so audacious? It's obvious that Konoha's Orochimaru is unwilling to accept defeat and wants to make a comeback. No wonder his intelligence wasn't leaked. After all this time, it was Orochimaru who plotted against this brat. The two of them, master and disciple, are working together to conspire for a grand scheme. It's clear that Suikazen Fuguki misunderstood. He thought Orochimaru was unwilling to accept defeat and wanted to rise again to compete for the Hokage position in Konoha. Uchiha Yoru, naturally noticing the other's gaze, displayed a nonchalant smile as if his bringing Orochimaru was merely a cover. To protect himself, if the other party really didn't care and acted recklessly, he could pretend to know nothing when asked. After all, he, teacher Orochimaru, would take the blame. If they really wanted to investigate, Orochimaru's presence at Uzu no Kuni wouldn't lie. He would have shifted direction by then. My great sword Samehada, how did you manage to give it back to me? Thinking he had figured out the whole truth, Suikazen Fuguki was immediately terrified. He only wanted to become a minister, but Orochimaru was aiming for the Hokage position. They were simply not on the same level. Moreover, Orochimaru was the third Hokage's disciple. It was a family feud, so what was he even thinking? Thinking of taking a risk with a fish dying and the net tearing as a threat, she gave birth prematurely in an instant. You wouldn't be so naive, would you? You want your shinobi katana back without offering anything? Uchiha Yoru, feigning surprise as if to say, "Do you think I look like an idiot?" directly mocked him, shrugging his shoulders and saying, "I forgot to tell you, the Samehada Greatsword seems to be a living entity. My teacher is very interested and wants to study it for a while, so you understand." Suikazen Fuguki gritted his teeth. At this moment, he was completely passive, only able to be led by the nose. At the same time, he secretly decided that if the other party went too far, he would absolutely not return the Samehada Greatsword. Just now, a signal flare indicated that our Konoha reinforcements have landed. It seems we'll need to take a break from this battle for a while, and then we'll re-establish contact. After saying that, Uchiha Yoru immediately broke away, seemingly about to leave, but suddenly remembered something and stopped in his tracks. The last time the ninja ambushed me, that shark-faced ninja also had a masked bloodline ability. I think you wouldn't be reluctant to let him go, would you? Seeing Uchiha Yoru preparing to leave, Suikazen Fuguki suddenly uttered these words, immediately revealing a bloodthirsty smile, his eyes filled with ferocious bloodshot veins. Haha, it seems these two ninjas have offended you quite a bit, yet you're so jealous of them. Shark-faced is my trusted subordinate, Hoshigaki Kisame. I still need someone to serve me now, but when I'm no longer needed, I'll hand him over to you. Don't worry, I can give you information about Hoshigaki Kisame first. As for the other masked ninja with the bloodline ability you mentioned, I'm currently unaware of that. But rest assured, with the reinforcements from Konoha this time, it shouldn't be long before the Mizukage's orders arrive. At that time, this elite force will be under my command, and I will secretly investigate the intelligence for you. For the two ninjas from the same village, even Suikazen Fuguki, his assistant, was incomparably cold-blooded, showing absolutely no hesitation, perfectly demonstrating self-interest. Uchiha Yoru smiled and nodded after hearing this, saying, "That's good. I'll wait for your good news." After all, bloodline ninjas don't have an easy time in your hidden mist village. Why don't you try to distance yourself from the frontline bloodline ninjas and create more opportunities for me? Hearing such shameless words from his opponent, Suikazen Fuguki silently nodded, comforting himself inwardly. After all, the village was already ostracizing the ninja bloodline policy, so death was better. He was merely complying with the village's policy. Little devil, the secret of the Samehada Greatsword. I'm afraid I can't keep it hidden for much longer. Once my secret is revealed, this place will certainly have a new commander, and then all your schemes will become mere empty words. Now that Suikazen Fuguki had nothing to threaten the other party with, he could only use this point to justify his position. As long as he was here, there would be someone to cooperate with them. If someone else came, then everything would start all over again. Haha, don't worry, I have faith in your abilities. How could the Samehada Greatsword be so easily handed over to the opponent? Uchiha Yori simply smiled and nodded, and as the thick fog gradually dissipated, both figures disappeared into the dense mist. At the same time, signal flares filled the sky. Some were retreat signals from the Hidden Mist Village ninjas, and others were signal flares from Konoha reinforcements. With the arrival of Konoha's reinforcements, the battle between the two great ninja villages of Uzunokuni temporarily came to an end as each side withdrew their troops. Konoha base. Quick, bandage the wound to stop the bleeding. His arm has healed well. All he needs now is rest. Yes, the next one. Although the war was over, the next 3 days saw intense fighting between the two sides, resulting in many casualties. Uchiha Yoryu, his head covered in sweat, stood solemnly behind the base, using his medical ninjutsu to treat the wounded. If the wound is too severe, stabilize its condition and do not worsen it. Based on the situation, seek treatment from physician Yakushi Nanu. To be. Uchiha Yoruichi issued orders, and her hands were not idle either. Although her medical ninjutsu couldn't compare to the experienced pharmacist Yakushi Nanu, it was still quite good, especially when dealing with suppressing the worsening of wounds, which she was quite skilled at. Behind the tents, there were medical ninjas and wounded ninjas everywhere, their agonizing cries echoing incessantly, and the air was thick with the pungent smell of blood and medical equipment. Captain Kakashi. Senior Kakashi. Just as everyone was busy, a respectful voice suddenly echoed through the camp, and Uchiha Yoryu, without even lifting her head, was intently treating a ninja. Captain Knight. From the previous encounter, Hada Kakashi's attitude seemed to have changed somewhat. His gestures and behavior subtly revealed a superior-subordinate relationship, and later, he adopted a respectful demeanor. How will the business premises be arranged? Facing Uchiha Yoryu without raising his head, Hada Kakashi nodded solemnly and said, "Everything has been arranged properly. The lightly wounded ninja squad will coordinate with the newly arrived reinforcements and adapt to the frontline environment as quickly as possible." Good. Remember to increase the investigation efforts of the ninja squad. Be extremely careful that the Hidden Mist Village ninjas don't take advantage of this opportunity to launch an attack. We've added 9 more squads to take turns monitoring all day. The Konoha ninjas watched as their supreme commander, Uchiha Yoryu, who had just left the battlefield, went straight to the temporary battlefield hospital to treat ninjas, handing over all authority to his assistants. Now, he was simultaneously using his medical ninjutsu to treat patients and handling official affairs, which truly filled them with admiration. It's impossible not to mention the clearly treacherous and cunning world of ninjas, yet time and again, the world of fake genin seems somewhat naive. Uchiha Yoryu, with a little underhanded tactics, easily won over countless hearts. Only in this strange new world could he do it so easily. Captain, this is the list of reinforcements. Due to the urgency of the situation, they were temporarily allocated and will be redistributed later based on the battlefield situation. It's undeniable that having Hada Kakashi around really reduces worries and effort. He's truly worthy of being the future Hokage. Although still a bit immature, he's now undoubtedly the most capable assistant under his command. The situation in the ninja world is as volatile as the June sun. It changes in an instant, even more changeable than a woman's face. The Sand Village ninjas and Konoha, in their formal statements, emphasize their allied relationship, and even more so, their cooperation in order to crack down on the disruptive ninjas who were stealing their titles at the border. Following that, the Stone Village and the Sand Village ninjas began establishing diplomatic relations. Although they hadn't yet reached an alliance, discerning people could see that this was a done deal. One moment the ancient ninja world was united against Konoha, the next moment their reputations completely changed. The Sand Village ninjas turned around and became friendly with Konoha again, and the Stone Village also showed a tendency towards peace. It's clear that all 3 villages obtained satisfactory items. The Sand Village ninjas seized the opportunity to reclaim 11% of their annual mission quota, while the Stone Village ninjas, clearly in a cooperative relationship with the Sand Village ninjas, ultimately benefited and happily achieved their goal. Only Konoha relinquished a portion of the profit to satisfy the greedy. Lightning Kingdom, Cloud Village. In his office, the 4th Raikage, enraged, smashed his brand new desk to pieces with a resounding crash and roared in frustration, "Noki, you despicable, smoking piece of trash. Noki, you were so proactive in contacting them, explaining the advantages and disadvantages of their relationship and wanting to join forces against Konoha. But behind their backs, you colluded with the Sand Village ninjas, and after jointly seizing a large chunk of Konoha's wealth, you remained silent. Damn it! At this moment, the fourth Raikage's eyes were bloodshot, filled with anger, hatred, and most of all, rage. This time, Konoha had given such a huge benefit to the Sand Village ninjas. Such a massive commotion could not possibly be hidden from those with ulterior motives. It's quite clear that Noki Village was also enjoying the benefits of that. Otherwise, how could they have turned against each other so quickly? The four great ninja villages were busy making a round, and you ninjas from the Sand Village and Stone Village just ate the meat and left them alone. The Sand Village ninjas, being one of the 5 great ninja villages, have 20% of high-level missions enough to sustain a mid-level ninja village. Damn it, Noki, you insidious scoundrel. The fourth Raikage's greatest anger was that the Sand Village ninjas hadn't included him in the fun. He was really envious of the huge benefits they could have enjoyed. Now, with the 5 great ninja villages of the shinobi world, each of the 3 great wars has resulted in significant casualties. In truth, no one wants to start a great shinobi war at this time, otherwise it would truly be in line with the plans of some smaller nations. Although the 3 battles were devastating, they still managed to maintain the extraordinary status of the 5 great ninja villages in the shinobi world. However, if a 4th great ninja war were to break out and truly ignite, they would all likely fall from their high positions. Issue an order to incite hatred between the small villages and Konoha, especially mentioning that the Hidden Mist Village ninjas are now preparing for war with Konoha. In short, I want to ensure that Konoha's border cannot live in peace. Having failed to find any good opportunities, the 4th Raikage was clearly envious. Now he could only rely on the current situation of the Hidden Mist Village ninjas to his advantage. The 5 great ninja villages, the Sand Village and the Stone Village, choose to settle things amicably with 2 against 5, leaving Konoha to fight 2 against 1. This clearly reduced the pressure considerably. Moreover, although he was reckless, he didn't want to waste others' opportunities. In other words, the Hidden Mist Village ninja still had to occupy the main position. On the front lines of Uzu no Kuni, snowflakes drifted about. This snowfall seemed to have temporarily brought the war between the 2 sides to a standstill. The heavy snow symbolizes the end of the year, and the shinobi world welcomes a new year. This year, Uchiha Itachi was 8 years old, and Uchiha Yoru and Kakashi were 17, making this the year of the most dazzling geniuses. One is the genius Hada Kakashi, who graduated as a genin at the age of 5, a chunin at 6, and a jonin at 12. The other is a genius from the Uchiha clan, a student of Sannin Orochimaru, and now a frontline commander of a ninja corps of nearly 1,000 men. With a sharp mind, commanding several times the number of ninja in the army, and achieving several times more on the battlefield, he firmly established himself as a genius no less talented than Hada Kakashi, perhaps even surpassing him. This year has been truly fraught with calamities for Konoha. First, there was the split within the Hyuga clan, followed by the Orochimaru Hokage candidacy incident, and then the border, which had only recently stabilized, was suddenly thrown into turmoil. In particular, Konoha's constant turmoil led to greedy border riots in surrounding smaller nations and larger countries, causing Konoha to spend almost an entire year dealing with the constant threats. Konoha's foreign policy was solely focused on defense, while internally it began to beautify everything. The entire village seemed to be in a peaceful environment, unaware that its borders were in turmoil. Uzu no Kuni. Snow and ice covered the ground, as if it were draped in a silvery armor, and even the battlefields that had once been filled with slaughter seemed to have lost some of their former tranquility. Konoha Base. Captain, recently the Hidden Mist Village ninjas have attacked several of our strongholds. Following the captain's strategic plan, we prioritized securing our ninjas and then protecting our supplies. Therefore, while we have suffered relatively heavy losses in supplies over the past few months, our casualties have not been significant. As the war temporarily subsided, the Konoha ninjas also breathed a sigh of relief. During this time, the Hidden Mist Village ninjas had no rest. There were small skirmishes every 3 days and major battles every 5 days, turning the entire forest into a battlefield for their 2 nations. It was mostly a matter of mutual victory and defeat. Either the Hidden Mist Village ninjas attacked them, or they ambushed the Hidden Mist Village ninjas. In any case, it was still relatively fair, and the battle was in a stalemate. Both major ninja villages tacitly agreed to keep their respective ninja legions under control, keeping them below 1,000 men to prevent the war from escalating. However, this was only Konoha's view. The Hidden Mist Village ninjas, hiding behind Obito, were more consumed by anger. Although he controlled the Mizukage, the Hidden Mist Village ninjas were not solely under his control, especially given the risk of an expanded war and the potential for a fourth Great Ninja War. The Hidden Mist Village ninjas faced numerous obstacles, and even the daimyo down to the village's jonin didn't believe the current situation was conducive to expanding the conflict. Listening to the latest battle report from inside the tent, Uchiha Yura smiled and nodded happily. A few supplies are nothing compared to the value we ninjas place on them. In the jonin encampment, their gazes at Uchiha Yura were filled with a certain fanaticism. After all, ninjas were just tools, regardless of who held the position. Even the third Hokage only paid lip service to it. In reality, he never actually did it. Yet, even so, the third Hokage's few casual words had captivated countless hearts. Uchiha Yura didn't just say it, he truly intended to carry it out, and he was determined to seriously and thoroughly implement it to the very end. He considered ninja lives to be the most important, and even disabled ninjas would do everything in their power to protect them. To use Uchiha Yura's words, they are all heroes. They are all our tomorrow. Looking closely, although this snowstorm has temporarily halted the activities of the Hidden Mist Village ninjas, we must remain vigilant. I don't want us ninjas to be attacked while celebrating the new year. Haha, Lord Yoru, rest assured, our investigation team has already expanded its scope, and we absolutely won't let the Hidden Mist Village ninjas easily get close. Inside the ninja camp, every single person displayed a straightforward, cheerful smile. Having spent so much time together, they had almost figured out Uchiha Yoru's character. Unless it was a mission, he was an extremely easygoing person during battles, and even liked to mentor those with talent within the camp. Uchiha arrived at the front lines less than a year ago, first proving his strength with tangible achievements, and then, after such a long time, his powerful personality and charisma have made countless people feel a sense of belonging. As night gradually fell and the snowstorm raged, Izuno Kuni, though not too far from the Land of Iron, seemed to be affected by the Land of Iron snowstorm, resulting in a massive blizzard, a once-in-a-century event. Konoha and the Hidden Mist Village ninjas were caught off guard and both chose to rest and recuperate during this time. The north wind howled, bringing down a blizzard so strong that people couldn't even open their eyes. At this moment, all living things in the world seemed to choose to cower and hide. The entire world was eerily silent, especially under the stormy night sky, which exuded an aura of utter destruction. Deep in the forest, in a large hollow tree, Uchiha Yoro cautiously scanned the surroundings. And only after confirming that he was not being followed did he secretly breathe a sigh of relief and slowly enter the hollow. Teacher Orochimaru, with the recent ceasefire, I'm afraid there won't be much experimental material available. In the empty hollow of the tree, Uchiha Yoru calmly observed the surrounding area, where no one spoke. But at that very moment, a figure slowly emerged from the ground, accompanied by that unique, hoarse smile. Haha, the recent ceasefire wasn't solely due to the snowstorm. Orochimaru slowly appeared from behind, looking at Uchiha Yoru with a meaningful smile. He had never imagined that his student would grow up so quickly. It hasn't been that long, yet he's already replaced the position he once held on the front lines in the eyes of those people. Although he doesn't care anymore, it's undeniable that the other person has talent. This isn't just about innate combat talent. That almost innate political acumen, coupled with exceptionally high command talent on the battlefield, makes him a truly perfect genius. If it weren't for the numerous problems currently plaguing his Fushi Tensei technique, his current body would undoubtedly be the most perfect vessel. Thinking of this, Orochimaru's greedy, snake-like eyes showed a hint of regret as he shook his head. Unfortunately, transforming into a powerful soul body caused considerable damage to the soul, and besides, he had already found another direction, so he could only give up this perfect vessel. Teacher Orochimaru, do you mean there's another reason for the ceasefire? Upon hearing Orochimaru's words, Uchiha Yoru immediately showed a curious expression. He would never underestimate anyone, especially Orochimaru, who had been in Konoha for so many years. How could his entire power base be wiped out so quickly? It's worth noting that in the original storyline, even 10 years after the beginning, there were still people in Konoha who remembered his existence. Although he's not bad, he's still lacking in this area of expertise, and that's something he needs time to improve upon. To Uchiha Yoru's skeptical expression, Orochimaru chuckled hoarsely, saying, "The Water Country's border defense commander, Sarutobi Shinosuke, has stabilized the situation behind the scenes. Although the friction with Izu no Kuni isn't significant, there hasn't been any substantial progress. Some people in the village don't want to drag it out any longer and want to end the war as soon as possible." Ultimately, although the Izu no Kuni battlefield didn't generate much friction, now every major ninja village in the shinobi world is resting and recuperating. Especially the Hidden Stone Village and the Hidden Cloud Village, which are secretly expanding their military strength. Upon hearing this news, Uchiha Yoru frowned even more. He hadn't expected the village to become so anxious. However, it was understandable. Since his arrival, things hadn't seemed to have changed much. But in reality, some things had become different. Teacher Orochimaru, are you saying that the village is preparing to send Sarutobi Shinosuke to the front lines to establish its prestige? Although it was just a casual inquiry, Uchiha Yoru had already thought of something, and a mocking smile immediately appeared on his face. A person with not much of a record, yet now wanting to establish prestige in a small battle and still dreaming of becoming Hokage. It seems this son of the third Hokage also has ambitions, but unfortunately, his strength and ambition don't match. Haha, with those old geezers pushing him from behind, he won't last many years. It was clear that Orochimaru's eyes held a hint of mockery as he said this. The third Hokage is getting old, and the morale of the ninja hero has been steadily declining since then. Speaking of the third Hokage, Orochimaru's eyes were filled with complex emotions, a mixture of hatred and sorrow. The fact that the first Hokage had gradually transformed into this was truly sad, and it made him realize how fragile life is, and how old people eventually lose their vigor. When Uchiha Yoru heard that Sarutobi Shinosuke wanted to go to the front lines, clearly intending to replace him, he scoffed and sneered, thinking, "Does he really think I'm made of clay?" It was very clear that the intention was to weaken his prestige, and at the same time, to weaken the strength of the front lines. After all, since they weren't their own men, they could confidently and boldly wear them down, achieving dazzling victories for themselves while simultaneously weakening Orochimaru's remaining old members of the organization. For the Konoha elders, this was truly killing two birds with one stone. Why wouldn't they do it? Haha, Night Lord, look how you Uchiha clan old geezers are keeping a close eye en route. Orochimaru, with his muddled thinking, believed that the Uchiha clan only focused their attention on Shimura Danzu, the clan they were most hostile to, while completely disregarding the other three old geezers. With a sudden gulping sound, an intelligence scroll spewed out. Orochimaru then threw the scroll over, licking his lips and revealing a hoarse, perverted grin as he said, "That idiot Jiraiya has recently been sent to gather intelligence near the Hidden Stone Village, and another Sannin seems to have arrived here. My research has also reached a critical juncture. Another Sannin. Princess Tsunade Hime." Upon hearing this name, Uchiha Yoru immediately frowned, his expression turning unpleasant. Damn it, what a good father. It's clear Sarutobi Shinosuke is having problems on the front lines, and this guy is coming to the station to help him overcome this difficult situation. A typical example of arranging for a skilled bodyguard. Isn't Princess Tsunade Hime afraid of blood disorders? Uchiha Yoru frowned and muttered, while Orochimaru revealed a hoarse, grinning smile. I didn't expect Night Lord to know this secret as well. I truly underestimated Night Lord's intelligence capabilities. Tsunade's fear of blood is real, but you seem to have forgotten Tsunade's abilities. For the strongest medical ninja in the ninja world, cutting and adjusting her own retinal pigment denaturation isn't difficult. Do you think she would still have a fear of blood under these circumstances? Orochimaru's professional terminology followed, and fortunately, Uchiha Yoru, being proficient in medical ninjutsu, understood what it meant. Simply put, it meant cutting off the nerves in the retina that sense red, resulting in color blindness. While this would have some side effects, at least it wouldn't cause hemophobia, fear of blood. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Yoru showed a look of sudden understanding. He hadn't considered this point. In the original story, this tactic was never used in the short story. Perhaps Tsunade hadn't reacted yet, Or rather, she chose to dodge it before her life was in danger. Princess Tsunade. Upon hearing that, Uchiha Yoro looked thoughtful, realizing he needed to tone down some of his tactics in the future. Izu no Kiri, Konoha's base. As the howling snow swept away the snow, the medical ninjas Yakushi Nanu and Yakushi Kabuto sat respectfully to one side in the camp supply tent. Lord Yoru. Facing the two men who addressed him with respect, Uchiha Yoru shook his head and said, "There are no outsiders here, and there are some things I need to make clear to you. Pharmacist Yakushi Nanu, you've been here for so long. Danzo seems to trust you, but he's also wary of the many secrets you possess. I think you should be aware of this." Upon hearing these words, Pharmacist Yakushi Nanu smiled gently and nodded. She never complained about her fate. Compared to many ninjas, her own destiny was far better. Lord Yoru, rest assured, I know how to handle everything with Root. Looking at the two of them, Uchiha Yoru gently shook his head and said, "I think you may have misunderstood my meaning. Both of you are from Root, and I'm afraid I can't handle the two of you at the moment. What's going on?" Initially calm, Yakushi Kabuto heard these words, and behind his glasses, a serious expression flashed in his eyes. Beside him, the pharmacist Yakushi Nanu maintained an unchanging, gentle smile, as if no news could faze her. "I have my own sources of intelligence, and someone will soon arrive on the front lines to replace me." When Uchiha Yoru calmly uttered these words, Yakushi Kabuto was immediately startled, his fingers trembling as he clutched his eyes. "Lord Yoru, you mean?" Yakushi Kabuto wasn't stupid. He knew absolutely nothing about this news. Could it be that he was completely unaware? No. Root would know all along, so it can be said that Root is hiding things from them and is even probing them. "Someone else will come to the front lines to replace me, and I'm afraid I won't be able to protect you both. Moreover, you'll easily be exposed. I'm giving you to a choice now." Looking at the two of them, Uchiha Yoriichi seemed concerned about their expressions, as if to say that since they had been at the front lines for so long and Root's mission was incomplete, their return might not be easy, especially for the pharmacist Yakushi Nanu. Although my teacher Orochimaru was expelled from the Land of Fire, he was still a powerful ninja, and he valued talent highly in the past. If you are willing, you don't need to worry about the Root cursed seals on your bodies. Uchiha Yoriichi tried her best to speak calmly and whispered, "I will arrange for an accident, so rest assured, there will be no trouble." Now that Uchiha Yoru was still the supreme commander on the front lines, his authority remained very significant, and Yakushi Kabuto naturally understood this, calmly pondering the matter. Root, although not bad, he has a curse mark on him, and he has a mission to fulfill. Who knows, something unexpected might happen the day after, tomorrow, and there's also the dean, head of the institute. Thinking this, Yakushi Kabuto's eyes showed determination as he looked at the dean beside him and said, "Dean, you already possess too many secrets of Root. Danzo won't trust you. Shall we go to Lord Orochimaru's place together?" Looking at Yakushi Kabuto, pharmacist Yakushi Nani smiled gently, shook his head, and said, "I went to see how the children at the orphanage group were doing." A single sentence caused Yakushi Kabuto to fall silent, while the pharmacist Yakushi Nanu revealed a sincere and earnest smile. "Go ahead and leave. Root will only restrict your talent. I'm in Konoha, and at the very least, I'll have another person to look after the orphanage." Headmaster. Yakushi Kabuto was filled with resentment. He wanted to stay and confront the headmaster, but the pharmacist Yakushi Nanu smiled and shook his head, saying, "Kabuto, now is not the time for whims. The help of leaving Root is right before your eyes. You are still young. Furthermore, although Lord Orochimaru has been banished, Lord Yoru is still here. As long as there is hope, anything is possible in the future." At this point, pharmacist Yakushi Nanu turned her head to look at Uchiha Yoru, her face beaming with a smile, but her shrewd eyes seemed to know everything. Because of the orphanage, she couldn't leave, but if she followed Root, Danzo wouldn't let her off the hook. She knew it, and Danzo knew it too, but the orphanage was her lifeline, and Danzo held all the power over her. Previously, she had no choice, but now she has one, though not a big one, but at least it's better than having no hope at all. Uchiha Yoru's role as the best spy is to do what he needs to do, and since Uchiha Yoru doesn't hide anything, she naturally sees everything clearly. Change requires sacrifice, and similarly, she doesn't know how long she can stay at root. Now, if she has another path to choose, she will naturally let her go. Director. Looking at Yakushi Kabuto, pharmacist Yakushi Nanu smiled and shook his head, saying, "Kabuto, you're not a child anymore. Even the kids at the ninja school know that you shouldn't put all your eggs in one basket. If you stay, the orphanage will only have one hope, but if you leave, the orphanage will have one more hope." Or rather, it could be said that pharmacist Yakushi Nani wanted Yakushi Kabuto to stay away from the turmoil and darkness of Root, this suffocating place. Although Orochimaru wasn't exactly a good person, the pharmacist Yakushi Nanu clearly knew one thing. Yakushi Kabuto's greatest strength lay in his innate talent for medical ninjutsu. And that wasn't a bloodline ninja ability. Relatively speaking, it was likely that Lord Orochimaru was interested in his medical talent. After a long silence, Yakushi Kabuto bowed respectfully and said in a low voice, "Lord Yoru, take care." Being intelligent, Yakushi Kabuto clearly understood one thing. Only if Uchiha Yoru was safe could the orphanage be safe, and similarly, only then would the orphanage be safe. Looking at Yakushi Kabuto, Uchiha Yoru shook his head and sighed, saying, "You all know the truth, so I won't hide anything. For executioners like us, with our hands stained with blood, there's no such thing as a good person. I can say that for the children of the orphanage, I will do my best to ensure they don't starve. But you should also understand the principle that excessive zeal can backfire. From now on, no matter how much power you have, the orphanage must maintain its original appearance. Simply providing enough food won't attract attention, but living too comfortably is a mistake." Uchiha Yoru's meaning is very simple. Although I have the power to make the orphanage's situation better, I won't do that. I'm doing this to protect the orphanage. Beg, in 3 days' time, I will arrange for you to accompany a small squad to treat the wounded from the rear. Along the way, you will encounter an ambush by hidden mist village ninjas. Uchiha Yoru's tone calmed down, and Yakushi Kabuto revealed a smile that was neither a smile nor a cry. Leaving Root was something he had never dared to imagine, even believing he would never be able to leave Darklands in his lifetime, but the opportunity had suddenly presented itself. However, he also wanted to leave Konoha. Konoha is rotten. Perhaps your departure can preserve a new spark. Uchiha Yoru uttered a remark, and the two fell silent. Yakushi Kabuto hadn't paid much attention to reforms in this area. His only concern was the director and the orphanage. But now, he seemed to have a sudden urge to reform. If he succeeded, he could return to Konoha, return to the orphanage, and bask in the sunlight. "Thank you, Lord Yoru." Pharmacist Yakushi Nani smiled gently and bowed on behalf of Yakushi Kabuto in gratitude, thanking him for giving the orphanage a chance to choose its destiny, and for giving it another ray of hope. "Thank you, Lord Yoru." Yakushi Kabuto was filled with gratitude towards Uchiha Yoru. He considered himself a small fry with a small mind, not as great as Yoru, who aspired to change the entire Konoha. He could only admire such a great person. More than anything, he just wanted to live a good life. But that's just how life is, and he simply can't avoid it. At the headmaster's signal, Yakushi Kabuto respectfully thanked him and then withdrew. "I'm getting ready to go down." As Yakushi Kabuto departed, the wind and snow howled outside, leaving only the two of them standing face to face inside the tent. Seeing the pharmacist Yakushi Nanu, this shrine maiden, Uchiha Yoru knew that he couldn't lie to this kind of person, just like Kakashi and the others. To achieve great things, one needs many talented people under their command, and lies and deception are only temporary, only sincerity is eternal. "You don't need to thank me. I merely wanted to preserve a spark for myself to reignite the flame of the East Mountain. Because no one knows what tomorrow will bring or what unexpected events will come first, just like White Fang and Teacher Orochimaru." With a self-deprecating laugh, Uchiha Yoru wasn't lying. If he were truly eliminated in this chess match, his comeback couldn't possibly be a one-man show, could it? Now Orochimaru isn't the perfect candidate. He could easily train masters outside of Konoha. He needs talent, and Orochimaru currently needs people as well. It's a mutually beneficial partnership, and he could easily cultivate new subordinates for him. "Root has sent you, this shrine maiden, and I think Shimura Danzu is probably not just investigating for simple intelligence, is he?" Uchiha Yoru calmly asked the question he still wanted to know the answer to, finally revealing the truth to both sides. The pharmacist Yakushi Nanu gently brushed her golden hair behind her ear, her nun's attire adding to her gentle smile, giving off a feeling of being refreshed by a spring breeze. Lord Danzo intends to investigate whether Lord Yuru has awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. The gentle tone of pharmacist Yakushi Nanu's next words caused Uchiha Yuru to show a hint of fear, and he became even more serious afterward. Danzo, why are you suspicious about this point? This wasn't just his caution. Uchiha Yuru was silently pondering, reviewing every possible loophole that could have been revealed after activating his Mangekyo Sharingan. But he simply couldn't think of where the flaw might be. Yakushi Nanu merely smiled gently and said, Lord Yuru's strength has increased so rapidly, especially in such a short time that he can stand against the long-established Hidden Mist Village ninja Sukazen Fuguki, and even fight against Lord Jiraiya. Furthermore, Lord Yuru's Sharingan power seems to be stronger than that of a normal three-tamo Uchiha. According to Lord Danzo's conjecture, activating the Mangekyo Sharingan will stimulate a massive increase in power. Even the original three-tamo power will increase significantly, and the bloodline evolution will also trigger physical strengthening. Hearing the pharmacist Yakushi Nanu's explanation, Uchiha Yuru showed a look of sudden understanding, breathed a sigh of relief, and secretly admired her. Indeed, one should not underestimate anyone. After all, what ninjas are best at is analyzing intelligence. So, how does Danzo plan to have you investigate whether or not I've awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan? Or rather, how do you plan to investigate? Uchiha Yoru's expression was somewhat serious at this moment. After all, if the cunning Danzo had any suspicions, this guy would stop at nothing, and he really needed to be on guard. However, the pharmacist Yakushi Nanu calmly chuckled and said, the Sharingan evolves, releasing a special chakra into the mind, affecting the optic nerve and causing changes in the eyes. Similarly, this special chakra will also strengthen the entire body. Some special techniques might be able to analyze the changes in Lord Yoru's body. Outside, the blizzard raged, but inside the warm tent, a gentle, jade-like hand slowly reached for the hardened area. Uchiha Yoru's expression immediately froze as he looked at the pharmacist Yakushi Nanu, who had approached him. He frowned and said, it's a medical jutsu. Danzo wants you to use medical jutsu to analyze my body, and also to use my body to get closer to me. With the nun-like attire of the pharmacist Yakushi Nanu and her naturally gentle, motherly smile, Uchiha Yuru suddenly understood, and secretly felt fortunate that he knew her weakness. However, a surge of anger still rose in his heart. You two, the third Hokage and Danzo, are truly of the same ilk, both using such tactics. Lord Yuru, I can help you in the future. If anything happens, the Uchiha clan, with its vast wealth and power, only asks that you be able to donate a little to the orphanage, so that those children don't starve to death. As everyone knew, the plight of the orphanage was that Danzo had sent her out as a sacrificial lamb. And even if she did survive, she probably wouldn't be able to live to see the end. She had, after all, held too many secrets from him. It was only a matter of time. Now, the one thing she couldn't let go of was the orphanage. The orphanage's necessities, which would be a considerable expense for others, were, for a prestigious family like the Uchiha, as long as they showed even a little bit of it. This is the vast difference between the wealthy and ordinary people, like a chasm. With a gentle smile, Uchiha Yoru allowed the other party to act as they pleased. The other party needed to feel secure, and similarly, he needed the other party to become a powerful ally. Root is a top-tier spy, and his strength is considerable. He wouldn't be so extravagant as to waste such powerful combat capabilities. In the dim candlelight, the canvas tent was filled with a hormonal scent, and the overlapping figures seemed to be reenacting the most primal act of human nature. With a gentle and affectionate demeanor, she can compete with Biju in terms of physical strength and potential. Pharmacist Yakushi Nanu uses every means possible, employing every technique to analyze the opponent's body and abilities, both to complete Root's mission and for the orphanage. One windy night, after the clouds had gathered, lay the limp, powerless body of the pharmacist Yakushi Nanu on the bed, her face flushed with satisfaction. But outside, the blizzard continued as before, its howling sounds drowned out by the noise inside the tent. I want to leave. You can report these figures truthfully. The Uchiha clan's Mangekyo Sharingan isn't that easy to activate. With a refreshed and energetic expression, Uchiha Yoru picked up the scattered clothes on the ground, while the pharmacist Yakushi Nanu, her face flushed, took a sealed test tube from her bag and immediately spat out a liquid. Looking at the precious cell research cells sealed in the test tube, the frail pharmacist Yakushi Nanu gasped, "Lord Yuru, I'm afraid Root needs me to send back some cells. After all, Elder Danzo of Root has begun to suspect me." Although Uchiha Yoru felt utterly disgusted by Danzo's research into his own cells, after a moment's thought, he nodded in agreement, saying, "Danzo is truly a worthless rat hiding in a filthy ditch." The Mangekyo Sharingan wasn't so easily countered. Danzo wanted to use cells, and Uchiha Yoru immediately thought of poison. He inwardly sneered, thinking how despicable this man was, even attempting to develop a targeted poison to counteract him. This snowstorm was truly rare for 3 consecutive days. There was no sign of sunlight, yet the blizzard showed no sign of stopping, and instead seemed to be getting worse and worse. The blizzard brought devastation to everything. What was once a dense forest was now nothing but a pile of dry branches, and the snow and wind descended into a cave. Damn it, are you crazy? You're contacting me during such a massive snowstorm? Let me tell you, once my secret is revealed, you won't get off easy. As the snowstorm raged along the way, Fubuki, sneaking into Sukazen, muttered angrily in a low voice, as if afraid of being overheard. Having waited a long time, Uchiha Yoru simply smiled and shook his head, saying, "Don't be so polite, okay? After all, you and I have been partners who have collaborated many times. Companion, go to hell." At this moment, Sukazen Fubuki was filled with rage towards the insatiably greedy Uchiha Yoru, who had no limits whatsoever. "Brother, do you really want to play like this? I'm terrified every day in the camp. Can't you please not ask me out? Do you know that if I'm discovered, the only way I can escape is by betraying you?" Sukazen Fubuki was very good at concealing his true nature. He was essentially a ninja who, after having his weakness exposed, was worried about being discovered on one hand, but also didn't want to be threatened by the impending collapse of the border region on the other. The other party was putting on an act, and Uchiha Yoru was no different. He simply smiled, patted the other's shoulder, and, like a superior being, reassured him, "Rest assured, I trust your methods. No one will discover them. Moreover, your Samehada Greatsword is also at a crucial stage of research, so just wait patiently. Once the research makes progress, I will return this Shinobugatana immediately." Upon hearing the news about his Shinobugatana, Sukazen Fubuki's eyes flashed with murderous intent. "Damn it, my precious Shinobugatana is being studied by you, master and disciple. Just wait until I get my Shinobugatana back. Don't look at me like that, as if I'm some kind of hateful person. But you should also think about your own problems. It's been a long time, hasn't it? You keep using one excuse or another to brush me off, always using some insignificant people to get rid of me. What am I supposed to do?" After a brief struggle, Sukazen Fubuki finally admitted his fear, not because he was genuinely afraid that his opponent had him cornered, but also because the Samehada Greatsword rendered him immobile. As I've said before, you make thorough arrangements and find a way to force Kisame and Amii Terumi to rebel. When I want them both, you'll get your Shinobugatanas back, each getting what they deserve. Uchiha Yoru's shameless words instantly angered Sukazen Fubuki, who retorted, "Damn it, that Amii Terumi is a member of our Hidden Mist Village's original ninja group. Master, the Hidden Mist Village's elder ninja, although an immortal, possesses power and status equal to that of the Mizukage, overseeing all matters in the Hidden Mist Village. The most important projects in the village require consultation with this elder. You must at least give me some time." At this moment, Sukazen Fubuki felt his head spinning. He said in a low voice, "Although the enemy is now under my command, I only have the authority to act as a commander. I can't just let anything happen to them. There absolutely cannot be any mistakes. And as for Hoshigaki Kisame, I promise to give him to you, but I really need someone under my command right now. If you urgently need him, fine, at most 2 months. I will definitely find an opportunity. However, without Hoshigaki Kisame as my ally, I'm afraid my influence on the front lines will be affected." Sukazen Fubuki felt no shame whatsoever for betraying his own village. Instead, he was only considering his own interests. Uchiha Yoru listened, smiled, and nodded, saying, "I'm not forcing you. It's best if you take your time. After all, you absolutely cannot make any mistakes or misunderstandings. Otherwise, you'll leave yourself with weaknesses, and it will be easier for us to cooperate in the future. I've come to see you today because I have an important matter to inform you of." Uchiha Yoru shrugged casually and said, "I have intelligence from a reliable source. I fear that someone will replace me as the commander of the front lines in early spring, so we should join forces for a major operation. I'll give you a great reward, which will be beneficial to you as well." "What? Someone wants to take it in your place?" Suikazen Fuguki's eyes showed genuine fear. His own Samehada sword was still in the opponent's hands, and if the opponent were to take it away, he would be in serious trouble. "Rest assured, they won't easily separate me." Uchiha Yoruichi maintained a relaxed demeanor, while Suikazen Fuguki's eyes darted around, feigning a worried expression as he inquired, "Who will take your place?" One might mistakenly think that Suikazen Fuguki cared about him in the same way, but in reality, he wanted to gather intelligence on Konoha, perhaps to make a plan. Sarutobi Shinosuke. Upon hearing this name, Suikazen Fuguki immediately showed a look of sudden understanding. So it's him. He's quite proficient in both fire release and earth release. If it weren't for my Samehada greatsword, I might not have been able to withstand him. He's a skilled fighter. Damn it, if this bastard comes, once we're on the front lines, I can't just keep acting like a coward, can I? But once we're in combat, if my Samehada sword is revealed, what am I supposed to do? Previously, the two of them had secretly engaged in some kind of transaction, and their numerous clashes were all considered feigned fights. But the other party wouldn't engage in a feigned fight with him. Suikazen Fuguki, with his hot-tempered demeanor, gritted his teeth in anger and said, "Either you give me the Samehada greatsword first, or this matter cannot be resolved." It was clear that Suikazen Fuguki was seizing the opportunity, thinking he could take advantage of the situation and retrieve his Shinobugatana Samehada. But Uchiha Yoru merely narrowed his eyes and smirked coldly. "Fat pig, you damn fool! Stop putting on this act. You've been acting since you walked in. I haven't exposed you yet, and now you're taking advantage of me. Stop this charade. Do you want to do it or not? Anyway, I have the Samehada sword. If I'm so great, I'll report you to the village and say I defeated you and stole the Samehada. That would be a great achievement." Seeing Suikazen Fuguki's murderous gaze, Uchiha Yoru sneered even more coldly. "Stop glaring at me. I know all your weaknesses, and I haven't left myself a single weakness." As Uchiha Yoru confronted him with a loud shout, Suikazen Fuguki's feigned anger gradually vanished, revealing a sinister gaze fixed intently on his opponent. "Little devil, even a cornered rabbit will bite. You shouldn't go too far. Am I overstepping my boundaries? Fine, you can go home now, and we'll give you a good beating. Do you dare? You're all old foxes. Don't try to change the subject." Suikazen Fuguki is the kind of person who is too cunning and manipulative. There's only one way to deal with such a person: ruthlessly crush them. Since you're not going, let's talk about serious matters. Looking at the silent Suikazen Fuguki, Uchiha Yoru, after giving him a stern warning, offered him a sweet piece of advice, his tone softening from the arrogant and aggressive demeanor he had displayed earlier. "Sarutobi Shinosuke is coming to replace me, and he'll definitely keep it a secret from the start because he just arrived and needs to stabilize the morale of the people. I think you won't miss this opportunity, will you?" With a teasing look, Uchiha Yoru shook his head and said, "Rest assured, with my past achievements, Sarutobi Shinosuke will absolutely not easily come out to the battlefield to fight you unless he makes a major breakthrough. No one is a fool, because Sarutobi Shinosuke understood that the so-called jewel lies before this truth. There are people in the village who want to end this war that has absolutely no benefit, fearing that this time, after Sarutobi Shinosuke arrives at the front lines, he will choose a defensive stance, aiming to wear down the morale of your Hidden Mist Village ninjas. Once you Hidden Mist Village ninjas realize there is no benefit to this, you can end this pointless conflict, or rather, you Hidden Mist Village ninjas are confident in taking Uzu no Kuni." Seeing Uchiha Yoruichi's confident demeanor, Suikazen Fuguki, rarely revealing his own thoughts, sighed and said, "Perhaps you're overthinking it. Uzu no Kuni on the battlefield will also give you a piece of our mind." There aren't many ninjas in the Hidden Mist Village who agree to open this battlefield. Especially now that we're in a stalemate, there are even more who oppose it. It's just that our village's fourth Mizukage, I don't know what he's thinking. He's practically a stubborn fool who insists on fighting Uchiha. Many people in the village secretly speculated about the fourth Mizukage's intentions. Personally, I believe the fourth Mizukage wanted to use this opportunity to weaken the major clans, thereby consolidating his position of supreme power. Suikazen Fuguki adopted a self-assured, almost intellectually sophisticated demeanor, but this scene, in Uchiha Yoru's eyes, only evoked a hint of sarcasm. I'm afraid you're overthinking things. What fourth Mizukage are you talking about? It was clearly Obito who wanted to kill someone. It was purely revenge for love. There's no need for all this twists and turns. Konoha failed to protect Lin properly, and the Hidden Mist Village ninjas participated in the assassination attempt. It's safe to say that the Hidden Mist Village ninjas and Konoha fought like idiots. Even your fourth Mizukage would applaud that. Alright, what I'm handing over to you now is a major undertaking that will take place soon. Once Sarutobi Shinosuke arrives, feel free to use whatever means you have at your disposal. Uchiha Yoru and Suikazen Fuguki met today to discuss the major undertaking before replacing his successor. To put it bluntly, Suikazen Fuguki leaked their mineral information to him, and Uchiha Yoru secretly led his men to attack. After a complete victory, wouldn't 5 or 6/10 of the spoils end up in his pocket? Similarly, Suikazen Fuguki's attack on Konoha's escort route, intercepting Konoha's metal chakra and refined iron, also earned him a huge commission. The point of contention was that every time Suikazen Fuguki's greedy gaze fell upon him, there was a hint of something else. This greedy little brat, every time he demanded that Fuguki cough up more than 50% of the spoils. Damn it, he devoured this little brat completely. This time, the snowstorm lasted for half a month before the sun finally appeared. In the dense forest, the snow accumulation was terrifying, reaching a thickness of 2 or 3 meters, showing just how extreme the weather is in this world. Not only are the trees extremely shaped, each massive tree completely towering over the sky, but even the extreme weather conditions are incredibly harsh. Konoha Base, inside the military tent. Uchiha Yoruichi, with a serious expression, gripped the brush pen and began writing on the scroll. At the same time, she addressed the person who had come to report to the tent. This is the latest report on merits from the Department of Merits. I will report it truthfully to the village. You've all arrived, just in time. Here are the letters of recommendation I wrote for you, along with your contributions. Personally, I believe Yuhi Kurenai, Itsuki Yugao, Mitarashi Anko, and Mado Guy have made significant contributions and possess the strength to be considered special jonin. And Tatami Iwashi, as a member of the Genma squad, has also seen a rapid increase in strength recently and has made considerable contributions. I'm prepared to ensure their promotion to special jonin upon the village's order. And then there are the future of our village, Umino Iruka, Mizuki. They've worked diligently on the front lines for a while now, and they're barely qualified to be chunin. I think it would be appropriate to encourage some of the younger generation. Uchiha Yoruichi's promotion to vice captain had some other meaning, and upon seeing this, everyone in the ninja camp showed a grateful expression. In contrast, Hada Kakashi, who was standing nearby, frowned slightly. Yoru, doing this might lead to some dissatisfaction. Hada Kakashi's meaning was very clear. Promoting your family members like this is clearly an attempt to create a collective power base. Isn't that a bit too direct? Uchiha Yoru, however, merely smiled and shook his head, writing the report scroll himself, while the ninjas below, who had been summoned, all showed expressions of gratitude. Especially for jonin and those being promoted to higher ranks, a selection process is required before recruitment. And a letter of recommendation from a fellow jonin is particularly important. It practically serves as a guarantee. Wartime might have simplified some procedures, but regardless, jonin ranks must still go through a process where the Hokage himself signs off on their talent for promotion within the village. Under normal circumstances, there are 2 paths to becoming a chunin. One is selection after recruitment based on a combination of strength and mission workload, which typically results in chunin with average strength. The other is selection through examinations, but these are almost always chosen based on universally accepted talent, essentially an elite selection process. Under exceptional circumstances, with outstanding performance, specific considerations, and meeting the required standards, promotion to the next grade is possible. There's another scenario, wartime. Although the current situation isn't exactly the Great Ninja War, it's still a battlefield. He has the right to submit an application to the village, but this application requires a year of review to determine eligibility. After writing the letter well, Uchiha Yura smiled and said to Kakashi beside him, "I'll leave this Chunin selection scroll to you, Kakashi. After these Genin sign it themselves, we'll see how hard they work this year." Good. Since Uchiha Yura had made the decision, Hada Kakashi wouldn't refuse either. He put the Genin's personal signature into the envelope and then proceeded to prepare for the Chunin's promotion. Promoting a Chunin to a special Jonin is, arguably, a huge difference in rank. The detailed records in the Book of Military Strategy indicate that Genin are the primary fighting force of the villages, with the largest number of members. Chunin are the commanders and other high-level fighters. Jonin are the most elite ninja, possessing strength far beyond that of ordinary people. Special Jonin are positioned somewhere between Chunin and Jonin. It can be said that Genin are soldiers, Shunin are squad leaders, and Jonin belong to the Centurion rank, which can be considered a minor officer rank. Yui Kurenai, Itsuki Yugao, Mitarashi Anko, Madogai, and Tatami Iwashi excitedly revealed cheerful smiles. The difference between Chunin and Special Jonin is enormous. Although they are not yet true Jonin, they are at least one step closer. Yoru, this is amazing. I'm definitely going to be the first one to become a Jonin. Mitarashi Anko said excitedly, stepping forward to pick up the scroll and sign her name. Just as Mitarashi Anko was excitedly preparing to sign her name, the introductory words on the scroll instantly froze her smile, and the people beside her, who had been smiling brightly, exchanged bewildered glances.